his post-heat interviews. I mean, just a professional all around.
Yeah, absolutely. Now looking at this heat, we're almost halfway down, 10 minutes and 55 seconds to go, and it's Kali Vast really taking the lead on this one with that 7.5 and that 5.67. Now we saw that 7.5 was because of that barrel that he pulled straight into, and then the couple of turns that he got after that, getting well rewarded. Looking at this replay, he pulled straight in on his backside, puts it on rail, finds that snap, and finishes off strong with one more turn. 7.5, a really strong score to have in your score line out there, especially in such a strong heat. Looking at it from that front on angle, nice and critical. Also looking really comfortable out there, just trying to get his feet in the wax and see what he can get out there. I think this might be, we're only going to be at the this location of Magra maybe today and tomorrow, and then be spending more time at the other podiums throughout the week. And so these surfers really trying to take advantage of this wave, that barrel section, that opening section, the criticalness of it. It's really fun to watch.
A nice look at the coastline there, and there's just waves as far as the eye can see that way and the other way as well. So how you're looking right here, to the left, if you went up the beach, that's where our women are competing, and the wave that they're surfing is equally as rippable, rights and lefts, just down the beach. But I mean, look at that right there, the perfect peak. A wedging, barreling, powerful wave. These elite surfers are just eating it up. Perfectly glassy. It's 9:40 a.m. here, and it does not show any signs of changing throughout the day. So with 9 minutes to go, Kali Vast, who has come through with a well-prepared Team France, featuring Joan Duru, John DeFay, Rahim Fierro, Tessa Thyssen, Kali, and Marco Mignot. So Team France, I mean, you see them on the beach in their matching uniforms, and they definitely, you know, come here with goals for gold. And more often than not, Team France really stakes their claim early as a favorite team going into for either day one or all the way to finals day. They're always going to be in the top 10. Most likely they'll be in the top 5. And the past few years, they've been right there in the top 3. So Team France always fields a very strong team. 8 minutes, 17 seconds to go. More action coming up. I mean, we're talking some of the world's best surfers, names you've heard of, and names that will now be on your list of favorites, no doubt, by the end of this week.
Yeah, that's Dylan Groen. In the next heat, he'll be checking in for Team Germany. Resides in Portugal, grew up in Portugal, but was born in Germany, and so represents that country.
And in the past, I'd say in the past 5 years, Team Germany is one of the most improved teams. I mean, you look at the surfers that they've kind of curated, gathered from around the globe with that German heritage, and they have been stacking a crew of incredible surfers. Here's Ramzi Bukiem, powers his way out of that backside tube, gets onto the open face now. Ramzi, he's been doing it at a high level for a long time. His backhand is among the best in the world. He comes from a land of right-hand point breaks, so you know, if you do the math, it kind of makes sense that he would have an incredible, you know, backhand whip on him. He's used that turn to a big effect in many events around the world. Here goes Jacob Burke, sitting on 383 for now, so a bit of a slow heat for Burke, representing Barbados. He's had some success in ISA competition in the past, and you would think this would be a wave that he would shine on, just kind of knowing this does have that kind of soup bowls look and feel to it. A barreling, predominant right-hander. Right now, Jacob Burke just sitting on a 383 and a .97 in a precarious second place position as we do wait for that last score from Ramzi Bukiem.
It's actually
Bamford, fourth for now.
It's been kind of a slower heat for everyone but Kali. That was Ramsey's been sitting on that single wave score, as had Jacob, but prior to that exchange. Oh my goodness.
Jeez, just say his name and he'll be in the tube. A rare unmade tube right there from Kali Vast.
You could see that red going through the lip, though, all the way across, and just not making it at the end.
This place is stunning. These visuals are just incredible. The perfect site for a combination of this level. Here we go, left-hander for Zabidi.
Yeah, finding that split peak as Ramsey went on that right and trying to pull in there, just getting on his feet. This was that right that Ramsey pulled in. Seemed like maybe he was going to lose it there, but he powered out, showing that experience and that comfort on his backhand clearly, then finding the multiple combination turn to follow on from that. Now that'll sit comfortably in his score line to hold him in second place. Cowley just not making it out at the very end. It just clamped down on him, but that was exciting.
We're at 5 minutes to go here. Kali Vast in a commanding first place position with a 7-5 and a 5-6-7. Wokiem comes through the 4-5 on his last wave, enough for second place. Jacob Burke not out of it yet, needs a 6-6. Bamford with a 1-5 and a .43, just figuring things out, does still have time. So we're in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. ISA knows this country, this area well. Many ISA events have been held here in the past, from SUP to longboard, bodyboard, all up and down the, whatever you're riding the ocean. The ISA has had an event in Puerto Rico to represent that style of surfing. And of course, Puerto Rico has been on the map for a long time as an incredible surf destination, and it has definitely helped to curate some of the world's best surfers. Think of Dylan Graves, Toth brothers, Rolo. I mean, there are surfers that kind of do a lot of different things. And in looking at these waves and watching all the videos that Dylan Graves puts out, one of the most famous surfers from Puerto Rico, known for surfing weird waves. Well, he surfed gnarly waves before he surfed weird waves, so check out some of his clips if you want to see some of the oddities that Puerto Rico has to offer. But right now, Arecibo, known for its reef breaks, and Margara, where we're at right now, there are twin breaks, El Pico and Restrial, both offering solid, punchy waves. And here we go, Zabidi Bamford, the British Virgin Islands, laying it back on the open face there. So nicely done. Most likely will replace that 1-5 as his highest scoring wave. Get back out there with 3 minutes to go. Priority is with Ramsey Wokiem. So Rachel, priority in play here. What are the priority judges going to look for in terms of, you know, what these surfers do as the wave comes at them? What do you have to do to get that priority switched around?
I think you have to have a legitimate commitment to the wave, a committed paddle, and if you have that committed paddle and end up pulling out, then that priority will switch over to whoever's in second. Now, with 2.5 minutes remaining, that first and second priority right now sitting with those top two advancing surfers at the moment, they'd be feeling pretty comfortable. They can use that to their advantage, especially Ramsey holding off Jacob. He'd want to use that priority to not allow Jacob to find that score in order to get that 6.6. So he's going to try and utilize that to protect. He's actually going to take off on this, trying to replace that 4.5.
Was textbook backhand surfing right there. Two big power turns, adds a third. Third might have been the best. A little foam snap to finish. So 4-turn combination for Ramsey Wokiem. Looking to get rid of a 4.5 for his low score. Might have done better than a 5.93. You know, the judges are really, of course, they're paying close attention to every subtle detail that these surfers show for them. Here's some power surfing from Ramsey.
Yeah, making sure that Jacob did not get that opportunity within the final 2 minutes. Utilizing that so much power through these turns. Looking to improve on that 4.5. It'll be interesting to see if he did. It was that 5.93 that had that barrel section. The 4.5 was just that few combination of turns, so it could be around that, could improve. He had a lot of power, a lot of finesse throughout that wave, but ultimately made sure that Jacob did not have that opportunity. However, as a competitor, it's a little bit nerve-wracking when now he's paddling back out and there's just 50 seconds remaining, still time with the surfers being out in the lineup to find another opportunity to potentially switch that situation around.
Here's where Ramsey has to hope
Exactly.
that Cowley will help him out a little bit and defend Jacob Berg. Well, he doesn't. Jacob Berg has a look there, so keep your eyes on that 2 next to Jacob Berg's name on your screen, and there you see it. That is a exact illustration of how to lose priority. So Jacob Berg, with intent, drops into the 3rd priority spot. Cowley Vass now got this wave with his 1st priority position. Most likely will not be a score of note in his scoreline. Oh, that last snap was pretty good. Jacob Berg there, right there, making that decision with, what, 5 seconds left. So it looks like if nothing wild happens at the end, it's going to be Cowley Vass with a convincing victory, as we do have a couple scores come through for Ramsey Book him, though. But either way, my notes here, Rachel, in how to surf better backside. Surf like Cowley or Ramsey. Easier said than done. What a display of backhand power surfing.
They put on a clinic out there. So beautiful.
Well, we've got a lot of action to come today here from beautiful Puerto Rico. We've got to give a big shout out and thank you not only to all of our surfers competing, putting on a show for us and for their home nations, but also to our fearless leader, ISA Presidente Fernando Aguirre. You know, he took Duke's dream and ran with it, and without him, surfing probably wouldn't be in the Olympics. So thank you so much, Fernando Aguirre. Let's get a little bit more on our president of the ISA, Fernando Aguirre.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to become ambassadors of the oceans and the beaches of the world, to look after this wonderful planet we live in, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
The people you get to see and the people you get to know from Iran, from Fiji, from Portugal, from everywhere, you get to see and meet a lot of new people. It's almost like a big reunion for surfing, and I feel like it connects us as surfers.
Here, all of us, the United Nations of Surfing, we're showing the world what it is to live in peace without discrimination for any reason. The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live boricua.
And we are straight back into it. This is the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. Highest level of competition right in front of your eyes. And we've got 4 incredible surfers in this lineup right now. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Puerto Rico, not only home to beautiful scenery, incredible waves, but also the music. Ricky Martin, Daddy Yankee, Bad Bunny, Jose Feliciano, Rita Moreno. Come on, this place is holding. You go up and down the streets, and you can hear the bass thumping from the cars. The vibrancy in and out of the water here in beautiful Puerto Rico. But in this lineup right now, serious business at hand. Dylan Groen, Ido Hajjaj, Jonah Gerard, and Perry Siganos. Greece, American Samoa, Israel, and Germany. Where else in surfing are you going to get a lineup like that, Rachel?
Yeah, it's so diverse. Every corner of the world getting represented, and that's what's so great about the ISA World Surfing Games, seeing so many competitors in so many countries represented, and also having that team aspect. You see the teams, the flags down there, everyone's being supported by their fellow teammates on the beach, and it's just a really good energy.
So there's your lineup right there. And, you know, another element of our field that I love is, yes, you have surfers representing the nation that is next to them, but a lot of times, you know, that's through their family lineage. So Perry Segunos, for example, he's representing Greece by way of New Jersey. So not only does he bring that kind of Greek heritage with him, but also New Jersey. So you just have this incredible melting pot, and they all bring, you know, a little bit of home with them. The Sands of the World ceremony, which we saw during the break on screen, that is such a beautiful sentiment of bringing the world together. The ISA with our credo of a better world through surfing, and that is, you know, how we want to live here at our ISA World Surfing Games. And so far, so good. I mean, in the spirit of competition, we see great sportsmanship all up and down the field. And Fernando Aguirre, who has coined many phrases in the past, I love what he just said of they're the United Nations of surfing. Another Aguirreism that I'm sure we'll be using for a long time to come. Dylan Groen now, Team Germany. Does not make the second turn there, but what a beautiful opening slash for Groen, representing Germany, and has done so for the past 5 to 10 years. I mean, this guy is an incredible competitor, power surfer, and definitely makes Germany proud anytime he paddles out.
Yeah, coming from Portugal, residing in Portugal, also spent some time living in Australia, and born to parents from South Africa. He is from all corners of the world at this point, and has had experience all around the world. He'd be comfortable out in these conditions right now, showing with the 2 waves in the first 5 minutes, getting his feet in the wax, putting that pressure on the other competitors. Probably both scores he'll look to replace, but still just starting off strong is a strategy that I like to use as well, is just kind of getting your feet in the wax and getting those early heat nerves out of the way. He's going to make his way back out.
Rachel, if I've never surfed before, I don't know anything about surfing, all right? What does that mean, getting your feet in the wax? Give me the best definition you can. If I don't know anything, getting your feet in the wax, what is that?
I'd say probably in the most literal term, standing up on a wave and getting your feet in the wax. It's just kind of shaking those nerves off, standing up on a wave, more kind of in the earlier side of the heat, and wanting to just feel the board under your feet, loosen up, get some maneuvers under your feet, and just get into that comfortable zone, so you're not competing from a place of nerves, but you're competing from a place of confidence.
I like that. So beyond its literal translation, there's also a lot that goes along with it.
Exactly.
Perry Segunos now trying to manufacture something out of a wave that kind of ran off pretty quickly. 13:14 to go. You got red. Dylan Groen in the lead for now. Well, Cali Voss just went out in his first heat of the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games and went off. He is with Mitchell Salazar.
Hey, Cali, congratulations. First of all, you qualified last year at La Bocana. The importance of having to qualify last year rather than leaving the pressure to this year to compete at home in Tahiti. What was the sense of relief like, knowing that you'd already secured your spot for Paris?
Yeah, like you said, I qualified last year. It was a really hard one. It was a hard contest, a lot of pressure, and yeah, now I'm qualified. This is a really good for me contest, a really good contest for me to start the year, because yeah, like last year I finished, I lost in the final, like repechage final, I almost went in the big final, so this is a goal for me to do really good here, and yeah, and just yeah, just get the rhythm for the Olympics soon in July, so at home, so yeah, a lot of training.
A great team, but an incredible coaching staff. Jeremy Flores made the final at this event a few years ago. You have Alon Ryu, who's also from Tahiti. What's it like having them in your corner?
Oh, it's a huge chance, and it's a crazy people, crazy experience. They have a lot of things to tell you, like to learn, like you learn so much with them, and yeah, I'm super grateful and thankful to have them in the team. Yeah.
How's Puerto Rico so far?
Oh, my first time here. Like, I really like the waves, and I have a couple of friends here, so yeah, first time for me. I really like it.
Anything you want to say in France?
Yeah, merci la famille qui regarde, et ça fait plaisir.
Merci.
He went from Terminator to homie really quick right there. I mean, Cali Vast, guy is a fierce competitor. Get him on land, and then of course he goes more towards that kind of Tahitian vibe. But representing Team France, and Mitchell right there talking about Alain Reyou, Jeremy Flores, two legendary surfers. I mean, to have those guys to be able to lean on as coaches, obviously showing that Team France is really supportive of the surfers that they'll be putting out in the lineup. And so far, Cali Vast, put him on your list of medal contenders already on day one. He is looking so strong. And, to have that confidence of already just knowing you've qualified for Paris 2024, that's got to really free up a lot of headspace to just go out there and do what you do best. Flip side of that, you have 14 spots left open right now for Paris 2024. So for those surfers that are, close or have a shot, there's got to be a lot on their mind, just kind of what this week could bring to them. The big things happening down here in Puerto Rico. 10 minutes, 18 seconds ago, Dylan Groen in the lead.
Yeah, these heats being only 20 minutes tend to go by so fast. I can't believe we're already halfway through. But interesting to hear Kali in that post-heat interview. Like you were saying, he does already have that qualification from the last World Surfing Games. And him describing that, he sounds like he really put the pressure on himself last year. He explained that as a stressful time, an event filled with a lot of pressure, but put himself in that qualifying position. So now he is here, has that repecharge final as that bar to now raise and find himself in the final being his goal, but doesn't have that Olympic qualification now laying over his head. However, these surfers that are in this heat do have that are looking. None of these four surfers are currently qualified, so all four of them would be looking for that Olympic qualification through this result here.
Yeah, absolutely. With 9 minutes 18 seconds to go, Ido Hajjaj, Team Israel, with the Lelior sisters, I would say, kind of as their powerhouse dynamic duo. They're going to come through with some room to move through this field. Right now, sitting in second place with a 3-point ride. That's the third highest wave ridden. Dylan Groen, I'd say, most likely with the most elite level competitive experience in this foursome. Jonah Gerard coming from American Samoa by way of Oceanside, California. I would say American Samoa is the team with the most heart. Their fearless leader will be, no doubt, somewhere on the beach right now, waving that flag. Samoa Joe. So 8:24 to go. A little bit slower of a heat than we saw in the previous one, which is kind of how it goes, right? You have the ebb and flow of the waves, but a flurry is about to come.
Yeah, I love for Jonah supporting or representing American Samoa. His two sisters also competing on the women's side, and all three of them also competed in the ISA Longboard World Championships back in 2023 in El Salvador. So just all around supporting, representing their country. Dylan back up and riding.
That second turn right there as a surfer is one of those feel-good maneuvers. That section was just so perfect. Couldn't have timed it or placed it any better. So just beautiful surfing. Two-turn combo there for Dylan Groen, looking to get rid of a 4.33 or a 3.07. That wasn't like a highlight package wave, but it was just a potent two-turn punch. Beautiful, powerful surfing. Real nice flow. I take it back. That might have been a highlight package wave. You watch what he did on that one, and I don't think you could have done any better. Nice and clean.
He just looked so relaxed and comfortable too. For such a slow heat, Dylan that was his third wave ridden, and we have surfers who don't even have a wave. Here, Jonah getting his first wave of the heat.
Jonah, big kid, powerful surfer. You see him just utilize that rail right there. So a good opening turn for Jonah Gerard. Now we see Ito Hajjaj trying to force a second turn in there. He goes down. Not after a searing opening snap there for Ito. And the best part of these early days here in ISA competition is all these surfers have a second chance at least in the repechage round. So if you get third or fourth here, you will be able to compete again. Now we see a paddle battle. Time winding down here. Surfers trying to make their way back out of the takeoff zone. Out the back, another pulse coming through. Look at this watercolor too. I mean,
beautiful.
I
think I've already said that word like 8 times this morning.
We're gonna have to
So
retire
beautiful.
it. Look, get the thesaurus out after today, because I'm in the same boat as you.
Synonyms for
It's hard
beautiful.
not to think of the word beautiful when you're looking at these waves.
Well, that last wave of Dylan coming through as a 5.67. So far going into his highlight package of this heat, securing that lead even more so and putting that pressure on Ito and the rest of the field to improve their situations to take that lead.
Coming up next, Eduardo Papa, Baron Mamiya, Zukis Loining, and Derek Ikahara. From Norway, USA, Italy. So Baron Mamiya coming off of incredible North Shore season on the WSL. And if Team USA gets a gold medal team victory here, they'll open up a third spot in the men. So Baron Mamiya, Olympic qualifier, it could happen here in Puerto Rico. The 4:50 to go. Baron Mamiya surfing alongside John Florence and Tyler Gunter. I like that Team USA really kind of brought a unique group of surfers. Tyler Gunter, I would say put him on kind of in the dark horse category, but he absolutely thrives in waves like this. Surfed amazingly well in the ISA World Surfing Games down in El Salvador. Most likely that's where he kind of staked his claim is, hey, I might not be on the championship tour, but I am a competitor. And
Forced to
in
be
ISA
reckoned.
competition, Tyler Gunter is solid. 4 minutes to go. You might be wondering, well, where's Griffin Colapinto? Griffin Colapinto coming back from a hip injury. He has already qualified for the Team USA, so Team USA right now trying to stake their claim to get that third spot, just giving yourself a better opportunity to come out of Paris 2024 with a medal. 3:48 to go.
And they already have that third spot on the women's side from their win by Kira Pinkerton back in the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games in Huntington Beach. So they have that right now. It looks like it will be Katie Simmers taking that third spot. So if they are able to win on the men's side that gold medal, they would be a huge team going through with 6 surfers.
Yeah, and I love that you brought up Kira. Kira Pinkerton is an American hero. Getting a win in Huntington Beach and allowing Team USA to get that third spot. And then, of course, the mechanics of it all get pretty wild up at the top. But,
Yep.
Championship tour on the WSL side of things dictates some spots. The ISA World Surfing Games dictate spots. Then we have the Universality place, which we're going to figure that out after this as well. So a lot of moving pieces down here in Puerto Rico. 2:45 to go in the heat in the lineup right now. See your men's qualification tiers, 24 Olympic spots that you must earn. Here's some pretty big names, Rachel. The who's who of surfing, the elite right here, 1 through 10. Brazil, Australia, USA, South Africa, Japan, and Italy already will be represented. Most likely, we cannot say these are Olympians yet. You have to compete in the Olympic Games in order to be called Olympian. So you're an Olympic qualifier, but until you surf in a heat in the Olympics,
True.
you're not an Olympian yet. So Team Japan so far has that one Olympic spot of their choice due to Japan being the highest ranked men's team. Luca Macinas came through in the Pan Am Games. La Máquina. Put him in medal contention, no doubt. And from the Surf City, El Salvador rendition of the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games, Calivas, Rio Inaba, Billy Sterman, Al Cleland Jr. What a story there for Al Cleland, Team Mexico. I mean, put that kid in a barreling wave, watch out. And here we go, TBD Rachel. That's 6 open spots right there. That right there is the graph that will be filled in by the end of the week. And are you kidding me? Global news will be made here in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see all these TBD spots get filled throughout this week. People's dreams coming true of having that opportunity to become an Olympian, like you said. Very exciting.
TBD, TBE, to be earned. TBB, to be battled for. I mean, these spots right there, I mean, saying that they're up for grabs is definitely an understatement that I've made many times in the past. I mean, those spots right there are going to be fought over. You know, these early rounds, of course, we're already feeling kind of that it's a good type of tension. You know, it's not like scary yet. It's a good type of tension. All these surfers want it. Dylan Groen wants it. He wanted a little too bad on that opening snap. He went down. 25 seconds left. Is there an opportunity for Ito out the back? There is not. He gets clamped on. Perry Segunos somewhere in the lineup with 15 seconds left. Jonah Gerard needs a 4.26. So with 8 seconds left, as it stands right now, Team Germany and Team Israel will be moving through. But never fear, fans of Team Greece and Team American Samoa, they will have more opportunities in our repechage rounds. To round 1, Heat 6 in the books. Red, Team Germany, Dylan Groen gets the lead. Ito Hajjaj in that second place position with 3.33 and a 3-point ride. So Rachel, this is one of our first real looks at Ito, and so far so good, looking like a contender for Team Israel.
Yeah, strong performance, a slow heat, and so those two surfers made the best out of it. But of course, a non-elimination day, so those two surfers, third and fourth, will be going to the repechage rounds coming up.
Well, we're going to take a quick break, but you're not, because you got a lot of surfing yet to come here live from Puerto Rico. This is the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back with Barton and Shannon.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live boricua.
¿Dónde quieres ir? Que mami yo te llevo. Restaurante Michelin. Estamos en otro level. Porque ahora ando en yates y aviones. Se nos dio, ahora somos ganadores. Hicimos a quemate. Par de millones. En Aventador llegando a las mansiones. Todo comenzó jugando. Ponte ready que ya voy llegando. De una picaco. Todo comenzó jugando.
Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, te amo pancho. Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho.
Campo Pancho, solo $4.99.
Te amo pancho.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. Olympic qualification being on the line as probably why a lot of people are tuning in right now, because they want to see who's going to be making it into those top 6 and those top 8 positions on the men's and women's side of the draw this week to earn their slots into Paris 2024. Out in the water right now, we have Italy, USA, Norway, and Guam, with Baron Mamiya, well-known surfer, coming out of the championship tour, hot off of a win at Pipeline just a couple weeks ago. He's in the water up against Eduardo Papa of Italy, Zukas Loining of Norway, and Derek Ikara of Guam out in the water, Barton.
Yes, the Pipeline master, as you said, always the heir apparent to John John's throne, Jamie O'Brien before he. Everyone expected that from Barron. It was an amazing win. He'd previously won at Sunset Beach, so we know how capable he is in waves of consequence. Would be right at home there at that Olympic venue in Tahiti. And great to see him here at the ISA World Surfing Games against Italy, Norway and Guam. Tough heat for those 3 guys up against one of the superstars.
The 2.7 on the board to open things up for Barron sets him up in that leading position, as it's still very early within this heat. Derek Ikara out of Guam with a quick in and out to get his campaign started. He's been surfing for a long time, from a full family, coming out of the island of Guam, born in Yigo. And he's been in the water since he was about 5 years old. He's now 39. His grandfather was a great surfer as well, as we take a look now at Baron Mamiya on his forehand. Nice opening carve to start it off, and goes in with some aggression on the finish.
Yeah, beautiful finish. The wave behind it was a beauty too.
Dukas with a quick in and out to get himself into that priority rotation.
Yeah, he had the first priority before that, so taking a closeout, not getting a score of consequence with the priority can be really telling by the end of a heat. Here he goes again.
Driving down the line, gaining a lot of speed, looking for the opening section and deciding what he wants to do on his first maneuver. Nice wrap to start it off. Dukas, representing Norway, lives in Coolangatta on the Gold Coast of Australia, the 17-year-old. And as we've got some scores to come through from that last heat, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Mitch Salazar.
Hey Dylan, congratulations. Big heat win, but a little slow out there. Talk to me about the subtle adjustments that you need to make, not only in 20 minutes, but to be able to gain priority over another 3 competitors out there.
Yeah, super slow, thank you. It was a bit tricky out there because it was a bit slow, but I was lucky to get the first wave and get a little 4 under my belt, and then I knew it was going to be slow, and there's some like medium insider ones that come through, so I just thought maybe get it back up there, and it ended up being a 5-6, I think, so it was actually pretty good, and then just had to wait for a better one at the end. I was lucky enough that the other guys had caught some waves, and then I was sitting out there with priority with 5 minutes to go, which was ideal for me to just control the heat at the end and get the win.
Another great year with an awesome team. What's so cool about Team Germany is that most of you guys live outside of the country. Does that make you guys even more united when you come to an ISA event like this?
Oh yeah, for sure, because everyone's all over the world and training. So when we all come together, it's such an amazing feeling to see everyone again and just be here as a team to support each other as much as we can. And yeah, it's amazing. I love it.
Now the location, waves, can't really get any better than this. We went to El Salvador last year, now we're in Puerto Rico. How cool is it being part of the ISA family too, going to many different locations that a lot of people wouldn't be able to go to on a regular basis?
Yeah, it's amazing. The ISA has been picking some really amazing spots to go surf. Some places I've never been. El Salvador was amazing, and now here Puerto Rico with this amazing weather, amazing waves. Like, it can't get much better than this, so I'm really stoked to be here.
Anything you want to say to the German people back home?
Ich will einfach sagen, danke an alle Zuschauer und hoffe, es geht einfach weiter bis die Olympia-Qualifikation. Danke an alle.
Congratulations, Dylan.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Dylan, and it's one of those special things, representing your country, but connecting with, even surfers that are also representing the same place, but maybe coming from different places around the world. And that's a lot of what we have in this current heat, Barton, between Eduardo Papa, representing Italy, resides in Portugal, spends most of his time back at home in Ericeira. And for Zukas Loining of Norway, proudly representing heritage of his mom, but resides on the Gold Coast of Australia.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the trends, I suppose, with Olympics coming into the game, into the sport of surfing, is that teams and nations are scouting around for surfers with lineage to and connection to their country through their parents, through their bloodline. We see Conor O'Leary surfing for Japan, and so this is something that's fairly new. The scouting, the recruitment of team members, and it's working really good.
There's Ricardo Delgado and Magna Martinez representing Team Puerto Rico this week. We've got a local paddling out in the water for the next heat. That'll be exciting to watch. See the support crew down on the contest zone for him. Ricardo's getting ready to run out. Track with live action now. Barron with a 6.5 as his high score is sitting in second. Got scores through across the board as Barron falls on his opening turn. Couple fives on the board now for Eduardo. Representing Italy, has a 5.57 and a 5.00. Sets him up with that leading position.
We saw that ride during the interview. He surfed so great, Eduardo Papa. Powerful, strong surfer, nice stance. He got a beautiful right and just did so many. The first maneuver was strong, and then he kind of got the work through the inside. And anytime you're leading Barron Mamiya and he's at a 6.5, you know you're doing something right. Barron's 6.5 was a two-turn combination, powerful and aggressive. No surprises to see that score drop. And Eduardo Papa he's in a position to challenge one of the very best in the world. Here's the replay. That first turn I was talking about, beautiful, strong, into a nice big wrap there. This is the sort of wave that the judges don't necessarily always get off on when it gets slower down the inside here, and you've got to do cutbacks waiting for it to stand up again. The work early was so good, though. He knew he was in that 5-point range. Worth the effort to get through. Finished powerfully. Finished with that zing in the performance that got the score up.
Taking a look now at the replay from Barron.
Here's the big closeout turn. The majority of the points coming from that turn. First turn was just a nice wrap into the closeout turn. It wasn't live action. Here we go.
Sliding through that first turn. Kick out quickly. Back to your analysis of the replay.
I think that the 6.5 was easy for Barron. That wasn't difficult surfing. That was kind of right there, safe, controlled, but powerful and spectacular. So it's just a sign of what he's capable of. 6.5 really kind of in third gear, not really heading up into the fourth or fifth gear yet, just doing his thing. So, looking to improve on that 2.17 and had a couple of chances now to improve on it.
Surfers putting themselves in position. Blue does have first priority for Norway. That's not to go on this wave.
And a 4.17 came through for that one turn. So big scores dropping for Barron Mamiya based on the power and the speed and the flair that this championship surfer has.
Sets him back up into that leading position with a 5.11 requirement now on the Italian in red. He's already sitting on a couple of fives, so he's feeling comfortable with his performance so far, but he'll also need to kick it into that next gear in order to maybe start to match what we've seen at least in the 6.5 of Barron.
You need at least a couple of high fives to get yourself into this heat now. You don't want to let Barron and Eduardo get too far ahead of you. They've already relinquished a lead. You've given them ground that's going to be hard to make up as it is. You don't want them to get any further ahead. They're in third and fourth priority now, so the surfer in first, surfer in second, white and blue, really need, with 8 minutes to go, to use this priority that they have now and get a score of consequence, something above a 5 that they can keep to put them in contention. Otherwise, that time might just evaporate.
Just under 8 minutes remaining on the clock, Barton. It's been a great morning of surfing so far here for the ISA World Surfing Games. Thanks so much for you tuning in around the world. We've got a huge amount of surfing to get through this week. Today alone, for our opening day, we've got 30 heats running for both the opening men's round and the opening women's round.
And 9 days of it, so there's plenty of surfing to tune in. If you're a surf fan, there's going to be plenty of action coming your way over the next week and a half. So
it's going to be really fun to be able to call it. Thanks so much for staying with the action throughout this morning. And we've got Baron Mamiya currently sitting in that leading position, and then Eduardo Papa sitting in that second place spot for Italy. Surfers looking to put themselves into position within the lineup right now. Blue still holding on to that first priority with a paddle. Now up and riding, Dukas loses priority on that one.
yeah, wave selection mistake. That one was a pretty clear closeout by the look of it.
Baron now driving down the line, finding some speed and takes to the air. Nearly lands it.
Wow, there's some great height, great pop out of the top of the wave. Projected himself up into the lip, into the scoreboard on the screen, and didn't make it, but that would have been really interesting to see where the judges would go on a completed air.
Yeah, that would be so interesting to see where things start to fall when we've got some more of those maneuvers completed. Dukas now up and riding. Big wrap to start. And sets himself up for that second turn as well. Now to the inside section. He is chasing a big requirement though. With that change up of the 417 for Baron, it's pushed Eduardo into second. And now a 7.9 is the requirement for Dukas down in third.
Yeah, it's getting away from them. Slowly. 5.5 minutes to go, so still plenty of time. You know, you can get 2 waves in that amount of time, so really need to focus on that wave selection. When you've got the priority, you've got to make it count. Surf from Guam in first priority right now. Going to be a little bit of boat wake come through from that boat on the outside. You'd be hoping that your set and your opportunity doesn't come at the same time as that boat wake.
Yeah, that is a tricky one. Anytime there's boats that go by, even if they're out really far, that wake will eventually carry into the lineup.
Yep.
We take a look now at Derek, just driving down the line, setting that rail, looking for a section. It doesn't open up for him.
Again, you could see that wall on that wave quite long, stretched out onto the second part of the reef to the west of the main peak. Here goes the air. Oh, lofty. Just got the weight. Gets the grab, tweaks the tail, gets the weight just a little bit too forward, wasn't he? His whole body shifted that 6 inches or a couple inches too far forward. And look at this first turn. Beautiful speed out of the bottom from Dukas into another wrap. And shame there wasn't 2 or 3 on the outside, because the surfing quality he is doing can match his opponents, but as long as there's only one big turn, you're not going to get the score. And again, highest score of this heat's the 6.5, which had the closeout turn. The thing I've identified already is that you really don't want the waves that taper too much. You want the waves that are going to close. You get one first big one in, and then the big closeout. You're going to get big scores.
Yeah, super important. Judges have made that point pretty clear throughout the morning.
Woo!
Oh, a deep takeoff for Baron Mamiya as the wave spits without him.
That was exciting.
That was very exciting.
And a glimpse at the potential of this wave too.
Quick turnaround, a little late to it. Let's take another look at it here.
Here he goes, jumps to the feet, the lips over him. He's already in the tube. He hasn't even got close to getting down the wave face. That was really late, but the type of surfing he's used to doing. That's what the new generation do at Pipeline. They're right underneath the lip, riding shorter boards than have ever been ridden before, and able to squeak through situations that a bigger board would stick and not allow you to. Again, that was very ambitious.
Would have felt nice probably for him to go for a wave like that, to eye something like that out in the lineup that had that size to it, that
and you're in the lead. He's feeling quite comfortable. The surfers in third and fourth needing excellent rides to go to second. So that was the time to do that, and to start to familiarise yourself with this wave, the situation. You might find yourself in a final in a situation like that, and be able to pull it from the experience that you gained in your first round.
So down to 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining on the clock. 7 heats out of 30 that will be running through on the opening day of the ISA World Surfing Games here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. And so far we've seen the top seeds kind of walking their way through. Jordy Smith didn't take a win, but walked away in that second place position. Aside from that, we're seeing those kind of expected names to be rising to the occasion.
And it is one of those that the situation is quite consistent in these opening rounds, because there's such a variation in the levels of ability from nation to nation, surfer to surfer. Here we go, Baron Mamiya.
Up and riding now, taking off behind the peak, setting himself up with that first turn, staying low, and the board just slides out from underneath his feet on the second.
So it's one of those situations for the top seeds where you may, you're in a heat with people you may have never met or heard of, and you don't know how they're going to surf, but at a point in the heat you kind of go, okay, I feel pretty comfortable here, I'm going to start just experimenting, playing, experiencing. That's what Baron's doing right now. He knows he's got the lead, and he's just catching waves and just surfing and building that experience for the later rounds.
Team USA is one of those teams that will be fighting very strongly to take away the winning or the highest ranking position on their men's side, specifically because their women already did it back in 2022 at the World Surfing Games and secured an extra spot for a female Olympian. Taking a look now at Eduardo Papa for Italy. Gets a little caught off that opening bottom turn. Took top turn combination, which continues through with his surfing.
Even a little more caught on the second turn.
Just a little, huh? Baron now up and riding, taking off on some smaller waves. He'll know that the clock's about to sound. He's got that watch on his wrist as well. And just pumping through the inside here as he'll be finishing off. Taking away a heat win. And Baron Mamiya from the USA in first, Eduardo Papa in second. For Italy, we've got more action to come right after this.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live boricua.
Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, te amo pancho. Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho.
Campo Pancho, solo $4.99.
Te amo pancho.
We are here in Puerto Rico for the ISA World Surfing Games. It's 2024. It's an Olympic year. Paris is just around the corner, about 4 or 5 months away from now. And we'll have athletes from so many different sports and disciplines around the world, including one that's currently in the water, together, competing for the Olympic gold medals. Jack Robinson of Australia already found his qualification last year, and he's going to be out there in the red jersey up against Robin Keating from Ireland. Up and riding on his backhand. Great snap to start, setting himself up for that second wrap, and holding on. A challenging section to finish off with, competing against the U.S. Virgin Islands surfer Ocean Peterson and Puerto Rico's Ricardo Delgado.
Oh, the local fans will be excited, and they'll be all along the shoreline hooting and hollering. It's Saturday morning here in Puerto Rico, and the first time we've got to see a local surfer in the water. That's an exciting moment. And then, as you said, Jack Robinson, fresh off a win at Sunset Beach, the World Championship Tour, and one of the greats of world surfing. One of those great opportunities for the developing nations to be out there against these guys. Here he goes.
Jack now on his forehand, starting off with an explosive opening turn, whips it straight into that second for a combination to kick things off. That's going to be a great way for Jack to start out his World Surfing Games campaign. Of course, coming off of a huge win at Sunset Beach, a really special win for him. Having been on the beach this month for the very first time with their new son.
Yeah.
Julia gave birth to Zen just feels like weeks ago. And now for Jack to walk away with another championship tour victory is incredible.
Here's the replay. Snaps off the top and quickly up into the second turn. It's going to be interesting to see where this score comes in as we look at the replay. Early bottom turn, and he sees it's going to close. Gets halfway down the face, even just a third of the way down the face, then back up into the lip. So tight, compact little area to get some maneuvers in. Got two of them, and really, that's going to be one of those scores that'll give you some ideas on what to do and what the opportunity is, because it's a little bit, here we go. But as a free surfer, you're looking for these type of ones with the taper. Boom, he had a lot of time there, goes to the air. He knows he's against one of the greatest surfers in the world, Jack Robinson. Ocean Peterson showing him that he's ready to mix it up.
Adding in that variety. So score to come through, just a 1.93, and we got a 1.77 on the board for Robin. Score to drop now for Jack Robinson off of his opening wave. And at the moment, still tight across the board early within this heat, just a few minutes down, 16 minutes remaining. And it's shaping up to be quite a warm day. It was a bit chilly when we showed up this morning. That little offshore breeze was pretty cold. I was wishing that I actually had a better jacket with me.
Cold or crisp?
It was crisp. It was just crisp enough, though, for me to be like, oh, wow, I should have actually packed a jacket on this trip, which I didn't do. But now it's okay, because it's getting pretty warm outside.
The sun's out, things are heating up.
As soon as that sun kind of rose above the hills behind us, and it started to get a little bit more humid, a little bit warmer outside, and it's going to be a beautiful day. Competition.
And I suppose as the land heats up, that afternoon sea breeze, onshore sea breeze comes up, we're going to see that be used for people to go to the air, I imagine, as well. Coming sort of out of the northeast a little bit. It's a beautiful location, tropical, and then there's this old town feel to Puerto Rico as well. I heard that Old San Juan is just something you've got to see, so we're going to try and get up there and see that historic city. 1500, it's been there for so long.
Paddle now from Ricardo, the Puerto Rican in the water, setting up that first turn. Beautiful, clean face to that wave, tags the lip to finish. Can't quite hold on to it.
Well, there's the score of 6.33. Really interesting to me. In my mind, I thought, I was thinking kind of 4.5, because the first turn was, was nice, but, standardized really for that level of surfer. Into the closeout turn was kind of rushed and just squeezed it in. And there's much better ways with a lot more time and a lot more space So I was thinking, I wonder how much of the scale they're going to use. But I understand the desire for the big closeout turn. And you see the ones that fade off and the cutbacks back into the soup waiting for the inside to stand up. That is not the wave you want, as it turns out, and we've seen that quite clearly here this morning. So a lot of good information for the coaching staff.
This is 2.5 for Puerto Rico. Let's go down to the beach now, though. We'll catch up with Baron Mamiya and Mitch Salazar.
Here at Baron Mamiya, first of all, Baron, big congratulations. Literally off of the plane a few hours ago, straight into a heat. Tell me about your experience competing here in ISA events in Puerto Rico.
I'm stoked to be here. It's the first time I've been here, so the wave's really fun. I was really jet lagged, but it was the wave had a lot of power and a lot of push, so it was nice to be out there.
Tyler Gunter on the team too. You guys know each other super well. What's it like having a teammate like him that you guys both rode for Ruka for a very long time?
Yeah, Tyler's super cool. I grew up competing against him, so it's nice to have him here, and yeah, I'm excited. The wave is really, really fun, so it's pretty sick.
What kind of subtle adjustments do you make to a wave like this? Winning up pipe, Sunset's a great wave for you, and then you come to a wave with almost like a mixture of both. What do you expect from yourself at this event, and what kind of expectations do you think you'll have going into the later rounds?
Yeah, I'm excited. The waves, yeah, it's pretty similar to home. It's kind of like a Margaret River, like Sunset vibe, which is pretty nice. But yeah, I'm just stoked to be here. Surf some heats, and yeah, sick.
Backdoor Baron living up to your name. Congratulations.
Right on. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Baron and loving any wave that has a similarity to Backdoor. Found it today, that's for sure.
Yeah, he did. It was a solid performance. Did everything he needed to do, as those experienced top-level pros do, and you know, as Jack Robinson is doing in this heat. As long as you've got a big wall, doesn't need to be the best wave. It just needs to stay tall, and you get two. You know, we've seen this morning, you can score upwards of 6 points for 2 turns on a bit of a closeout, and I can't wait to watch this guy surf, one of my favorites of all time.
Gabriel Medina warming up the ankles, getting ready maybe for a little boosting of the air. I need to make sure all of his joints are feeling good, paddling out into the water. He'll be in the water up against El Salvador with Juan Carlos Ramos, Venezuela with Jose Lopez, and from the Bahamas, Luke Prosa, paddling out in the next heat.
I was always a little bit superstitious too in competition about showing too much too early. You go out in your first heat and you blow up, and there's an expectation of the level, the bar that you've set, and the judges look at it and go, oh yeah, he didn't surf up to what we have seen already, and consequently your scores can be low. So there's a management that needs to be involved in how much you put out there. I feel like we saw that managed beautifully by Baron Mamiya in that last heat. Not too much, just enough.
Jack now up and riding. He's got that 6.33 that he opened up with.
Oh.
Tags the section, goes in for a second turn as well. He's trying very hard to hold on to that. Judges likely to deem that incomplete.
That's about as confused as a completion could be. There was a moment where he looked like he'd fallen as the whitewater came and converged around him. He realised how important it was, because those turns were better than the 6.33, I think it's fair to say. And we will understand how the judges feel about the completion when the score comes through. If they consider it complete, it's going to be better than the 6.33. In my opinion, if it goes lower than the 6.33, it's fair to say they deemed it not. Let's have a look. Speedy out of the bottom. Nice vertical turn into this closeout section. Lip lines it beautifully. Got a little tall and a little bit confident, but perhaps overconfident for a moment, and then had to compress. Maybe that standing tall kind of confident moment may impact. We'll see when the score comes through.
There it is, a 3.17. So second turn incomplete. Needed to ride fully out of that foam rather than kind of getting caught in it at the end and trying to hold that balance.
And clearly identified that was deemed incomplete.
Ocean.
Ocean.
Live action. All right, quick in and out.
At a 1.93 and a 0.5 so far. Yeah, I thought it was going to be better than the 3, because it was still, even with that, he's still on his board. Just because you didn't ride out of that little bit of white water, I don't know how important that really is to me personally. for the judges, they were quite clear, and it was considered incomplete. It's really getting the points for the first turn and not a lot of reward for the second.
Ricardo got some work to do. Gets the job done on that first turn, comes into the second as well. Looking good on the combination. Would have liked to see him on, maybe one more, if that section could hold open just a little bit longer for him. He's only chasing that 0.26 though. And Robin Keating from Ireland heads into the barrel while Jack goes into the air. So now we're starting to see that variety all over the place.
And good to learn this wave and the places to hit it and not hit it. And they can see Jack kind of experimenting early here, trying to get a feel for the wave. Coming from Margaret River in Western Australia, so many reef breaks, so many waves of consequence, and waves quite similar to this. The Box, one of his local breaks there, across from Margaret River main break, very similar to this wave when this wave is at its best. So we expect him to do great here, and 6.33 was a great start. The 3.17 clearly indicates that it was not complete or considered complete. But really no other scores of consequence, so in a powerful position for Australia.
Yeah, that next score for Ricardo that has yet to drop, that's going to be the important one in the context for the bottom three surfers. There it is, a 5-point ride. Sets him up into second. Now gives Ocean and Robin for U.S. Virgin Islands and Ireland both decent requirements in the mid-range fives.
Good score. Two nice wraps. Again, it was one of the tapering waves. It didn't have the big, exciting last move. If it was something, there's a lot of positivity to be taken from that five. You go, well, they liked what I did. They liked the way it looked. They liked my style. They liked the speed that I'm carrying. Okay, I need to find a section that matches me and gives me the opportunity to rise my scores up to meet Jack Robinson, and he's definitely capable.
Now, back to what you were saying before around the conversation of maybe a performance like Barron put together. Very solid, showing that he's the standout within that heat, but not showing too much, not pushing too hard, trying to go for an excellent score maybe in the opening round.
Yes.
Your thoughts on that are more because of the impact it could have on the mind of a judge rather than the mind of the other competitors?
Yeah.
As we take a look at Jack Robinson, now on his forehand. Great opening turn, goes in for a solid layback for the second. Starts to bring up that intensity a little bit in his own surfing.
Beautifully put. He certainly did. You can see it in the compression extension. He pumps into the board, and the speed he creates right at the start of that ride was impressive and really gave him the opportunity to link everything else together so beautifully. It's going to be better than the 3.17, no doubt.
6 minutes remaining on the clock. And a score to drop now for our surfer in red, representing Australia, Jack Robinson. Puerto Rico sitting with a 5-point ride on the board as the high score for Ricardo Delgado. Got a Venezuelan coach behind their team in Magna. It's been great to have him pouring more into this group of surfers competing for Olympic spots this week. There's also an added element of, I think, pride that comes with, the nation that's surfing as the host nation.
Yes.
Really wanting to put together a strong showing. So, of course, they're going for those Olympic spots, but they also, as a nation, just want to represent really well. As we take a look at the replay here from Ricardo.
Beautiful couple of turns. The first one was a big, tall, bowly section. It was a sort of made you want to go surf when you looked at that. Here's the speed we were talking about that Jack Robinson was creating out of his weighting and unweighting. Watch here, pump, and see the speed that came out of that second, and it just gave him the opportunity to flare into that carve out of the top. Had enough speed out of that. He built speed out of the first turn into that beautiful layback.
7.17.
There it goes, and rightly so. Felt like that was going upward of the 6.33 for sure.
Ocean now chasing a 5.57. A couple of maneuvers connected together. He's sitting in that third place position with Robin out of Ireland just behind.
Saw Robin pull into a closeout on his backhand, pulled into the tube.
He's a 38-year-old who's been a free surfer for most of his life. The full-time self-employed cabinet maker and family man. He's taught his daughters how to surf and volunteers at his local surf club, the West Coast Surf Club. But he's coming into competition pretty late in life, has found himself just kind of starting to compete in the last few years, and incredible to see him make his national team. As we can see, Gabriel Medina getting ready to paddle out through the keyhole. Jack Robinson now up and riding, and he'll just slip off the wax.
Lower down the priority roster, so just catching waves and surfing. Gabriel Medina. Oh, he had a lot of stickers on that board. Did you see that?
Yeah, you know what?
There was a lot of stickers on that board, and rightly so, because he's a superstar of the sport.
Yeah, well, Aaron last night showed me a photo that he put up on Instagram, just a board that he'd brought on the trip, and Aaron was like, "This guy is like, could he fit any more stickers on the board?" I don't think so. He's got so many sponsors behind it.
Well, surfing in Brazil is exploding right now, and for the last decade, and seeing major corporations and companies from outside of the surfing industry wanting to attach and approach and be connected to surfing. We can see the jet ski wake coming through the lineup right now. Look at this double up on the outside. That one stood up really tall, really quick.
Got an opportunity on the inside. Ocean is under third priority, so he's going to take this wave in front of him. Goes for the air and nearly holds on to it. Maybe legs got a little straight on the finish.
That's the way to do it, though. Just go for it. You're up against Jack Robinson, who's one of the great surfers in the world. He's just won at Sunset Beach. You're out there next to him and obviously inspired for the moment, and I love seeing him just go for it.
Another set coming through now. You can see this kind of meaty section on the inside. No one was able to get a piece of.
(717-633), 13.5 total. One of the better of the day so far. And Ricardo Delgado just looking to improve on that 2.5. Put some more pressure on Ocean and Robin Keating.
1 minute, 45 seconds on the clock.
Amazing to see, we're in Puerto Rico, the waves are amazing. Ireland, who knew that there were just amazing, crazy waves in Ireland? So much has happened in the past 3 decades of the surfing world just blowing up, and Namibia with Skeleton Bay, there's all these waves. Here we go, important ride.
Ricardo now. It's a little caught on that opening turn. Looking for a little more speed and flow as he continues down the line.
Not the wave he was waiting for, really.
Looking to improve on a 2.5? Maybe.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, Jack.
Jack now up and riding deep behind the section. Tucks into the barrel. Carried for a long time. Won't make it out. But you can see that red jersey just ticking along.
Inside the tube. Do you love that?
It's great. It's great vision, isn't it?
We get that opportunity. He's still there, and it just builds that excitement, doesn't it? Here we go on the outside. Look at this one, Shannon.
Like our surfer in blue, Robin, slab hunter out of Ireland. Just has to kick out. Fortunately, can't get in front of that one.
Well, fortunately, didn't wait for that one behind it. Jack's on it.
Jack, little check off the lip to start. Sets himself up for a smooth looking turn. And finds the finish. Checks his watch. He'll probably call it a day after that one. 15 seconds remaining. He's sitting in the lead, at least with a 717 and a 633 for his last couple of waves. He was pretty active within this heat. Opening ride was that 6.33. Took him a couple more rides to find himself with a 7.17, and then a couple throwaways until this last one. Lots of supporters down on the beach, whether they're supporting other teams or their team members themselves that are running back and forth between the venues today. Thankfully, the setup here in Arecibo is really close together. Magra, El Pico, where the men and women are competing, they've got that opportunity to just run back and forth all day long to support each other. And Jack Robinson through with the win. A 4.07 for his last wave doesn't factor into his top two, and it's Ricardo in second We've got more action to come right after this.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live boricua.
¿Pa' dónde quieres ir? Que mami yo te llevo. Restaurante Michelin. Estamos en otro level. Porque ahora ando en yate y aviones. Se nos dio, ahora somos ganadores. Hicimos a quemate. Par de millones. En Aventador llegando a las mansiones. Todo comenzó jugando. Ponte ready que ya voy llegando. De una picaco. Todo comenzó jugando.
Welcome back to the split peak action of Magara here in Puerto Rico. We've got a great big opening turn to kick things off for Luke Prosa of the Bahamas, and he goes to the air on the finish. Just hits eject out of that wave. You can see a big smile on his face. You can see that claim as well off the takeoff. He is frothing to be competing here at the World Surfing Games, and he's in the water against one of his heroes, Gabriel Medina of Brazil, the three-time world champion, up against Juan Carlos Ramos of El Salvador, who has put together some incredible heats in ISA history, and Jose Lopez of Venezuela. This is going to be a really incredible battle.
The Puerto Rican flag flying, and there's our lineup. Medina, three-time world champion, leading that roster. And it's one of those, while you might look at the draw and go, oh no, I've got Gabriel Medina, at the same time, like, yes, I get to surf against the three-time world champ.
Here we go. Medina up and riding. Nice opening turn, sets himself up for a second, and easily finishes off on the third.
Easily was it, just made it seem and look easy. The volume in his board, you can see that board sits up in the water. Every time he puts his power into the rail, it accelerates with such cleanliness. The rails just move through the water so beautifully. His equipment has always just looked so on point. I don't think I've ever seen him with a board where I've gone, oh, that board doesn't look good. Every board he's ever ridden, it might just be him, but I'm sure in part it's the board and the way they mix it together for him.
Yeah.
All of those elements of design coming together just perfectly for Gabriel Medina.
The combination of those two, his equipment and his own technique. We can see the Puerto Rican team there supporting the group. We did see in that previous heat that it was Ricardo Delgado of Puerto Rico who got the second place finish behind Jack Robinson, meaning he stays in that top end of the draw, doesn't have to head into the repecharge round.
So important, isn't it, to stay in the main round. Here we go. Drops in, first turn, big spray, clean. Watch here. See how it's flatter, but look at the squirt and the spark that he got out of that second turn into that created the opportunity. Watch here. Board looks a little, there's more board under his feet than we've seen on other people. Look, you see the flare and the speed and the power. That surfboard enabled him to connect those three turns so beautifully.
Taking a look now at live action with Luke. He's got a 1.5 for his opening ride. Drives through those first two turns and takes a stumble.
He's having a good time. That's what it feels like to me. There's just this energy that he's excited to be here. He's excited to surf, you know, alongside his heroes. Some Irish supporters there. The three-leaf clover.
Irish support crew down on the shoreline.
I want a pair of sunnies like that.
Oh yeah, those are good ones. Some future surfers. They'll be eyeing this off going, yeah, one day. I'll be out here competing.
Oh, yeah. You know what he was thinking, don't you?
He was looking for it, looking for that little ramp.
And these sections are perfect for Gabriel Medina's big backhand aerials. That's great to see him already thinking that. He was down the priority roster. He kind of was like, okay, I'm just going to try and find those waves that at a later date I can pull off what I may need to pull off to advance through against the other best surfers in the world in this draw.
We saw him doing some of those ankle warm-ups in the last heat. Just caught him on camera there, getting ready down on the beach.
Absolutely.
So we know that he's, getting ready. He's in the zone.
Look at that score.
Ooh, 7.5. I had the feeling, you're talking about the different approaches that different surfers would have, right? Wanting to come out and either explode straight away or kind of hold it back and kind of taper their performance throughout, knowing there's a long week ahead. To me, Gabriel Medina is one of those that's going to come out, and the first heat he's going to try and get a 10-point ride. He's going to do a backflip, and it's just going to be done. And everyone's going to be going crazy, and it's going to be the talk of the next few days.
He's always done it his way, hasn't he? He's never cared what other people think about him or the way he competes or the way his strategy. He's always done whatever he needs to do to win a heat in a moment, and I've always respected that so much.
Jose Lopez, now up and riding. This guy's got incredible style, fast, powerful on his feet, showing that in those first couple maneuvers.
Beautiful surfing, no nerves, little loss of the rail in that second turn, but still he drove through it with power. Venezuela looking confident. Here we go.
Paddle now for El Salvador with Juan Ramos up and riding, digs that rail in on the first turn, sets himself up for that second little wrap. And Medina now up and riding. Powerful, finds that little floater, transitions to the next section, blows the tail out, and pulls it off. Again, just with ease.
Oh, it's beautiful. Here we go. Luke Prosser.
The 17-year-old out of the Bahamas. Born in Florida, but raised in the Bahamas.
Just went past Gabriel Medina on his wave, and you know what? 17, he would have been going along the wave and looked and seen the red jersey and went, oh, there's Gabriel Medina, no way. What a fantastic moment, Win, lose or draw is really just, it's all about being a part of it, coming together as a community and a culture, and obviously Olympic spots are a massive thing. But at the same time, we've got grommets like Luke having a great time out there with their heroes.
It's an incredible story that unfolds at the World Surfing Games. Another incredible one is some highlight performances. Jack Robinson just put one together. He's with Mitch Salazar.
Jack Robinson, congratulations. Coming off of a huge win at Sunset Beach, you move up into number 2 on the rankings on the Championship Tour. This is a different beast, though. You got a lot of heats to make it through into the final here and obviously get an extra slot for Team Australia. I don't even want to focus on that right now, though. You got 2 good scores here. You haven't slept since the flight from Sunset. But most importantly, how do you adjust to competition at an ISA format where you don't know what to expect from a lot of people from these different countries? You have people that reside in Australia, compete from Norway. What was it like competing out there when you haven't had any sleep, especially against people like those?
Man, it's crazy. I haven't surfed like a 4-man heat for about 7 or 8 years since I was on the QS and then I got into it. And yeah, it was different, but cool experience. Everyone's so passionate down here and supportive. So yeah, I like the vibes. It's cool. I never done an ISA before, so it's fun to be here and with the whole team too.
What about the out-of-body experiences you've had competitively? The win against Gabe in the final over there, obviously finals day at Sunset Beach too. You had 3 excellent heats in a row. Talk to me about those kind of moments where it almost seems like you're in a different dimension when you're competing out there in a jersey.
Yeah, I mean, you just get into a different mode. I don't know, it's just instinct, huh? Doing it for so many years, and I don't know. Yeah, no words almost. It's just not even thinking. So yeah, and that's kind of like this event too. I'm just not even thinking. I went just to surf right now. But yeah, I think just have fun at the moment. I feel like the start of the year was so many challenges and so many things going on just in my life, and you kind of have to adapt. And being a dad, and now yeah, just trying to enjoy the ride.
How much does this wave resemble Mark's too?
Yeah, it's so funny. I got here, I was like, oh, the same way it kind of comes in. It's, what is it, Margaret's, huh? This is Margaret's in Spanish. Yeah. So I was like, oh, right back at home.
Congrats, Jack.
Thanks.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Jack. Looking really happy, relaxed, enjoying his time here.
Yeah, it's it's difficult to come off a win and then be straight back in the jersey, 24 hours later, because you've still, while you try to not let the wins and the losses affect you and keep some consistency to your mindset and the way you feel about it, here goes 3-time world champ.
Gabriel up and riding. Big first section. Lining it up, finds some speed.
Oh, don't do that.
Goes into the air, lands on top of the board.
I mean, that's sort of exactly what we were talking about. You called it. You said he would be like that, and he just went for it. We always knew he would. He does things his way. But with the 7.5 and the 6.43, you could maybe sit back with first priority and not even ride another wave, really, at that point. The surfing that he did on the wave before this one, where he came around the section, did that last turn, most people would have caught out of the top, bogged a rail, maybe got stuck. The way he flowed through that so quickly, we'll see it here. First turn, floats it, drops down, waits around this section. Oh, this is the air, goes to it. Oh, and just that nose of the board and the back of your leg they were quite close together there. There's the float. But he's defining his line. He's figuring out where he needs to be on this wave. You see the board nearly tipped over. Lucky it didn't tip over and get those fins facing up. Obviously, he's all right and back out the back.
Ramos for El Salvador up and riding. He's chasing a 4.24 to get himself back in the conversation. Putting a lot of power into each of these turns. And he'll kick out with control right in front of our water photographer.
5-point ride for Jose Lopez on that one before has got him solidly in the second.
Quick 3.5 from the panel for last of Juan, which means that he's only chasing a 3.51 now to take that advancing position. Chipped away at his requirements.
And then what he needs to be considering is that Jose Lopez only has a 2. So you go, okay, if he adds 3 points, I actually need a 6.51. So you know that, nothing in that, you really don't need a 3.51. You might if Jose doesn't improve or ride another wave, but 7.5 minutes, he's got first priority. We imagine he will. You're going to need more than that, that score that they're telling you need right at this very moment. Set approaching, yeah.
Yeah, it looks really nice, really clean. Take a look at surfer in blue, Jose. And riding for Venezuela. Great looking carve. Born and raised in Venezuela, but has spent the last 8 years or so living in Costa Rica. Spending as much time as he can in the water, preparing for moments like this.
He's going to improve on the 2, you would imagine. Add a little more, a point or a point and a bit to his score.
Loves riding a dirt bike when he's not in the ocean.
He likes going fast.
Speed, you can see that within his surfing as well.
Yeah, can't you? The way he flew at that section, went to the air on the one before,
Been practicing it on some big jumps back at home. Now he's translating that into the ocean.
I feel like we can see the little ruffle of the sea breeze starting to affect and impact the lineup. It's not quite as offshore. The offshore has died down a little bit and backed off.
Gabriel now up and riding, looking to improve on a 7.5 as his big score. Huge opening turn. Nice smooth wrap for the second.
Just makes it look so easy. That was a beautiful wave. There was perhaps the opportunity just to drop in, grab the rail and pig dog that first section as well. It was a barrel-y first section.
Big size to it as well.
Yeah.
One of the bigger sets that we've seen throughout the day,
Totally.
morning. Let's
Here
take
we
another
go.
look here.
Drives off the bottom, big turn. See how high that spray went? Not a lot of wall on that one, so really just, the cut back in. The one first turn was spectacular. We'll see it from here. There was really a kind of cruising kind of feel to that one. Here he's just kind of cruising along. He realized that, he's in a strong position. And I think he would be feeling good about this heat so far and the way he has looked, the way his equipment's looked on these waves. He's even looking at little lefts now on the inside. I know we had the great local legend Otto Flores telling us the other day that he saw Medina surfing a left that he'd never even seen anyone surf. It might have been that little left he was just looking at, because he's got the ability to turn nothing into something.
If anybody has that ability, it certainly is Gabriel Medina. Now we're down to 5 minutes on the clock, and the requirements have grown again on the board for both El Salvador and for the Bahamas, as Jose Lopez has the 5 and the 3.97 now on the board. So it's a 5.47 requirement for Ramos in the green jersey and a 7.47 requirement for Prosa in the white jersey. As we can see, surfers getting ready to paddle out in the next heat. Guilherme Ribeiro of Portugal, Santiago Muniz of Argentina, Petre Novonti from Czech Republic, and from South Korea, Jinyoung Yang will be hitting the lineup in just a moment.
And the person without a rash vest or a lycra would be the caddy. So he's taking out a backup board just in case. Good idea. You don't want to be scrambling into those rocks trying to get a backup board if something went wrong.
Caddy's a great call at a break like this, where there is, some of those heavier sections. There's every potential to have already had multiple broken boards today.
100%.
A longer swim as well to get to the inside. It's not quick like a little beach break, body surf a wave in.
And then you've got to negotiate the lava coral inside there, and
a few urchins as well.
Yeah, we hear. We don't want to know that firsthand. 617, the last for Gabriel Medina. So really for one turn. Shows the size of the wave, the volume of the turn. Look at this wave.
Surfer in green has first priority. He's going to just be a little bit too deep on it. Everyone trying to kind of shuffle around their positioning in the lineup.
Only looking for a 5.47, so completely possible that. And in fourth, Luke Prosa, 7.47, with 3 minutes to go. And you're in fourth priority, essentially. Feels like that might be out of reach at this point in time. But Juan Carlos, Jose Lopez in a pretty tight battle for second place.
There you can see on the drone where that white tent is on the shoreline. That'll be the second podium where the women are competing today at El Pico. We'll be tracking back and forth between live action on our main broadcast stream between men's and women's throughout the week, so we'll be showing plenty of action on both sides of the draw. You can follow along at isasurf.org. Your opening page to that, you'll be able to click onto the actual event page for this year's World Surfing Games. From there, you can find team bios, information on where we're currently located, as well as the live scores and situation updates. You can follow along today at Podium 2, which is where the women are surfing at El Pico. Track along with your favorite female surfers in the world. Find out who's making it through in the top ends of the draw, who's maybe falling out into those repecharge rounds. And of course, everyone pushing towards the Olympic positions left available.
Amazing. This is the 60th year that we've been, not that we've been doing this. I could have done it. I was born the year before this. I was born in 63, so I'm 60. So surfing and I are about the same age, or ISA surfing. Gabriel Medina having a look. So, an incredible anniversary here, 60 years of surfing events and building a global surfing community.
Medina now up and riding, big section in front of him. He'll kick out quickly. Incredible to think, 60 years back to those first World Surfing Champions being crowned at Manly.
Manly Beach, eh? We, growing up there, I started surfing there when I was around 12. We moved to away from Whale Beach where I lived, and started surfing at Manly, and it was something you were always aware of. We were always aware of that history and that tradition and what had taken place there. And just before, years before that, decades before that, Yuka Hanamoku had introduced surfing at the beach next door at Freshwater.
Juan goes down.
He had to try, didn't he? He had to go for it.
Yeah, at this stage, all three of these really need to. I mean, Jose, just a quick in and out. And we've got Juan Carlos that went hard on that opening maneuver, but the unfortunate slip will also leave him sitting in that fourth priority position. Now the door is open. 10 seconds. Will Luke Prosa, the 17-year-old Grumman in the lineup, have an opportunity to go for one more wave? Looks like they're having a little chat out at backline now.
I'd be paddling over and shaking Gabrielle's hand and going, yep, that's a historic moment for me too. Congrats to all those guys. There it is, there's the shake of the hand. Look.
Well, what a great way to continue on. Day one of action here at the World Surfing Games. Gabriel Medina with a solid win. Jose Lopez of Venezuela takes away that second place position. And we've got more action to come. When we return, Chris Cote alongside a special guest from Surfrider Foundation right after this.
Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, te amo pancho. Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho.
Campo Pancho, solo $4.99.
Te amo pancho.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live boricua.
We are living Boricua here in Puerto Rico. This is the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. Straight to the action in the lineup. Leonardo Fioravanti kicks us off here in another stacked superheat. I am Chris Cote, and I'm very excited to be joined by a special guest. We've got the environmental director of the Surfrider Foundation, Zach Plopper, in the house. Zach, welcome to the ISA World Surfing Games, and thank you for what you and the Surfrider Foundation do and have already done right here in Puerto Rico. As we watch the contestants coming in from the lineup, we're going to field 4 more surfers, and we're going to get to it. But before we start talking about scores and competition and all the business happening in the lineup, let's talk a little bit about what has already happened here in the mangroves and on the beaches here in Puerto Rico. Zach, I know that you guys had an activation welcoming some international traveling surfers as well as some Puerto Rican locals. Give us a quick version of what the Surfrider Foundation recently did here in Puerto Rico before this event.
Yeah, we're stoked to be a sustainability partner of the ISA for these World Surfing Games, and we were able to join a whole international group of athletes from really around the world to help restore some of the mangroves just up the beach here. These ecosystems are super important for the health of the coastline and really the planet. So total honor to help out with that activity.
So as humans, if we want oxygen, we need to protect mangroves, correct?
Oxygen's important also to capture all the carbon that's in the atmosphere.
All right. Thank you very much. I love breathing.
Breathing's
as
good.
The rest of our fellow humans do. So much more goes into what the Surfrider Foundation does. You can go to surfrider.org if you want to know more there. But what you might not know about the environmental director of the Surfrider Foundation, Mr. Zach Plopper, is he's a former professional surfer, an absolute ripper. So he has been double dipping here, helping save the planet and also getting barreled in Puerto Rico.
There's a few waves around.
Yeah. Well, I know that you're also highly adept at what's happening in the competitive surfing landscape. We got Guillermo Ribeiro, Jinhook Yang, Santiago Muniz, and Peter Novarti in the water right now. Before we activate this heat, let's go down to the boardwalk. Mitchell Salazar standing by with Gabriel Medina.
Hey, Gabriel. Congratulations, Puerto Rico. They love you here, as you can see in the background. There's a lot of people here supporting you in Team Brazil. You know, the experience that you've had at the ISA has been incredible. You make the final in 2009 in the U16s, you win the U18s in 2010, and then you go into superstardom. Talk to me about the experience and how important the ISA has been to your development.
Yeah, it's amazing to be here in Puerto Rico. It's my first time here, and I'm loving it. Such a beautiful place with beautiful people, and yeah, ISA has been into my life a lot. You know, I think everyone that is on tour nowadays, the most of them they bring through ISA, and yeah, so it feels good to be here in Puerto Rico, fighting for a spot in the Olympics. And yeah, I just want to enjoy the moment. The waves are great, and I just want to have fun and surf as much as I can, and try to make the most of it.
It seemed like that on the heat. Talk to me about the experience in the water. You opened up with a near 8, but your timing was on point on the backhand. How difficult is the wave out there?
It's such a good wave. I try to get 2 good ones, you know, and figure out the spot a little more. That was my first time surfing here, so yeah, I mean, but the waves are there, you know. I just try to pick 2 good ones just to feel the board. It's a new board, and felt good.
Anything you want to say back home in Brazil?
Obrigado a todos que estão assistindo, a torcida. É isso, começou mais uma jornada aí. Espero ser abençoado. Tamo junto.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Well, in the words of Larry David, Gabriel Medina is pretty good at surfing. Remember that name, Zach. I feel like Medina has a big future ahead of him. What do you think?
I think we'll see more of him.
Probably. Seems like a pretty good surfer. Pretty cool, though, that even Gabriel Medina, who's probably been nearly every surf destination in the world, saying this is his first time in Puerto Rico, and that's kind of been a sentiment that's been going through our field. You know, obviously Puerto Rico has been on the map as a surf destination for a long time, but, you know, it's very close to Florida, the East Coast, so I feel like if you're an East Coast pro, you've been here a bunch of times, but for the West Coast and from surfers on the kind of deeper international field making their first trip here, but Gabriel Medina put him in contention, and he is not a lock. He still has to fight for his Olympic spot as well.
Pretty incredible. I like his chances in Tahiti this summer.
Yeah, I wonder if he's ever surfed in Tahiti.
Good question. I'm sure he's been there once or twice before.
One of the winningest surfers in the last decade on the WSL, and of course born and raised here in ISA competition. More from Medina coming up soon. So the big news, you know, that Team Brazil would have to actually win an overall team medal here for the men in order to get their spot. So, I mean, to have 3 insanely talented Brazilian surfers in the Olympics would be huge. Speaking of talented, Guilherme Ribeiro demanding our attention. The surfer out of Portugal. You saw right there flashes of his brilliance. He's already got a 6.33 to start. Portugal, of course, on the map as a surfing superpower, and put Guilherme Ribeiro on that list of names. Not necessarily as famous as Gabriel Medina, but wow, his surfing is right up there among the best.
Super clean. I got in the water with him and Medina and a few others the other day. I was really impressed by Guilherme.
This is his first wave. This is at 6.33.
Super clean style, huh?
Yeah, I mean, right there, that is a potent combination. Carve, snap on that end section. This is your surfer in green, Santiago Muniz. He is a past medalist here in ISA competition. Kind of a QS/Challenger Series stalwart. Has been around the world and back in competition. Wild style, a lot of energy down the line. Santiago always comes correct. And here's that second wave for Guillermo.
Yeah, super clean. Look at that wrap. Completes it. Good surfing. And Santi is Alejo's little brother, yeah?
That's right. One representing Argentina, one representing Brazil. And here we go again, Santiago Muniz. Almost got that Kong Gary Elkerton style through his bottom turn. You watch his hands, movement, electrifying.
A skinny Elko.
That's right. Always puts so much energy and effort into all his turns. And right there, you can almost hear that one. Crack! At the end for Santiago Muniz. Still waiting for a score of note from Petr Novotny, representing the Czech Republic, and Jin-Yuk Yang, who's representing South Korea. There's Tyler Gunter, Team USA, coming up against Leonardo Fioravanti, Tao Rodriguez, and Natu Taimanglo, Guam, Panama, USA, and Italy, coming up in that next heat. And as a compliment to Guillermo Ribeiro, when he took off, I thought that was Leo.
Yeah.
Not a bad person to be compared to or mistaken for.
Similar approach, for sure. Both got those smooth styles, good wraps, explosive, fun to watch.
So as we're looking into the lineup, local time here in Puerto Rico, 11:23.
There's a good one.
And look at this, sheet glass sill, bright blue. Petr Novotný, one of the best surfers ever to come out of the Czech Republic. Big snap there, an exuberant jump off his board. Stoked to be sharing the lineup with this guy, Jin-Yuk Yang, going for a frontside air in a meaty section. He goes down. Jin-Yuk comes from Jeju, South Korea. And the most famous break for surfing in South Korea is called Surfy Beach.
Of course.
Why wouldn't you call it that?
That's
Surfy Beach. And
it's got to be fun for these guys to compete on this stage, huh?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you watch that last heat, and you've got, surfers who have probably just been in a handful of events going up against world champions. Yeah. I love these first few days. See Shane Dorian right there, Team USA coach.
So Federico Moraes behind him.
The cast and crew at the ISA here, I mean, moving mountains to put these events together. This is annually, one of the largest surf events you could ever put on. I mean, hundreds of surfers representing 50-plus nation, men and women. But all the surfers with the support staff, with, the photographers, the videographers, and the fans that come out. You need a place that can hold this many people. Luckily for us, Puerto Rico, not only plenty of waves to go around, but beautiful places to stay. A real classic surf destination. And, we have had many ISA events here in the past, but it's great to see here in 2024. Spotlight shine on this incredible corner of the world. 8:52 to go. Ibero in the lead for now, the 6.67 and a 6.33. If you get yourself into the double digits and into the teens, most likely the odds are you're going to be making it through these heats. If you get third or fourth, you go into the repechage, which is already being stacked with talent. You do not want to be in the repechage, but you do find yourself there, you still have a chance of making that final day.
It's pretty cool. There's a way back in to the main event.
Yeah.
I mean, these people traveled a long way to be here, so it's really cool that the ISA offers that opportunity.
Yeah, it's about a lot more than fielding Olympians and awarding medals at the end of this week. It's about giving the opportunity, like you said, giving, the experience to these surfers in rising nations. I think South Korea, with Jin-Yuk Yang there, is a perfect example of a surfer that, started competing here in the ISA just a few years back and has already improved so much in the past few events. I'm Chris Cote from the Surfrider Foundation. This is Zach Plopper. Welcome to Puerto Rico.
Thanks,
Zach and the team helping in some mangroves just up the road. Just helping save the planet. No big deal. I mean, that's just what this guy does on a daily basis. So thank you for that. And I know Surfrider has partnered up with the ISA. So this is just the beginning of what you guys are going to be doing around the world with us, right?
Absolutely. We hope so. I mean, there's beaches, there's coral reefs, there's mangroves wherever we go. And the health of our waves depends on these natural ecosystems. So it's really cool to have the surfers and the ISA give back and really be a part of helping to protect our coastal and marine ecosystems.
And if I'm not able to come to the mangrove myself and dig and help with my own bare hands, how can people around the world get involved with the Surfrider Foundation? How can we help save waves around the planet?
Yeah, well, surfrider.org, you can get all the information there across the entire continental United States. In addition to Hawaii, Alaska, and Puerto Rico, we have chapters. So you can plug into your local chapter, participate in beach cleanups, a whole bunch of other events, in addition to these restoration events that we're starting to do more and more of.
Love to hear it. Here we go, Santiago Muniz. Almost looking like he was going to go for the air float combo, a trick that I love, that's underrated and underused. Maybe some of these surfers will take trick requests as the week goes through. I mean, to me, this wave right here, you could go out there and film a video part in about 15 minutes. It's that punchy and that good of a wave.
It offers everything.
Here goes Jin-Yuk Yang. Pulling in, look, little pocket ride there. South Korean representative, a nice carve there. I think the first time I saw Jin-Yuk surf was maybe 4 or 5 years ago in ISA competition, and you could tell kind of green, didn't really know the rules and regulations, but he is well versed now, and Full credit to the ISA, all the way from the junior level, all the way up. Longboard, bodyboard, sup, adaptive. There is a place for every type of surfer at every level. Go to isasurf.org if you're not already there. Poke around on the website. Great bios on all these surfers. Include Peter Novotny in that conversation as well. Looked him up earlier today. He's 42 years old, from Prague. He's riding Dorrington surfboards. He started surfing in New Zealand. He's a man of the world. He's part of the Bali Cliff Surf Club.
You've got to be being a surfer from the Czech Republic.
Definitely. I always tell people, they say, well, what's your favorite part of working with the ISA? And I said, well, anywhere in the world I want to go surf, I know somebody now.
That's true.
Or just hang out. If I want to go to the Czech Republic, I'm hitting Peter up. If I want to go to Italy, I'm hitting up Leonardo Fioravanti, who will be coming up in our next heat. Leo will be going up against Tyler Gunto, Ty Rodriguez, and Natu Taimanglo. And I know that Leo has surfed against people from Guam and Panama because he is born and bred and raised up through ISA competition. No stranger to the ISA format. Here we go, Guillermo Ribeiro. Definitely the standout in this heat, except for on that wave. The first kind of unforced error from Guillermo. But the damage was done earlier on with a 6.67 and a 6.33, a commanding heat lead for now. Gotta watch out though. Peter Novotny and Jin Yang still with one big solid score could edge out Guillermo and Santiago, but I mean those two guys are real good.
Guys, they're getting lucky with the conditions today. Wind staying calm. Usually you kind of get that onshore breeze mid-morning, but staying glassy.
I'm gonna knock on wood.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, look what we have here. It is just holding. It does really remind me of kind of the north end of the 7 Mile Miracle on the North Shore. You can almost see like some rocky rights, gas chambers, the kind of whole zone. There's peak after peak. Looks beautiful from right here, but that's kind of a good angle. You can tell it is shallow, and that is unforgiving reef.
Yeah, urchins, coral, lava.
Everything you want to see.
Everything you want, totally.
So that's why these waves are so punchy and so good. A lot of live action happening under the surfers as well. 3 minutes, 12 seconds to go. Peter Novotny would need a 8.9. Jin Yang would need an 8.57. Santiago Muniz does have priority. He would need a 7.27 in order to get the win. So Puerto Rico, of course, big island, is almost like a rectangle. It's an interesting shape for an island, but that shape allows surfers from here and traveling surfers, if one side's windy, not great, to go to the other side.
There's waves on all coasts, including a couple little bit less explored regions of the island as well. And gets tons of swell. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Growing up in Southern California, we hear of Puerto Rico, but we're going Mexico and Hawaii, and then you come here. My goodness, there's waves everywhere.
Well, you just think of some of the names that have come out of Puerto Rico and the history of surfing. I mean, Carlos Cabrero, all the way up.
Yeah, the Puerto Rican team joined us for the restoration event the other day. We had Brian Toth there. Otto was there. Magna Martinez from Venezuela, who's the Puerto Rican coach. Really good group of surfers. Mia Calderon, she's one of our Surf Riders Student Club leaders here in Puerto Rico.
She was kind of the spokesperson of the video that I watched.
Absolutely. Awesome person.
This is Peter Novotny representing the Czech Republic in a great way. A couple nice turns there for Peter. So nice and clean out the back. Most likely will replace his 1.17 at least.
Kind of on some fishier equipment. Looks like it's working well for him now.
Here we go, just another beautiful wedge coming into the peak. Here we go, Santiago Muniz. Only one turn for him. Maybe better than 4.67, but the judges are really leaving a lot of space at the top of the judging area. We've seen some 6s, some 7s.
Has anyone gone excellent?
we've seen a couple 8s. I feel like our women's podium that's absolutely firing right now as well. I just hear one name over and over and over. Molly Picklum is up there wrecking shop, as she has been doing for the last few years.
She's on a level this year.
Oh, yeah.
So fun to watch.
Yeah. I mean, title contention all over, medal contention. Molly Picklum is on an absolute heater here in 2024. 30 seconds left. Will the situation switch? Guillermo Ribeiro. Little defense here. Fading left. Looking for the big wrap. Nails the end section there. Redirects. He's going to make his way in. He will. Yeah, he'll definitely be your heat winner. Guillermo Ribeiro, Team Portugal, putting big numbers on the board. Followed by Santiago Muniz in second place. Peter Novotny comes through for the Czech Republic in third. Jin Yuk Yang from South Korea in fourth. So third and fourth place surfers will hit the repechage round. First and second advance through. Big things for Guillermo Ribeiro. And coming up next, we've got a huge heat. Tyler Gunto, Tara Rodriguez, Napu Tamanglo, and this man, Leo Fioravanti. Check it out.
But 2015, you know, I was going to be 17, and I'm like, okay, I might be too young, but I could have a chance at qualifying for the World Tour. And the very first event of the year was a pipeline, the Vulcan Pipe Pro in Hawaii. Very first heat, first wave, this wave came in, took off late, slammed super hard on the reef. I had the most insane pain going straight through my spine. I knew something was wrong. Sure enough, fractured vertebrae, broken back. Only 8 months after was the ISA World Games Under 18, and it was my last year in the Under 18s. It was a little bit early to go back into competition, but I felt pretty good, and since it was my last chance, I'm like, okay, I have to try at least. One-man team, Italy didn't have anybody else surfing in the ISA, and I felt like I was surfing really good, gaining confidence every heat. I came to finals day. I had probably one of the best heats I've ever had in my career still today. Ended up getting a 10 on my first wave and a 9 on my second wave, and basically wrapped up the final super quick, which doesn't happen very often. And that was probably one of the only times I've ever gotten emotional in a competition. Winning, yes, it's cool. It's like you're stoked, you just won a contest. But for me, it was more about what I just went through in the last 12 months. There was so much that I had to, overcome. Winning that final was like, okay, I'm back. Let's do this.
The passion, the glory, the love of surfing on display right there from Leonardo Fioravanti. And we're about to see more of the Italian one as he heads out into round 1, heat 11, going up against Tyler Gunter, Tal Rodriguez, and Natu Tamanglo. I'm Chris Cote, and I'm very happy to be joined by Rachel Tilley. I want to thank Zach Plopper for joining us from the Surfrider Foundation. If you want to get involved with Surfrider, go to surfrider.org. Help Zach and the crew do what they do best, and that's just save the planet. Rachel, I know you got to take a walk up and down the boardwalk just now. Tell me a little bit about the contest site and the setup we have. I mean, this is a massive undertaking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the contest alone is 3 podiums. Today we have 2 podiums running. The women are straight out in front of where we are sitting right now. The men down at Magara, just a little, it's about a 5-minute walk down from the peak in front. And there is so much action and spirit by so many people watching. And these are our opening waves of this heat.
Yeah, this is a replay. This happened just off the buzzer. Tyler Gunter, great start.
Yeah, beautiful. Finding so much work on this wave, getting so much work done. That's a nice way to start the heat. Green on his backhand. Finding a 2-turn combination, unfortunately getting knocked off, incomplete on that second turn.
And this is live action. Leonardo Fioravanti. So that was Tal Rodriguez on that first wave. Everybody surfs so good. In this field we have here in 2024 at the ISA World Surfing Games is just stellar. Speaking of stellar surfing, Leonardo Fioravanti right there, just showing us why he is a global superstar. Everybody else in this heat, I got a bunch of notes. Leonardo Fioravanti, no notes. You know who he is. You know what he does. He's had a decent start on the 2024 WSL Championship Tour. Right now, he's come here to battle some of the world's best to potentially get himself a slot on finals day. 15:50 to go. Mitchell is standing by with the winner of that last heat.
Hiroki Ribeiro, first of all, muito parabéns. Big congratulations. I think you're one of the best performers so far today. The amount of speed you were gaining off of the bottom turn, it seems like this wave has a lot of push. How did you feel it out there?
Yeah, it was a great heat. I was here last year in November to train for this contest, so I now understand better the wave. And yeah, I wasn't expecting to surf Margari because the forecast didn't look that good, but yeah, this is the best wave out of these 3 waves. And yeah, it's a special wave, either for turns, either for barrels. But in my heat was only turns, and yeah, I made it in first.
Circling back to that, 3 options to run the event here. How do you kind of prepare and expect different waves, especially when the forecast could be so tricky like it is here in the Caribbean?
Yeah, exactly. As I told you, I was here in November. Also because of that, I knew there were like 3 waves to compete, so I came here for a week to train in every single conditions in every wave. And yeah, the Team Portugal arrived here super early, so we were able to test everything, test boards, test the waves, and yeah, I think we did a great job, a great homework, and yeah, we are here to give it all.
It seems that way. Talk to me about the selection process for the team. Kikas, he's on the CT. What about the other 2 members, including yourself? How did you get selected for Team Portugal?
Yeah, we have stages during the year, and Kikas is on the CT. The other Guilherme was 4th in the world in Huntington Beach. So the picks were these. I'm very proud to represent my country. It's my 3rd Open ISA, and yeah, this is the last opportunity to have a spot in the Olympics, and I work hard for that, and now it's the test.
I like it. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Guilherme Ribeiro, put him on your list. Potential finalist. That was surfing amazingly well. And Tyler Gunter now answering back. His first wave, just a 183. That'll be a better score for sure. But Leonardo Fioravanti doing Fioravanti things. Getting a 7.33 on his opener. Calm, cool, collected, powerful. Leonardo with a huge start. 20-minute heats, top 2 surfers advance through on the main podium. 3rd and 4th go to the repechage round. Rachel, when you watch Leonardo surf, I mean, everything looks to be in its proper place. He does it with style and a lot of power. What do you think his chances are of getting a gold medal here in Puerto Rico?
What do I think his chances are? I think they're really high, of course. I mean, already being an Olympian previously, now qualified for the Olympics. This time, I think those surfers who are already qualified in this event are going in with a little bit less pressure, I guess, less weight on their shoulders, and now using this as a boosting opportunity with Teahopu later this year in mind. And so I think we're going to see really strong performances from those surfers, including Leo.
And I like that Leo, in the video piece we just watched, just explaining really, really nicely like how much the ISA means to him.
Yeah.
And, you know, for him to come down here and give 100%, which we know he's going to do, you can tell this is a meaningful event and has been historically for Leonardo Fioravanti. Not only doing it for himself, but doing it for Team Italy. I mean, he's done so much for Italian surfing. I would say, you know, put Team Italy on the map, and definitely he holds up the rest of his team with him. This wave right here, you couldn't have surfed that any better. That was pretty much perfection.
It was really clean and crisp surfing. Lots of power. This was Tao's second wave.
Tao and Tyler really do surf alike, don't they?
They do. So I have a feeling the way, just from opening scores, you know, I mean, it can go any way, but opening scores, it could be this battle between Tyler and Tao. It is at the moment for that second place. Tyler had that incomplete finish on that first wave, and so this would have felt good to now have a completed wave under his belt.
I like the call to give Tyler Gunter a spot on Team USM. You think of all the amazing surfers in the United States, and the list is endless. Tyler Gunter, you know, probably, I would say, a little bit of an underdog just in terms of name recognition, but what he's done in the past here in ISA competition, how much heart he has, how much passion he brings with him. And recently he's had a string of great events. He just got a third place in the QS in the Dominican Republic, so he does have competitive momentum. And I just love the call to give kind of that scrappy underdog a shot to do big things down here in Puerto Rico. And so far he's taken advantage of it. A 5.43 in his last wave. The opening turn really indicative as to what he's capable of, how much power he surfs with. And he's a really smart competitor. You saw right there just kind of giving a signal to the judges like, hey, keep your eyes on blue. He's making an effort to paddle. Yeah. As we see Leo Fioravanti now already with a 7.33. This wave will catch you off guard. I mean, even Leo, who was just about to kind of activate his turns.
It looked like he was in two minds
right
there.
Yeah.
And then the lip came down and made the decision for him.
In Hawaii, you would call that a false crack. Was not expecting that lip hit him in the head. So 9:45 to go. No harm, no foul for Leonardo Fioravanti. He's right back out there. Tao Rodriguez from Team Panama is in that top priority spot. He's got a 5.83 as his high mark. Tyler Gunter sitting in second priority. Nice and clean so far on the day. No interferences happening. I'm going to go ahead and knock on wood one more time here. Just sometimes when you say it, it happens. But all these surfers are well informed and aware of all the rules and regulations before they paddle out, and 99% of the surfers in this contest have competed before, so they know the basics.
Well, going back to that conversation about representing your country, you know, and how much it meant to Leo, this is such a special opportunity, and for Tyler to have that opportunity now is really cool.
Well, Tyler put salesman next to his name as well. You know, he did have a deep look at that wave, and it looked like it could have been a gem for Tao Rodriguez. Tyler really gave him no choice other than to go, and it was not the wave that Tao Rodriguez wanted. He had to jump off immediately, so now that puts him back in fourth priority. So a job well done from Tyler. Kind of force his competitor to take off on that last wave.
Yeah, that's clever strategy, clever competing. USA already has two surfers qualified for the Olympics, being Griffin Colapinto and John Florence, but if the men's team wins, they will get a third allocated spot, which is the USA Surfing's opportunity to allocate to their wishes.
8 minutes to go. Leonardo Fioravanti will get rid of a 0.50, really on the strength of that big opening carve, but most likely want something a little bit more. So he did start with a 7.33, but that wave probably will go over to 2.17. So if Tyler Gunter can help Team USA's cause and get them that overall team win, there's potential that Baron Mamiya, through that third slot allocated to our overall men's team winner, Baron Mamiya, Tiahopo, it's a good combination right there. We'll see what happens at the end of this week, but watch out. Coming up next, one of the best surfers currently competing on planet Earth, Ethan Ewing. Definitely one of the best styles, that's for sure. Ethan Ewing will be paddling out to this wave. And I will say, the Irukandjis, they bring the sting, Rachel. So if you're going to be competing against one of the Australians on the team, prepare yourself, because you're going to have a battle on your hands. They have a stacked squad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we go. Instagram, a.k.a. Tyler Gunter. Quick snap on his backhand. Big inside section to work with. Hammers it. Great power combo right there for Gunter, trying to get rid of a 183 in Napu. That is
It's getting unstuck.
a nightmare for surfers when your back foot slides off your
Yeah.
board like that. It is awkward, uncomfortable, not fun. But luckily for Napu, he's right back on his board. Napu representing Team Guam. They're pretty quiet about the waves they have in Guam, which is telling in itself. Because when you're quiet about the waves in your home nation, that means they're probably pretty good. Napu is 26 years old. His favorite wave is right side boat basin. He is sponsored by Dad and Guam Napu.
Yeah, I love that call out for his sponsors. I was looking at that before too, and that his first one that he called out was his dad.
Yeah.
I mean, for so many of these surfers, their family is the first and foremost of the reasons they're here, and so to give that acknowledgement and, you know, what a special opportunity to represent Guam on the world stage. It's really, really exciting.
And we got a hometown hero coming up next. Dwight Pastrana representing Puerto Rico. Boricua. I've heard Boricua in a lot of songs. It's kind of like if you're in Costa Rica, you say Pura Vida. If you're in Puerto Rico, Boricua.
I like it.
I wonder if it, I mean, that could probably get me in and out of trouble around town. If you answer a question with Boricua, who knows what's going to happen. 5:14 to go. And just like that, judges loving the power combo from Tyler Gunter. A 7.17. Rachel, why does Tyler Gunter have the second best scoring wave with that last one?
Well, it was a two-turn combination, and both were so powerful, clean, and crisp, really concise. That first turn, as we see the replay coming up, straight off the bottom, nice and high vertical, and then this one was a really strong finisher coming down in the soup. Strong, never faltered, nice and clean. On his backhand, he's really able to lay on that rail from one turn to the other.
I'm going to say there's 3 words. I'm not going to say them together too many times through the week. Speed,
power,
flow.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we saw from Tyler Gunter. And the finishing section, I mean, that was a cantankerous piece of whitewater there too.
Yeah.
And he handled it so nicely. It's almost like the power didn't even affect him.
Yeah, I mean, he came out with so much power of his own that he came out in front of the whitewash, and as the two whitewashes converged behind him, he was riding out in front with so much speed. He didn't really have to battle that soupiness of the whitewash behind him, and just looked really, I mean, control, I think, is the main word that I could use for that wave.
Did you just read my mind? That was the exact word I was thinking. Control. You know, I think as a surf fan, right, I love to see surfers right on the edge of out of control. You know, and I feel like Tyler, who put himself up into a precarious position in that final section and then regained composure, quickly rode out super clean.
Yep.
That's why even with just, you know, 2 turns, does get the second highest scoring wave of the heat. You remember the 7.33 from Leo, that was 4 turns.
Yeah.
So it just shows you the impact that those 2 turns from Tyler provided. The judges' reason to give that number. Tyler Gunter, I mean, he's not scared. I've seen footage of him
obviously.
surfing the infamous wedge in Newport Beach, his hometown.
Well, I don't think Leo would have expected him with 2 minutes to go to be in second place and third place only needing a 5.68 to take his spot. With that opening, you know, in the first 2 minutes of the heat, he got that 7.33. So he would have had, right, I feel confident in a strong position to now back up that opening ride and that strong score of the 7.33. But there's some action, and Tao has the ability to get that 5.68, but it's Leo who's going to try and improve.
Absolutely. So Leo, when he started with that 7.33, it's almost like he put it in cruise control. Now he's shifted into a little bit higher of a gear. The rail work is so good, so technically sound, so powerful. What I wouldn't give to surf like Leonardo Fioravanti.
Yeah, he's looking to improve on that 4.17, and he milked everything he could have out of that wave. It definitely wasn't one of the bigger waves that we've seen of this heat, or even one providing the most critical sections, but he tried to milk every single thing out and gain those points so that the judges have a reason to improve that total score, improve upon that 4.17. Looking at this replay. Nice, powerful turn to open up. And you can see the way this is lining along the reef. It's not going towards that end big section. He just has this inside section to just milk all the way through, like I was saying before. 4-turn combination, looking at it from that front angle. Nice opening wrap.
I mean, even on a mediocre, medium-sized wave, he just makes it look so good.
I think it's going to be those 2 first turns that will provide that real consequence to his score, but those second 2 turns add that maybe extra point towards the end to add that little flavor. He finished it out, gave it that stamp, rode it all the way, took everything the wave would offer.
Yeah, he made it pretty obvious, right? You don't want to give the judges the choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Force that number out of them. So we'll see if it was a 5.27 or beyond for Leonardo Fioravanti. Right now, the highest single wave score is 7.33 for Leo. So Team Italy and Team USA looking good for now, but a 5.68 is the required need for Tyler Rodriguez. That last wave did not provide him ample power or opportunity. Gonna wrestle that number from the judges. Here goes Tyler, maybe playing a little defense here. Comes around from the bottom turn. It's a little bit wild coming out of that big snap. Maintains composure. 11 seconds left. He's gonna make his way to the beach, but again, that's why Tyler Gunto is representing Team USA. Solid power surfing, super consistent, great style, plenty of flow.
The speed he had throughout that wave was remarkable. Off that first hit, coming through, like you said, it was really wild sections that he was making his way around and just flew past them.
Now we're waiting for a couple scores to come through from our judges, but we do know that it's going to be Leonardo Fioravanti and Tyler Gunter, both starting strong and finishing strong. Both of them will advance. Tyler Rodriguez, representing Panama, will be in the repechage, along with Napu Taimanglo from Guam. Napu and Tao both represented their home nations very well, so nothing to be too hard on yourself about. They will get more opportunities here. That was a solid heat right there, and guess what? We got a week of that to come. This is just day 1 here at the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. Take a quick break, but we will be back with more. You're not going to want to miss this next heat. Ethan Ewing, Dwight Pastrana, Tom Murphy, and Tomas Mielek. Stick around. We'll be right back.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live boricua.
Surf fans, welcome back to the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. Look at this heat. An international superheat. Ethan Ewing, Dwight Pastrana, Tom Murphy, Tomas Mielek. Tomas in white will be representing Slovakia. Tom Murphy, Team Ireland. Dwight Pastrana from right here in Puerto Rico. And Ethan Ewing, of course, a household name, a surfing superstar, representing the Irukandjis Team Australia. 20 minutes on the clock. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley, 2015 WSL Longboard World Champ. Rachel's had every job there is in surfing. And
I've made my way around.
Yeah,
around
we're lucky to have her here. And have you been to Puerto Rico before? Is this your first time here like me?
No, I have been. It was about 10 years ago. This time of the year, though, around in March, came for just for on a surfing trip, photo shoot trip. Just got to explore the island and surf, and that was a really special time. Fell in love with Puerto Rico, so I'm so excited to be back and watching some amazing surfing today.
Yeah, I mean, what a perfect spot for ISA competition. There are not a lot of places in the world that can handle a surf event of this magnitude, but Arecibo is handling and more. And this place is already magical, and we're only about halfway through day one of competition. It's 11:58 local time here, Saturday, February 24th. We'll be going all the way through till March. All month. The rest of the month, we're going to be here in Puerto Rico watching amazing surfing. Lucky us.
It's fantastic. I'm really excited to see Dwight's performance, being the local kid out of Puerto Rico, so comfortable here in his backyard, coming from San Juan. I think we're going to see a really strong performance from him.
And there you have the final results, the previous heat. Tyler Gunter doing it again. Do not call him an underdog. He just took out Leonardo Fioravanti. So it was Gunter in the top spot, Fioravanti second. They'll be moving through, staying here in the main round. And surfing in blue for Team Ireland, 17 years old, from Cliffoney, Ireland. His dad rips, the whole family rips. Tom Murphy. He's riding a hopeless surfboard, but he is an Olympic hopeful already here for the ISA World Surfing Games. We're fielding Olympic qualifiers this week, and we're celebrating, of course, celebrating surfing, but also celebrating beautiful Puerto Rico. So it's like a layers and layers and layers of special things happening here this week at the ISA World Surfing Games. So with 16:50 to go, surfers are making their way back to the takeoff zone. Gives us the chance to catch up with Instagram, aka Tyler Gunter, with Mitchell Salazar.
Team USA, Tyler Gunter, congratulations. 2 years in a row, you got the call up. What was the process like? How many days did you have notice knowing that you were going to come here to compete?
I think I got a 3 or 4 day notice, and yeah, I was stoked. I wasn't expecting the call up, but super pumped to get called back up again to represent the United States, and just stoked to be here. The waves are firing, and can't ask for much more.
So far, the Goofies today have had a pretty good showing. I mean, I know it's a tough wave on the backhand, but talk to me about the timing and coming off the bottom on this wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a bully, perfect wave, and I think especially backside, you can hook that bottom turn pretty tight and get into it. I mean, it's firing out there. It's such a sick wave. I wish I could surf some more heats today.
You might. Coming from North OC, a lot of punchy waves, especially in Newport where you're from. How much preparation do you think that mattered coming into a wave like this, knowing that it's not only bully, but it has a lot of punch, especially when it gets bigger?
Yeah, I mean, I think Newport's it's helped me with a lot of waves around the world, and it's a tricky wave. It's definitely not as big as this, but it's quick, it's dumpy, it's steep, and you have to do turns and tight transitions. So I think, yeah, stoked on where I'm from, and it's helped me out a lot in my career.
Congrats, and go get some water.
Thank you.
Turns in tight transitions. Say that 10 times fast. Tyler Gunter proving that he belongs on Team USA yet again, getting the last minute call up. Love the enthusiasm there. I'm sure his answer was pretty quick. They probably called and said, hey, would you like to? Yes, I'm in.
Yeah.
Take me to Puerto Rico, and definitely made Team USA proud right there. Solid finish. 15 minutes on the clock. Tom Murphy in the lead for now. Ethan Ewing up and out real quick. Look at that. Ireland on top. The 3.33 and a 0.33 or a 0.43 an early start for Tom Murphy. So I guess there are similarities to this wave in this region as there are to Ireland, you know. Bully, gnarly, powerful waves, but other than that, complete opposite. Tom Murphy surfing in full suit, booties.
I was just going to say that. Yeah, not surfing in a wetsuit at all, feeling a lot lighter. But actually, I have competed in ISA events where those surfers coming from Canada or Ireland, we've been in warm tropical places and they still opted to wear a full suit because it's just how they're more comfortable. Obviously not the case for Tom, but when you're so comfortable competing with all of that wetsuit on you, it would be a difference paddling out in your board shorts.
Comfort level, right? You know, we were down in Brazil, in Rio, for previous events, and in El Salvador for previous events, and in hanging out with teams from Scotland, Ireland, and, you know, countries where you're most likely wearing full suits year round. This first couple of days, I mean, constant reminder, please wear sunblock. Seeing Team Ireland in past events in tropical destinations get crisp, but they love it. You know, I mean, it's such a rad experience, especially when you see, you know, the junior teams traveling for their first time, soaking up the culture from wherever they are. Love to hang out and kind of, you know, soak up the energy and the excitement that you get from surfers that don't necessarily get to travel and surf a lot. And Team Ireland always brings a lot of great spirit with them wherever they go. As we saw Dwight Pastrana right there, just a little bit mistimed on his backside snap. 13 minutes to go.
It looks like wave selection's becoming a little bit tougher. We did see Ethan and Dwight have that little exchange. Ethan getting that first wave and getting that quick in and out. Dwight then getting awarded first priority, waiting. There's only 12 minutes remaining, so it has been a really slow heat. Obviously, he used that priority. That's not how he would have wanted that exchange to have resulted.
You know, for Dwight Pastrana, of course, hometown pride, excitement. You got the world's best surfers coming to your backyard, but with that, of course, comes pressure. And you look at the rest of Team Puerto Rico. You got Brian Toth, Ricardo Delgado, Mia Calderon, Havana Cabrero, and Jolari Carreras. So they're stacked with talent, and you know the entirety of the team right now on the beach watching Dwight Pastrana, and I mean, anybody would be affected by the pressure, so he's gonna have to regain composure and get back out there. I mean, he's going up against one of the world's best right here in Ethan Ewing, but at the moment, Ethan has not been on great waves. So even the best have a learning curve when they come to a new spot. I'm not sure if Ethan Ewing has competed here or surfed here in Puerto Rico, but right now is oddly a little bit lost at sea, sitting on a 0.5. That'll probably be somewhere in the 1 or 2 range, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he made the most of what that wave offered, getting a strong turn out of it, but not the opportunities that he would have wanted to capitalize on. It's looking like as tides are changing, wave selection is becoming more and more critical from what we were seeing in those early heats this morning. Taking a look at this straight off the bottom, nice power through that lip, but really didn't offer anything else, and so that will be a score he's probably going to look to replace again.
You know, when the teams were announced a few weeks ago, always get excited. Who's bringing who? Well, Team Australia, they brought the hammers. Sally Fitzgibbons, Tyler Wright, Molly Picklum, Ethan Ewing, Jack Robinson, and Morgan Sibley.
That's a powerful
That's
team.
6 pretty good surfers right there.
Yeah. And we do see Ethan Ewing and Jack Robinson already qualified through the Tier 1 pathway, being the WSL CT results, as well as Tyler and Molly. So they already have 4 surfers qualified through that top 10 rankings on the WSL, as we see Tom up and riding.
Here we go, Tom Murphy representing Team Ireland. So Ethan Ewing with that one big turn, rewarded a 4.17. I mean, he is as good at, you know, the tactics, the heat IQ, as he is just a pure surfer. You know, and that is a lethal combination when you surf that well, but you also have a very high heat IQ. Another example of why he is one of the best. I would say one of the best to ever do it. I mean, why not? Put him in that category. He's so clean. His style is absolute perfection. He is going to be in the elite for a long time, and he will be competing for medals, competing for world titles anytime and every time he surfs.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Dwight up and riding, local kid.
Dwight with a nice 2-turn punch there. That'll get him back into this one. 0.87 so far for Dwight Pastrana. So looking for a 3.24. You'd think he probably got it.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say it's safety surfing, but just kind of meat and potatoes, right? Just getting enough to get himself that solid mid-range score to give him a little bit more of a luxury to kind of hunt around and find something bigger and better to work with. Dwight Pastrana, just need to get 3.24. He'll probably get it.
Coming from a heat strategy standpoint, with 9 minutes remaining, and you only looking at that score line that he has right now of that single wave of a 0.87, that's where you start getting a little bit more creative and crafty, taking off on what you can and making the most of it, so you have something in your score line Now we know he can do much stronger surfing than this, but he has 2 completed turns, and that will go into his scoreline, make that easier to be in that top 2 contenders.
So as our surfers are looking for the next set to roll through, it gives us a chance to talk a little bit about Tomáš Mielik, 39 years old, representing Slovakia. His hometown, a little hard to pronounce here because there's only 2 vowels, Trnava. Trnava?
That's what I was thinking. I was also trying to practice that. Trnava.
Well, Tomáš surfs the Canary Islands a lot. He actually started surfing on a kite surfing trip, but once he just did the normal surfing,
yeah,
he quit kite surfing pretty quick.
Realized he didn't need he wasn't wind dependent. Yeah.
And he gets around, surfs all over the world. Slovakia does have river surfing. A couple great river surfing waves.
As we see Ethan up and riding live action.
There's vertical on his forehand, which is an underrated and difficult maneuver. And that is one of the rare occurrences that you're going to see Ethan Ewing make a mistake. Slipped out a little bit, and he's got a front row seat to the Tom Murphy show. 2 big turns from your surfer representing Ireland. That was a great wave for Murphy. And how cool would that be? You know, you're a young surfer representing Team Ireland, 17 years old. You just did one of the best turns of the day right in front of Ethan Ewing.
And reading in his bio, he said he really only got stuck into surfing during that first lockdown of COVID because there was so much time of not having to go to school every day. They lived close to the beach, so it ended up being their pastime. And now to be here competing on the world stage, and like you just said, do an amazing turn in front of Ethan, that would feel really good. But it's on this replay of Ethan, really tight section, made the most of it, nice and powerful, wraps it around, and then it was this where his fins just came out and unfortunately got unstuck. Tom, I'm excited about this. Nice and drawn out, good use of that upper body. Pulls through on that second wave and on that second turn and completes it, cuts out. That'll be a nice stamp for the judges. I think they'll like that one for Tom. It will improve, obviously, upon his 0.77.
Yeah, maybe Tom and Ethan will run into each other somewhere around the world, and Tom will go, remember that turn I did in front of you in Puerto Rico? Oh, sweet. 5:50 to go here. Ethan Ewing with a 4.3 and a 4.17 in the lead for now. Dwight Pastrana in second. Rebounding with a 3.93. Tom Murphy with a 3.33. Still waiting for Tomáš Mielik to get involved here. Surfer in white.
It looks like Tom got the score that he needed with that 3.1 and into second place, so putting that pressure on Dwight and Tomáš.
Not sure I see Tomáš out there.
I was just thinking the same
1,
thing.
2, 3. Maybe he's off to the right.
On a different peak.
Maybe he's discovered his own barreling wedge somewhere, and he said, you know what? I'm going to stay here. I'm going to be on vacation.
Well, that is pressure sitting on Dwight's shoulders right now. Only needing a 2.5, though, so super doable. Only with 5 minutes remaining, that's plenty of time. He's sitting out there with first priority. He'd be sitting feeling really confident that he knows what to do. He knows the waves, what the waves look like, that he needs to take off on, and here he goes.
All right, looking for a 2.5 or above. Caught up in the whitewater. He goes down, so utilizing first priority. It's a little too deep. So see now Ethan Ewing. I love that Double E is not taking anybody lightly. And you see the intent, the criminal intent he has right when he takes off. He's ready to annihilate with style. That wave didn't really open up for him, but I like how fast he was going.
I think that was the commentator's curse on my part for Dwight, saying he knows what he knows the wave he needs to take off on, and he gave that one a shot. These waves are starting to close down a little bit more. Ethan obviously noticing that one on that that wave he just took off on, takes off with a lot of speed, makes it around that first section that seems to be clamping down, but still just got that one maneuver. Probably won't go into his top 2.
3:50 to go here. And if you're wondering at home what the surfers are hearing, they're not listening to Chris Cote and Rachel Silly. They're listening to our beach announcers, which give them... There's Tomas Mielik right there. The beach announcers are experts in their field, technical announcers. They don't get to have as much fun as we do because they are really giving these surfers just the pertinent information they need to hear. As we see Mielik having a paddle there, he was in first priority. We'll see if the priority judges deem that intent to catch that wave.
They do.
And he drops the fourth priority. And meanwhile, Dwight Pastrana now looking for a 2.5. He goes beyond vertical. Just a one-turn hit right there. Good news for Pastrana. He does have 3 minutes, and the judges have been rewarding those kind of big, critical snaps. We'll see. I mean, he definitely left a little bit of a question mark at the end of that turn.
I mean, being only a single wave turn, a single turn wave, he made the most out of that, really attacking that lip, coming down. It was nice and critical, as we see Tomas.
Oh.
Looked like he tried to shoot his board away, and then it came right back at him. But going back to Dwight, he needs that 2.5. We're waiting for scores to drop. That would feel good. Completing a critical turn like that would feel good just as a surfer with that time remaining. I think he's probably sitting out there thinking that that will be enough. But if it doesn't come through as enough, he has 2 minutes to change that around.
Yeah, the good news for Pastrana is the number does come through. So a 3.93. He needed a 2.5 or above. Oh, it was a 4.07. Even better.
Yeah, even
than that
better.
2.5. So again, it was a critical snap. It was done in a really difficult section. So the judges will reward you if you do something pretty dangerous like Dwight did. But here goes Tom Murphy trying to answer back. Tom Murphy needs a 4.67. 0.5 for Tomas Mielik, representing Slovakia. Ethan Ewing into the lead.
Now Dwight only needs a 4.4 to take that lead. So Ethan, while he's been doing some beautiful surfing on the waves that he's caught, he hasn't really caught that one wave that's opened up enough to allow him to run away with this heat.
Yeah, it's tight. And Dwight Pastrana still has a chance of unseating Ethan. Ethan Ewing had some flashes of brilliance, but I don't think he really even had to get out of second gear in that one. He was kind of just cruising. And Dwight, Tom, and Tomas all still within striking distance. Dwight Pastrana would need a 4.4. Tom Murphy a 4.67. Mielik 7.5. Here comes another wedge. I love the way this wave forms up. I mean, it kind of gives a equal bend on the right and left. Here we go, Ethan Ewing. Section presents itself to him, slams it, gets thrown off in the white water. That shows you how much power this wave has.
Yeah, it would have been really nice to see that completed. Not that he needs it with 8 seconds remaining. It doesn't look like anything's happening on the outside. But he just came off that bottom turn with so much speed. It was nice, clean, crisp. And then unfortunately all that whitewash just converged together and turned him upside down.
That is going to be it. For Heat 12, it's going to be Ethan Ewing and Dwight Pastrana just squeaking through in second place. Third and fourth place, Tom Murphy and Tomas Mielik will be in our repechage round. But don't go anywhere. We've got a lot more action to come. We are live from beautiful Puerto Rico. This is the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. We will be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Back to the action here at the ISA World Surfing Games. We are in Arecibo in Puerto Rico, and there's been some great surfing going on. A few fans down on the beach, surfers as well, getting some photos with some of the world's best, like Ethan Ewing, who just took out a win in a pretty scrappy heat with just a couple fours on the board, but made it through in that leading position. And he'll be taking home another victory for Team Australia in his, continued preparation towards the Paris 2024 Olympic Games coming up later this year. Now out in the water, heat number 13 of round 1, we've got Alonso Correa of Peru up against two surfers from the Netherlands, Oliver Zietz and Tom Bolsema, as well as the Fijian in Avisia Tiblinava. So this is going to be a great heat for surfers with a lot of experience behind them. And this is Shannon Hughes in the booth, joined by Otto Flores, local Puerto Rican, absolute legend. Otto, you know so much about everything that's been going on behind the scenes because you're working and serving on the local organizing committee, the LOC. We'll get back to that in a minute, though, because we got some live action. Just a quick kick in and out from Tom out of Team Netherlands. And we might have a wave here. Surfer in red, Alonso has a look, decides not to go. But it's been great, Otto, to have you in and around the contest, everything that's been getting ready to go. And now we get to just pick your brain a little bit on what's really going down behind the scenes and maybe what the forecast looks like. How's it been going for you to have an event this big here at home?
Well, more than an honor. It's a pleasure to have this caliber of surfing and Olympic implications come into our beautiful backyard. But I'm more thankful for the fact that the opening day is what it is, right? Beautiful waves, beautiful weather. Incredible surfing offhand, and more than anything, just seeing all these countries and all these colors come together in a beautiful culture and a community, which is surfing.
It's so exciting to be able to have an event like this. Like you said, we've got 55 nations represented, 266 surfers, but they've traveled from all parts of the globe, like literally, so many different countries. Arrive to an event and have it firing on day one.
Well, one of the things I've seen is that the jet lag guys are winning heats. It's pretty funny, some scrappy heats, some really nice heats. It's been awesome.
Well, 16 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. While we have a lull in the action, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Ethan Ewing and Mitch Salazar.
Hey, congratulations. Big win. Last year you went through a tough road towards the end of the season, injury in Tahiti. You're runner-up in the world last year. Talk to me about the development of not only having to go through that, both mentally and physically, but Dwight's coming up right here. But then, this is pretty crazy. Then also having to deal with the elements of other people involved in the water too in competition. How did you go over it so quickly, especially physical recovery?
Yeah, it was super tough. It was super tough end of the year, just with the injury, and mentally it was really hard to get through, but I think it was just the people around me that really helped me get through it, and just staying positive, and I was just lucky enough just to come back for the finals and finally actually finish the year competing, which I didn't think I was going to. Just all to those people that were helping me.
What kind of role do you think your dad plays in a lot of that too?
Oh, he's everything. He's like coach, travel companion, but also best dad ever, I think. And helps me a lot. Wherever he can, he's always there for me, and I really appreciate that.
So you're already qualified, pressure's off, but the privilege and the honor of competing for Australia, it's historic rich surfing nation. ISA has been a part of this for now 60 years in 2024. What's it like competing for the Irukandjis, especially when you have B. Durbridge as one of your head coaches?
Yeah, it's a privilege. Just to, I don't know, put this jersey on and represent Australia. There's been so many good surfers and just great people that have represented the country before us. So yeah, it's just a privilege, and have Bede here with me too. He's from the same town as me, so it's an honour. It's an absolute honour.
Congrats, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Ethan, and looking much stronger than he was earlier last year, coming off of that major back injury. Unbelievable that he was even able to surf at the WSL finals.
And the way he surfed was incredible. I think that was a comeback that none of us were expecting.
Not at all.
But to come back with that flair, I was almost thinking this was like a mind trick on us, because his surfing was superb, and I really like the fact that he's accentuating rail surfing. As a connoisseur of surfing, I like good surfing, and I think he represents that in the modern age. So it's awesome to see him here and representing, and the team that's backing him up. And what he said is so true. Like, that's a coveted seat where he's at. Doesn't matter which part of that Australian team you are. It's many incredible surfers, an incredible country, and incredible power. So here's one of the best representatives.
Great opportunity for a lot of the local surfing fans to come down and meet some of their heroes as well. Alonso Correa for Peru. He's had an incredible performance the last couple of seasons between the Olympic Games at Tokyo, some wildcard opportunities. It's been really exciting to see him continue to push the boundaries and be one of those really leading surfers out of the Peruvian contingency post Sofia Milanovic.
Well, I think she set a standard, and then they just took off running. You know, you see the Miguel Tudelas and Alonso and a lot of the team. You know, the coach, Aramburu, has done a great job in just focusing that team, and they're podium surfers. And now their expectations, I mean, I was having a chat with Sofia before. They were always in the teens, and now they're expected to be in the top 5 every time they're in an ISA competition. So Peru's a force to be reckoned with, and here they are with their best soldiers at hand.
Yeah, it's incredible the way they've just kind of figured out. There's some surfers and then some nations, kind of both, either as an individual or certain teams. They really work out the formula of the ISAs and are able to capitalize. As we take a look at Avi Sai from Fiji, great powerful surfing. Love that approach on the first 2 turns, and he kicks out. He's currently sitting in 3rd with a 2.67. We got a couple scores on the board. The Peruvian with a 6 now to improve on the 5.83, and the 4.17 for Oliver Zietz out of Hawaii, but representing the Netherlands. And speaking of him, he's now up and riding once again, driving off the bottom into a great opening bit of rail work. Drives through that tail as well. Another snap, and finishes off with a bit of speed on the inside section. So getting a bit of work done.
Yeah, rumor has it he's families with Sebastian Seat. He's been spending some time in Puerto Rico. There's been a couple of really good swells, and luckily enough, there's this quiet standout. We know he's from Kauai, but he's representing Norway, and we've seen some great surfing from him. A couple of weekends ago, he got a really, really good wave here at Margara, and yeah, one of those young guys that's definitely to come up.
Yeah, it's been really awesome to be able to see that Kauaian, the younger pack coming out of that region after, you know, so many outstanding names for so many years that have come from the island of Kauai. So a quick in and out there from Tom, also representing the Netherlands. Back to that conversation about, you know, Team Peru is one of those teams that has figured out the formula to advancing in ISAs. And like you said, now they're expected to be there on finals day, surfing in those final heats of the day. And it's really exciting to see that. Netherlands is one of those teams that's been working towards that, steadily building on, you know, waves like this throughout their events, and improving their team as the years have come along to really start to be one of those standouts in an event like this.
Yeah, I think the ISA is definitely giving them an opportunity, and I think the Olympic format as well, from funding to backing to a lot of these countries that probably wouldn't have the funds or the means or even the knowledge. You see countries like Italy having, you know, great coaches, and that reflects on the surfing later on, and they're pretty much breeding them from an early age and just showing them the ways. And it's amazing what we've seen. You know, we have European surfers on tour. We have incredible surfers here on hand, and more than anything, I just want to see the waves flare up and everybody do their thing. We've seen amazing heats in the morning, and I hope it continues on around the day.
Seen that wind change just a little bit from how glassy and kind of straight offshore it was this morning. What's your kind of predictions, your expectations as the afternoon continues?
Well, looking at the forecast closely, like I think today and tomorrow we'll be seeing really nice, clean conditions. Today, even though we're going to have some winds, some trades come in, it'll give some texture to the waves, but it'll definitely be super contestable. The size at Malgara is optimum. You know, sometimes if it gets bigger, that chop kind of really gets a little more consequentious or dangerous. But today, it just seems like the waves are going to offer ramps, sections, and you know, that critical maneuver that the judges are looking for.
And having a look at the forecast for the rest of the week, do you think it's likely that we're going to be able to run many more days here at Margara, or will it maybe start favoring El Pico?
Well, you know, I've been looking at the forecast closely, and to my surprise, I think the end of the forecast is favoring us. It's kind of leaking our way. So I'm talking to the energies and the gods to see if we can close this out at Margara. It would be great. And I think as we taper down the contest and have less heats, we could manage that much better. So, I mean, there'll be consistent surf throughout the heat. The peaks that we have selected and the podiums that we have selected for this competition offer really good surf potential for competition. So the forecast looks great for the whole time. There's a small day here and there, but I saw surfers surfing the worst conditions, and it's not going to be anywhere near that. So I'm pretty grateful for what I'm seeing ahead.
Always great to see, you know, some of those worst days in the forecast actually land prior to an event starting off, rather than surfers really scoring in the days in the lead up and landing on ground and just being able to like surf a place, you know, all time or pretty good, and then the contest waiting period starts, and how often is it like first buzzer sounds and
it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to wake up today. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, full moon, the waves were excellent, the conditions were excellent, and the surfing started right off the bat. So I got to thank nature in Puerto Rico for just setting the stage right off the bat. That was great to see. And yeah, circling back to what you had to say, I was telling a lot of the people, a lot of the management, you want to see it at its worst before the comp, because obviously it's wintertime, it's the season, and consistency will prevail. So smoke signals work perfect on this one.
Well, a great looking wave here for Avi Sai. Solid backhand performance, a smaller sized wave, but it really had such good shape to it.
Yeah, one thing that I've noticed today too, like a lot of us, you know, obviously pick the best day to surf out here or the best wind, but today, you know, technique, strategy is going to come into play, and you're going to see guys surf Malgara how has never been surfed before. We saw earlier heats, you know, super potential, like nice off the tops, airs, and all that. And I think throughout the day, we're going to see high performance surfing just come to its own.
Talk to us about, well, let's take a look at this set though. We can start to see it stand up here on screen. And our surfer in red's got first priority. He's not going to go on that one. Neither will anyone else. Talk to us about the other two waves that are, well, right now, some great potential. And there's been some huge scores being dropped on the women's podium happening in El Pico that we'll see the men surfing throughout the week as well. And then Rastrial is our third podium that we may or may not end up surfing a bit this week.
Well, we're definitely going to go into Rastrial, and I had a little break amongst the action and had a chance to sit down, and I saw waves reeling down Rastrial, and the girls, you know, actually the conditions don't affect El Pico that much during the day, so the girls have an epic stage, and I think it's equal what's happening. You know, maybe Malgara has a little more of a tube section, more consistent, but the girls are having an excellent, you know, place to start that first day of competition, and we kind of wanted to start on the better waves on the better day, but as the week goes on, we'll probably move to Pico and Malgara and fluctuate between both of them or run simultaneously. But I did see 2 or 3 macaronis left rolling through Rastrial today, and I was like, man, if I didn't have to do this, I'd be surfing.
If you weren't out there on the jet ski this morning with water safety or jumping in the booth and covering some heats, you'd be out there in the lineup. Yes. I'm sure. I mean, it's kind of awesome too that there is the 3 definitive breaks that are all highly contestable. I mean, running a contest at any one of these spots on any day, you'd be so stoked to be putting a jersey on and paddling out, because there's so much potential both on the lefts and the rights. But even as, you know, any of the surfers that are either potentially not surfing today, because there is 36 heats in the men's opening round, and in the women's there's 32 heats. So there's a few heats that won't run regardless of today, because we just literally don't have the daylight. They'll be pushed until those early heats tomorrow morning. But a lot of the surfers, if they're only surfing their heats late in the day, or they surfed early and they're done for the rest, they've got that opportunity to go surf at Rastreal in their free time as well.
Yeah, and this is a very wave-rich zone. Arecibo and Islote have numerous amounts of breaks. It's a beautiful, beautiful setup. Multiple directions feed multiple waves. It's a great scenario to be in for sure. And yeah, we'll see great action during the week. Those other two waves, high performance surfing will be on tap. And yeah, I just got to say that the surfers have a really good court to play in.
Alonso now up and riding, current heat leader, flaring on that second turn, 12 o'clock on the third, and now wrapping it around as he looks towards the finish. He's already got that 6. He's got a 5.83 on the board, so he's been pretty commanding throughout this heat. Looking to maybe try and improve if he can get anything better than that 5.83. The requirements could be into the 7s on Oliver Zeitz.
Yeah, very well surfed. Vertical surfing, rail surfing on that one. Definitely, you know, taking charge of this heat. And Oliver obviously wants to get rid either of that 5 or that 4.17. 3 minutes remaining, plenty of time. You know, Oliver's seat has priority. So we'll see how this plays out for him. But the Peruvian surfer definitely dominating this one.
Yeah, he's just been on fire. Alonso's no surprise to see him walking away with, you know, some solid scores to start out his campaign. We did see Daniela Rosas from Team Peru opened up. She was in first heat of the morning, and she had a 15-point heat total.
Wow. And having a chat with the Peruvian team, they feel really comfortable here. You know, they definitely have a lot of friendships in the island, but they also were talking about, you know, that they really encourage powerful waves, and they were all really excited and asking a lot of questions about the breaks here. So I think Team Peru focused, and I think they're serious when they want to be on that top 5 conversation in every single competition.
Yeah, they really have had a great dynamic behind the scenes. Many years of solid coaching, spending a lot of times in preparation for an event like this, which we're seeing from more teams now, getting together, doing training camps together, whether it's possibly at the location of an event, if they can maybe have the funding to fly everybody out a month or 2 before, get a few waves, or even just arrive a few weeks before the event. You see some teams that will do that, you know, if they have the time and the funding to be able to support their surfers in that way. Otherwise, it's just back at home and getting everyone together for little weekend trips and being able to build that team camaraderie, which is such an important part of the events here for the ISA, because it's a long week, and having that support system where you feel like you trust each other, you've got that friendship as well as pushing each other in your free surfs and kind of encouraging each other to go even harder, is an important part when it comes to a big 10-day event.
Yeah, something that sticks out in that matter, the German team has spent a lot of time here in Puerto Rico, and you know, they've had an Olympic contestant before, and it's really impressive to see the dedication. You know, they brought the whole team down. The French team actually picked their team here in Puerto Rico. So you see the strategy, it comes from the whole country and the whole team, as we see our heat leader just kind of getting looser, getting his getting more of that rhythm out there, and then we see Oliver Zeitz here representing the Netherlands, just looking for to better that 5-point score or that low 4.17. And that was a pretty good wave.
Getting the job done. So complete for him. Alonso, that first turn was unbelievable. Tail completely out, no fins attached to the surface of that water.
Great rhythm today. Like just, you know, wave selection, and also when he's getting up on the wave. And it's really impressive to see how these surfers can get that combination going. We saw Gabriel earlier on, and Alonso just kind of following suit and surfing really poised, you know, picking the waves. And one thing that's really hard is just to have that patience to let a wave go, knowing what, you know, an 8 or a 6 look like before you even surf it. And that comes from the strategy from the coach, from the management, from everything. And yeah, it just plays out in the end.
Well, down to 10 seconds on the clock. We've got surfers from the next heat paddling out. They're taking that little wide paddle around the left as we see Avisai from Fiji with a great opening turn. Love that approach as he heads into the second. He's looking for a 5.57, which is a pretty solid score considering, you know, the 6 and the 5.83 that we saw from Alonso and need to be the third highest score of the heat so far to get him into that top 2 position. But the great thing is that top 2 do stay in the advancing positions in the top half of the draw and the main draw, but the bottom 2 surfers will have another chance and they'll fall into that repecharge round.
Yeah, that's why you say it's a long competition, and that repecharge round is a contest all in itself. So.
Well, we've got some other scores that have locked in. A 5.30 for Last of Oliver Zeitz takes him into that second place position convincingly, increases the requirement to a 6.70 on the board for Last of White. And that scoring for Last of White out of Fiji was just a 3.07, so unfortunately not enough to take him into a top 2 position. Still waiting on the last score of Alonso Correa, but we know that he fell on his last turn, so maybe wouldn't quite factor into his top 2 waves, but a solid performance regardless. And that will wrap it up for heat number 13 with Peru and the Netherlands heading into the main round. Fiji and another Netherlands competitor, Tom, heading into our repecharge round. We've got more action to come. Otto will be staying with me to call some more great waves just like this when we return.
El cariño deja una huella. Vela porque estemos bien. Celebra las nuevas etapas de la vida. El cariño nos mantiene en forma para que no nos perdamos ni un segundo de lo que nos llena de vida. Donde hay cariño, hay salud. Por eso llevamos 40 años cuidando cada etapa de tu vida. MCS, 40 años de salud completa.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live boricua.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. Out in the water, kicking things off for heat number 14. Round 1, we have Spain, Great Britain, China, and Poland represented, with Kai Odrizola, Stanley Norman, Chenzeng Wang, and Jacob Kuzia out in the water. And we've got Kai now up and riding on his forehand to kick things off. Nice, powerful re-entry as his opening ride. We've already got a 0.5 on the board for Jacob Kuzia from Poland, so he got out bright and early, at least for a stand-up. And Stanley Norman and Chenzeng Wang looking for their opening rides in green and blue. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth to call the action by Otto Flores. Otto, you're a member of the local organizing committee. You guys have been putting so much work in behind the scenes. What's it been like, you know, in the lead up to an event like this? How's the anticipation been on the ground?
Well, I think it's been a beautiful team of people working. You know, we have Tuti Munoz and Francisco Maldonado leading the charge. And, you know, we had a couple of years ago, we had an SUP event, and it was kind of like the lead up to this. And Puerto Rico's got great history doing ISA events, as we see Surfer in Blue here from China.
Wang up and riding. Nice snap off the section for his opening turn. That wave kind of doesn't match what he was maybe wanting to bring to it. but great style to kick things off for Team China. I was here for that SUP event. It was the first time that I ever called like a SUP and a paddleboarding event, which was really fun, but it was awesome to just be in San Juan, to get to cruise around Old Town and get to see some of the history there as well. It's a really beautiful location, and I was so excited to see that Puerto Rico was going to be hosting this year's event to come back.
Yeah, and Puerto Rico, as a fact, is one of the oldest places in the New World, and yeah, there's a lot of history here, and surfing has a lot of history. 1968, what would be now the World Surfing Games, with names like Jorge Machuca, David Nueva, Nat Young. So competitive surfing has been here for a long time. 1988, we had the World Surfing Championships too in Surfers Beach, and there was Fabio Gubea, father, and Chris Brown, may he rest in peace, beautiful person. And that was the one that really hit me. I was 12 years old, and after that competition, after I saw that, and after I saw what was happening, surfing became my addiction. As we see here, Surfer in White, unfortunately, getting a closeout. But yeah, circling back to that, yeah, it took a lot of brains to come around the idea of having a competition, but we really wanted to have a competition in Arecibo for the quality of waves and qualification for Paris for 2024, Tahiti. We really thought it would be interesting to have waves with power, with more water, and you know, when the questions were asked, a lot of people gravitated to Arecibo, and here we are today.
Oh, incredible. I think the surfing world was excited to know that, you know, for the final Olympic qualifier, because there's been a few different ways to qualify, and we've been continuing to educate our audience on that through the morning, and we'll do that throughout the entire week. But to know that we were going to be surfing and seeing waves like this from Stanley Norman on his opening 2 turns, looking sharp as ever. 21 years old, proudly representing Bude back at home in England and surfing for Team Great Britain. But to know that there was going to be a wave with some consequence to it being surfed in preparation for that was very exciting. We've got 14 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. As scores drop, let's go down to a very hot beach where we've got Alonso Correa waiting by with Mitch Salazar.
Alonso Correa. Alonso, muchas felicidades, big congratulations. And you got a QS win, a big one just a few weeks ago at home in Señoritas. But ISA competition, it's a different animal. You have to surf many rounds to make it into the finals. I know it's a long way to go, but how do you pace yourself in a long event, especially on day number 1?
Yeah, that's the goal, right? Make as many hits as possible all the way to the finals. It's a lot of them. You have to be consistent. And it's a good start. Winning the first heat, getting the nerves off, a couple of waves, a couple wipeouts, but then a couple scores, and happy to make it through. And yeah, it's a start of a long way, so gotta keep the pace.
You guys are always super well prepared, though. Having Luca, Miguel here, guys that are just as experienced as you. What kind of input do you take from them and apply to your own strategy out there in the water?
Yeah, for sure. Those guys are super consistent. Last year they made it to the final, and that's the goal. I was there to watch, and yeah, for sure that's the goal. I've seen it happen, and yeah, this year Hydro is super stacked. And I'm excited to surf with the bigger names, the city guys. Hopefully we get some waves. The waves are firing. The tide dropped a little bit. It was closing out a bit more. But yeah, Puerto Rico is amazing. Really good waves.
So this is something that I feel is super important when it comes to international competition. The last 2 ISA World Surfing Games that we've had have been in Spanish-speaking countries. What kind of importance do you take into that, knowing that there's a comfort level to competing in a country that speaks the same language that you do?
Yeah, I think it's all about the vibe, right? Here in Puerto Rico, there's like really good vibes everywhere. A lot of music, a lot of happy people, and that just brings the vibe up for everyone. So that for sure is super cool. And the waves are nice, the water's warm. Like you couldn't ask for a better scenario.
¿Algo que le quiera decir a la gente del Perú?
Nada, saludos a todos. Gracias a todos por apoyar. Acá estamos. Creo que todos los chicos corren hoy día, entonces quédense allá a la transmisión y apoyen a todo el equipo, ¿no? Vamos a estar dándole y nada, representando.
Gracias, Alonso.
Gracias.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Alonso. Those little things that make such a big difference traveling around the world. I'm sure you've experienced it so much in your life as an ambassador with Patagonia, but being on the road far away from home, any little thing that you can tap into that makes you feel at home, whether it's speaking the same language, is always incredible. There we can see surfer from Team Ukraine getting ready to paddle out for his heat. He'll be coming up next. We'll have Ukraine, New Zealand, Costa Rica, and Guatemala hitting the lineup.
Yeah, circling back to what you're saying, in Puerto Rico we call it sazon, sabor. It's like flavor, and I think all the Latin cultures have this brotherhood, you know. And I've traveled the world with Latin guys, and I've seen, you know, the Gabriels Villaran grow up, Miguel Tudelas, and all that. And there is a definite brotherhood between Latin America, and I think that comfort level when they come and when we go to their places is extended, and I think the, you know, organizations like this have definitely nurtured that, you know, and I believe Europe is very similar, and yeah, I believe that we put a little spice in the game, and what he was talking about, the vibe is sabor, it's flair, and yeah, Puerto Ricans, you know, we're loud and proud.
I feel like also, you know, for the Californians or the Hawaiians traveling to Australia, there's that kind of similar, there's those kind of pockets of countries around the world that have that little flavor of being like, oh, it doesn't feel like I'm that far away from home. Things are a little different, the currency might be different, if, you know, some of the local lingo, that sort of stuff, but a lot of it can be kind of similar, as we can see. Chenzing Wang from Team China has just been lighting it up out there. He's currently sitting in the lead with a 3.93 as his high score, of another score to drop now. Stanley Norman from Great Britain on 10 minutes on the clock has that 5.5 as his only score, but it's a single highest score of the heat, so he's in a great position.
Yeah, Stanley started off strong with those two nice turns. And you know, it's like we all say, it's just building house. But one thing that sticks out in this heat is, like, I mean, I've worked with the ISA before, and I've been to China, and just to see the evolution of surfing of China is super impressive. Like, the level of surfing that I saw years ago to what I'm seeing right now is tremendous, and it's just another situation where a country gets behind their athletes, and there you go, another sport's created.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to be able to see the growth for surfer in the water. For Wang, he's from Hainan, which is where we run a lot of events over the years, and warm tropical water, reef breaks, some little beach breaks around. There's such good quality waves, and it's been awesome to see them tap into having surf community and surf culture there as well over the years.
Yeah, I had the pleasure to go into Hainan. I think the first time we did an event, and the waves were incredible. I got really barreled in China, which not a lot of people could say that. So it's beautiful to see the evolution of the sport and how they're behind it, and yeah, it's just proof. Proof is in the pudding. They're ripping.
We got a paddle here for Stanley, setting himself up. Team Great Britain now up and riding. That first section kind of feathers down in front of him. Now from this angle you can see just a little bit better shape to that wave as he comes through to the inside section, connects with the coping on the finish, and he's going to finally put down a second score, only needing a 0.63 to take the lead away from blue, and surfer in red, Kai, for Team Spain. This is a surprising one to see him only with that 3 and that 0.27, one of the bigger names in the draw. His little brother, Hans Odrizola, is an incredibly good competitor. The two of them have spent a lot of time traveling around the world and have found some pretty huge success at ISA events around. They're names that we're going to see continue to really capitalize, I think, on that global stage for a long time. But he's got, you know, some effort in front of him now with 7.5 minutes remaining. As we take a look at Jacob out of Poland, great style and approach as he comes through for this final maneuver. Oh, he might be able to squeeze in one more, and there it is. Powerful surfer throwing a lot of spray. This is one of those waves that's just continued to open up for him on the inside.
Yeah, great surfing from the Polish surfer, and yeah, we saw that dominance in the junior event from the Spanish side, and you know, they came here and they practiced, and really excellent talent of surfing for the Basque and obviously the Spanish team. They spent some time out here in Arecibo and throughout the island, and here you go, surfer in red from Spain.
All right, that's the sort of opening turn we would expect to see. Finds a second as well. Can't find that finishing maneuver. which will hurt the score. But at the moment, he's chasing that 3.14 only to get himself out of that 4th place position, and he'll find it.
Yeah, definitely good rhythm. Unfortunately, that last section has seemed to be tricky for a lot of people. There's a lot of water moving against each other on that last section. It looks like the right kind of hits this wedge, and to maneuver that or to navigate that is not that easy. He doesn't need a big score, but this is how heats get away from you. You know, when you get those lowering scoring heats, and as you see our heat leader, he's got good rhythm, good flow, nice little turn right here. This wave gets white, but at the end it kind of offers him a nice little section right there and just keeps the groove alive. So that backup score is going to help his campaign.
Taking a look now at this last wave from Jacob, also needing to improve his score line. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, it's a pretty close game there for second place right now, so we're going to have to see how the judges award Kai. The Polish surfer definitely making a statement, but this is where it gets tricky, right? If you don't get an excellent score, this is where he could get away from you. Nice turn off the top right there. The wave kind of petering out a little bit and not really offering him a big lip, and then that last section just really hard to navigate, as we see live action here from the Chinese surfer.
All right, he's chasing down a 5.77 to get himself into the leading position. There is also scores to drop from our other 2 surfers below him for Poland and Spain. So we'll see where those factor in. Who's going to be able to hold on to that 2nd place position? Kai now on his forehand once again. Nice 2 wraps to start things off with. Jams in that next turn and now looking for a big section. Throws so much spray. He's got a lot of speed within his surfing. And we're still waiting for his previous score to come through as well. So we got 2 scores to drop for Kai Odrizola in the red jersey.
Yeah, that second wave, though, definitely coming out at the best. And I don't know if you could hear me, but he definitely put the rockets on that one. And you know what? It was really smart. He got it off priority, got it under everybody. And those little ones, how we talked before, they open up and they have those wedgie sections. And he had multiple maneuvers. He started with a really good turn. So wouldn't be afraid to say that it's one of the better waves of the heat.
Surfers in the next heat getting ready to paddle out. We got 4 minutes 25 seconds on the clock, so they've just waited for that 5-minute countdown from the tower, and they'll be heading out there, as we'll have New Zealand, Costa Rica, Guam, and Ukraine. An opportunity to surf probably one of their only surfs out here this week, with very few people in the water. This morning when we showed up bright and early on the shuttle from our hotel, it was packed. There were like, you'd be very lucky to actually have gotten a good wave this morning.
And the heads that were out there, I was out on the ski at first light and the women's peak was just as stacked as the men's peak, and you could tell the names of a lot of people. You know, me being from Latin America and here and knowing the surfing world, it was crazy to see those names out there all in one. And but they're also fortunate that they get 20 minutes to themselves with quality waves. So it's the yin and yang of today.
We got a paddle now for our surfer in white. Looks like scores have started to kind of trickle in from that last exchange. All scores are locked in for our Chinese competitor, Chenzing Wang, in the 3-point range. He's now up and riding again. Would have just received the score for his last wave, still being in those 3s. He's putting some work together here. Just goes a little bit too hard maybe, and he'll take a slip. He's also just dropped into that 3rd place position, which he'll find out momentarily as scores are in for the last 2 waves of Kai. Like you said, his last wave being slightly better than the one before, but those 2 both coming in as his top 2 scores with a 3.5 and a 4.5 on the board now for Red out of Spain. We got a score to drop through for our surfer on screen there in the blue jersey out of China. He's momentarily in that 3rd place position. And we are waiting for a score for our current heat leader, Stanley Norman out of Great Britain. He's got the 5.5 and a 4.2, now with another score to drop. All scores as well locked in for our surfer in white, Jacob Kuzia out of Poland, with a 3.57 for his last wave. So he's done very well to build that score line, to get himself into that better range, closer to the 4-point rides, now chasing a 4.44 as his requirement.
Definitely. And Kai kind of trying to get away from the pack. He's got second priority. He's got 2 minutes remaining. Definitely Stanley's going to hold down the fort for that better wave. But Kai probably trying to get strategic, try to get that 3.5 off the board and just extend himself away from that third and fourth place position.
Yeah, it's still not, he hasn't really closed the door on third and fourth, that's for sure, with just those 4-point requirements. And they've both been, you know, very close with those kind of mid to high range threes. They're able to find a way with, you know, maybe a little bit of a better section to start off with or a better end section. They're into that 4-point range easily.
Most definitely. And, you know, he's being smart. He doesn't have priority. He wants to stay under the guard. And, yeah, if he gets one of those little wedger ones, he could find a 5 and, you know, make his way into that first place position right now. Clock is winding down. And, you know, Stanley definitely with that 5.50 is just holding on to the lead.
Down to 1 minute to go. Now, you mentioned you were out on the ski at first light today. Will you be back out on the ski a bit more this afternoon?
Yeah, come this afternoon. We'd like to close out the event, so I'll go out there and you know, joining Chuck Davey, who's the medical commissioner for the ISA. Yeah, and we just want to close down the first day of competition. You know, we're all really happy everything is running, and the surfers are happy, so that makes everybody around us happy. And, you know, when we see good surfing and a good opening day, it's a good sign.
Great vantage point as well for you, being out in the lineup to be able to witness it. As we take a look at Jacob here on the inside, he's put together such a great performance. Great style coming through from the Polish surfer. Chasing down that 4.44, may become even bigger depending on what Kai Odrizola can do on this wave. 2-turn combination to start, looking smooth and sharp. Digs hard into this last couple of turns as the wave goes a bit softer. He might have a bit of a corner to work with here as he comes in over the reef, a little more shallow, putting in every bit of effort. That's a great kind of showing of respect as well to the other competitors out there, that he knows it's so tight and he doesn't know what Jacob got up to on that last wave. He could be stealing away that advancing position.
So he's reassuring, you know, his position in the heat. And, you know, we're not judges, but that looked like a really good way to get into that first place position.
Great wave for Kai to finish things off. Stanley Norman with that last wave was up after the buzzer, so that doesn't count. Otto, thanks so much for joining me in the booth. I'll have Barton Lynch coming back to call the action right after this, and we've got more surfing to come all the way till sunset. We'll see you back for more right after this.
La primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, te amo pancho. Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho.
Campo Pancho, solo $4.99.
Te amo pancho.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live boricua.
Stearman and Safi Vetti from New Zealand take the qualification for the Oceania region.
Obviously excited, but really terrified too. I've never been to Tahiti before. I'm really excited to give it a red hot crack.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Tahiti and pushing my limits again and you know, hopefully throwing myself over that ledge and kind of getting some good barrels and progressing and hopefully getting a medal for New Zealand.
Billy Stearman from New Zealand hitting the water. He's one of the winningest surfers that New Zealand has ever seen when it comes to national championships, and also so successful across many years of competitive surfing, including his Olympic debut at Tokyo, alongside of Ella Williams for the Kiwi team. Now Safi Vetti is in the draw this week, and she's already earned her spot, so the Kiwi team looking strong coming into this year's World Surfing Games. Up against Costa Rica, Guam, and Uruguay at the moment for men's heat number 15 in our opening round. Samuel Reedy out of Costa Rica, Lester Hernandez of Guatemala, and Serafim Romanov from Ukraine as we take a look at live action with Billy Stearman. On his forehand, links together a couple nice turns to kick off his campaign. There you go, Barton.
Yes, off to an early start there for the Kiwi. Great competitor, very experienced. And Guam, Costa Rica and the Ukraine out there in the water. Extremely international heat.
Seen
And
a
that little sea breeze ruffle coming up on the ocean right now, but still some hollow waves out there.
Let's take another look at this opening ride. Nice and clean on the face still.
Yeah, first turn was nice, and it got a bit frothy and white watery. Got the closeout turn.
Yeah, you can really see that sea breeze is kind of coming into play. We'll see how strong it gets throughout the afternoon, but you know, someone like Billy, it's not going to affect things very much in his performance. Actually,
nobody really. I
had a chat with Safi, who we saw that great little clip of Billy and Safi finding out that they'd be getting to go to Paris, the Paris Olympics, just a moment ago. And Safi said that with the wind coming up, she actually reckons it might get a little bit more fun out there.
Well, she's ready to give it a red hot crack, as she said.
She certainly
That
is.
was a classic comment. And that's something you will have to do out at that location. Yalpu. Wow, it's a heavy wave. Daunting, really, having to, know that you've got to step up and surf at that level is not for everyone.
Billy having a look here. He opened up on a 5.33 and, ooh, just gets sucked over the falls there. And he's surfing a little bit away from the pack from what we can see. Over to the left.
Yeah, there's that second piece of reef over there. I think that's a good idea, especially when you're down the priority roster. You can whip over there. I've seen some tube rides this morning when I was watching it. I was like, oh, that's a good little breakaway over there. A little jet ski assist by the look of things.
It's looking like it's a bit shallow coming in.
Perhaps there's a board problem.
Possibly. Nah, it looks like Kai.
Getting in from the last heat, yes.
Just getting in from the last heat. Maybe couldn't quite figure out, coming around this more shallow section as that tide has drained out a bit. Now let's go back to that conversation about, a wave like Tehupo that is so gnarly. It's such a hectic wave to consider paddling out to. What was it? Well, we'll get back to that in a moment because I've just received news that we've got Mitchell Salazar standing by with Stanley Norman for Great Britain off of a win in that last heat.
Here with Stan Norman, congratulations moving through into the second round of competition here at the World Surfing Games. First of all, Great Britain, the state of surfing, it's awesome. Love to see Lucas. He was runner-up in the U16s. But yourself, the significance of this event obviously has to be huge with the Olympic qualification on the line.
Yeah, it's huge. Going off the back of Lucas having a great result in Brazil just pushes me more. Can't get beaten by the Grom, but he's so good and he pushes me so much. But yeah, it's nice to see someone younger than me pushing everyone. But yeah, it's good.
So Lucas, his dad, yourself, big parts of Britain's success so far. Luke Dillon also in the event for the men. But getting out of your country of origin must be huge too. I know both you and Lucas actually spent a good amount of time in Australia preparing for an event like this.
Yeah, we had a whole month in Australia with a GB team. They're doing some great things at the moment. Yeah, it's just perfect to be out of the country as much as possible, surf with the best surfers. That's what makes us improve, so it's working.
Okay, what kind of wetsuit do you wear at home, and how different is it here in Puerto Rico than what you would be surfing normally?
Yeah, back home it's cold. I was just FaceTiming the boys back home and they're in 5mm, boots, gloves, hood. But here it's just lovely. It's free, you feel so loose, and yeah, it's good. It's lovely.
Congratulations, Stan. See you in the next round.
Thanks, guys. You.
Great to hear from Stanley, feeling stoked not to be wearing such a thick bit of neoprene.
Lovely. It's lovely. Good on him, mate. We saw him in El Salvador and he was super impressive down there. Powerful, strong, aggressive, determined, and I can see the momentum building in his young career.
Battle now for Lester out of Guatemala. Goofy foot surfer eyeing off the right to start it off. Powerful,
beautiful.
displacing a bit of water as he connects those first couple of turns.
That was really nice surfing. Lester Hernandez just looks so fluid, powerful and strong, like you said, big, chunky guy with that we've seen so many great surfers with that similar build to he. The way he threw that board around and how smooth and controlled he was with that power was a great combination. Make for some big scores if he gets the right waves, that's for sure.
Opening wave to drop through now for Hernandez. Now back to, you know, the talk about paddling out and having to maybe compete at a wave like Tehupo. What was it like for you the first time you surfed there? Were you going for a contest? Were you going there just on a surfing trip? And what was that first surf like for you? Well, we'll get back to that in a moment because we've got so much live action happening here. Billy Stearman now on his forehand. Oh, great. Turn, sets it up for a powerful finish as well.
Geez, we've seen some authoritative performances from the big name stars.
That's a great description.
Yeah, so strong, so powerful. The speed and the sharpness in the rail surfing. Yeah, it's been an impressive morning.
Seraphim from Team Ukraine up and riding. Nice carve back into the section as he dives off of his board.
Flat like a starfish, so he didn't get those urchins.
Smart decision there. 12 minutes remaining on the clock as we'll have a score to drop now for last of red. First of green was a 4.73 on the board, and we've got a 3-point ride for the opener of blue.
Yeah, it's just that wave went flat on the face, but he just showed us so much potential. Great style and class in the performance.
Few umbrellas out today, not for any scare of rain in the forecast, but because that sun is starting to be pretty hot.
Yeah, it sure is. It's balmy out there. I forgot my sunglasses, walked out. I didn't know what a mistake that was. And back to that conversation of having to surf somewhere like Tehupo or Pipeline. I've never competed at Tehupo. It was never on the tour while we were there. I think the first year it came on was a year or two after I retired in '97. But I went there in the early 90s, stayed with Batea David. As we see the replay here, let's just check out this beautiful wrapping snap and then into a little high line float to finish. Beautiful, controlled. Definitely feels like it's going to be better than the 5.33 to me. We see it again, the first turn out of the lip, flaring. Second turn, a wrapping, carving turn with just complete speed and flow all the way through that performance. Cuts out, and I bet he's pretty stoked with that one.
7.5 drops through for the last wave of Billy Stearman.
Yeah, rightly so. You know, definitely a couple of points there between wave one and that. A good scale set by the judges early, sticking with it throughout the day. Haven't seen any tube rides for quite some time. That was a feature of those early heats. And now with that little ruffle on the wind, not so much the case.
Sebastian Williams, representing Team Mexico. Getting ready to paddle out next and hoping to join his teammate in Al, sitting next to him there on the beach for Olympic qualification. He does well at this event, lands himself in the top 6 eligible men. He'll be joining his buddy.
And he was super impressive down in El Salvador. We watched him a couple of just heroic moments in heats to pull out victories. Big turns in big moments. And Al Cleland Jr. already qualified, gives him a hug, wishes him the best, leaves him to have a moment of quiet contemplation before he takes to the water. 9 minutes left in this one.
And our surfer in green looking to put himself in position.
Look at that one.
Ooh, a little bit of spit.
Bigger wave.
Nice wall. Sam putting himself in the spot here for Team Costa Rica. Pumps off the bottom. Nice opening combination. Grabs that rail as he drives back into the foam.
Really liked that first bottom turn. Where he came from in that bottom turn was so deep, squared it up out of the bottom. The 4.73 was really good surfing too from the Costa Rican. Impressive young man.
He'll now be chipping away at that 8.1 requirement. Let's take a look at it here.
See how he faded it? See where that bottom turn came from? So far behind the whitewater, it was just beautiful and carvy, and there's got to be points in that bottom turn alone to me. Dropped down the face, faded it back a little, and then laid it over so beautifully. See, faded it back there and then just laid it over so beautifully. Laid a bit of a variation on the top turn to give it some variety. A little whitewater float there to finish up. Gets the completion. Definitely going to be a second good score on the board to go with that 4.73 and consolidate his second place.
7 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and a score to drop through for Sam Reedy out of Team Costa Rica. Now, back to that first surf that you had.
Yeah, so we Vatea, David, back then they used to go down to the end of the road when the swell was flat at Tapuna, the breaks closer to town. So it's flat, and he goes, we're going to go down the end of the road. I'd never heard of it. No one surfed it back then. It was brand new, and we went down there. It was 2 to 4 feet. And it's right on the reef. And I'm like, wow, it's so shallow, it's so dangerous. And, you know, the smaller it is, the more it moves in on the reef, of course.
Yeah, the shallower it gets.
Yeah, but then I started seeing the, footage of they'd held an event there, and you started to see it at 6 feet, 8 feet, then Laird's wave, and it just didn't make sense that they could be riding waves that big in such a small area of the reef. Here's the Kiwi.
As we see Billy now, opening maneuver, now setting himself up for some more rail work on this open face. Drifts that tail around a little too far. Can't hold on to control.
Yeah, got the weight a little bit forward over the front foot. Seen that a couple of times. Saw Baron Mamiya do a very similar thing on that big air that he did. Keep that weight centered back.
We've got another 4 on the board for Sam Reedy, a 4.33 to back up the 4.73, so he's sitting in a more convincing second place position with a 6 and an 8 on the board for our 3rd and 4th place surfers. We've got our surfer in blue that's having a look there. He's not quite going to get into it. We might have a paddle for this set. See if he decides to turn around on the inside. Blue is sitting with first priority. Green has to paddle past. And Lester, with that style, that fluidity, now up and riding.
Ooh.
And is able to capitalize on that second section. He's looking to just, improve on that 3-point ride.
And really, that wasn't the type of wave you want to catch, really. When people have got 7.5s and 5s, or even the 4.73, 4.33 in second place, we see the replay. Billy, you really need to be on bigger, better waves to match those scores. He's got the surfing performance, Hernandez, no doubt about it, as we see Billy lay this one over, and there's that weight come forward over the front knee a little bit too much, and the nose dug in that bit and it's just slowed him down. He's got the turns. Watch this closeout turn right here. Beautiful backhand re-entry, clean as a whistle. He just needs to put that same performance that we've seen on those 2 rides on better quality rides or better quality waves, and he could be getting big scores and definitely challenge Samuel Reedy from Costa Rica for second place. First place feels like feels sewn up at this point in time. Don't want to jinx him, but with 4 minutes and 45 left on the clock, Billy Stammen's been putting on a powerful display.
Billy being able to build to that 7.5. Sure, a couple of attempts, but even to open on a 5.33 is a great way to start off the heat.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and then build into the 7. Couple of 0.2 and a 0.5 in between there, so a couple of mistakes. More in the wave selection department than anything, and it's amazing how critical wave selection is. It's really, it's the be-all and end-all largely. You can take off on a bad wave and turn it into a good score if you're an incredible surfer, but by and large, you need to be putting it on the best waves you can find.
Reedy now finding himself a wave with a little bit of pocket to it, using that rail. Just pushes through that final turn, drifts the fins, and he's looking for one more section here on the inside. Great bit of rail work coming through from him.
Yeah, he's a great surfer. So much potential there for Costa Rica. really light on his feet, but then and fast, and then powerful when he's on the rail. Great combination of that speed, power, and flow. Elements of the judging criteria, so important. Can't be too much anything. Can't just be too fast or too powerful or too this or too that. You need that combination of it all coming together. Seraphin.
Great paddle. Clean looking wave out in front of him. Big carve to start. Keeping that composure low. That center of gravity as he's just flying down the line now, looking for that in section to tag the lip.
Going to be his best wave.
Billy now up and riding. Squares off the bottom, straight into that little corner. He's getting a lot of work done here. He's looking to improve on a 5.33 for the All Blacks.
All the way through, 2 minutes 30 on the clock. Pretty convincing first and second in this heat. They continue to find waves, continue to surf really well, and put pressure on Lester and Seraphim. Those two guys, it's a long way back from here.
Yeah, they've got a long road ahead of them, but they're going to have more opportunities throughout this week if they're unable to find those scores here.
Oh, he paddled for the first one and sort of put himself out of position for that wave right there. Maybe it closes out a bit fast. Bigger wave though. Put that big frame on there and lay into some of those backhand turns.
You can see it's what he's been looking for. He's wanted it this whole heat.
So, yeah, it doesn't matter how good you are. If you don't get the waves, you don't get the score. You don't get the opportunity to perform and show what you can do. And that's always the most, I don't know, disappointing part of surfing a heat is if you don't get waves. If you get, you get waves, you get the chance to surf, and you don't get advance. Well, fair enough. At least I did my best. I got some opportunities. But when you don't get the opportunities because you've missed them or you've selected the wrong waves, that one always burns.
You can feel a bit defeated coming out. In a setting like this for the ISA World Surfing Games, they'll have a team around them, coaches down the beach as well, as opposed to, paddling out, surfing your maybe a board riders event, a qualifying series event, a challenger series event, where you can maybe have that pack of, friends around you, but at the end of the day, you're really surfing on an individual basis.
Boom, there he is.
Hester now, finding that first turn with a lot of power, throwing a bit of spray on that second one, looking smooth as he finishes off that last turn. He's going to try and see if there's one more opportunity here.
I'm so glad there's a repechage round. I feel like that young man's got a lot to prove, and he's got the surfing performance and the power and the strength that, give him another chance, settle in. This is the first heat. It's always a nerve-wracking moment, your first heat. So Lester Hernandez from Guam, looking like going through to that repechage round, but showing that he's got the performance to challenge.
Yeah, he's got some great competitive experience behind him as well. Billy now coming in deep behind the section on this wave. Nice open face wrap to start. Drives through a little more dynamic on the second turn. As we see Sam Reedy, he's been holding on to that second place position. He is has a huge heart for the environment, for sustainability behind the scenes with what him and his family have been doing with their farms back in Costa Rica. So it's awesome to see, a surfer that's in the draw this week putting together top performance and could be, a likely contender to find that Olympic qualification. Who's also doing really important things for the environment behind the scenes.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people working in that space, a lot of good people doing good things around the world. Well, at times it feels like there isn't, and there's just all the other stuff going on. There's certainly a lot of good people doing good things.
Well, that'll round it out. Billy Stearman from New Zealand with the win, and Samuel Reedy of Costa Rica in second. Our bottom two surfers, Lester Hernandez and Serafin Romanov, will be heading into the repechage round. We've got more action to come because the waves are still just rolling down the reef here. We've got Chris and Rachel coming back in to call the action.
Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live Boricua.
Welcome back to the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from the Boricua nation of Puerto Rico. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. And out in the lineup, we've got Sebastian Williams, Ketut, Agus, Adia Putra, Rex Calderon, and Bernardo Brodowski. Poland, Nicaragua, Indonesia, and Mexico represent here in men's round 1 heat 16. Rachel, the first time I heard the word Boricua was in the Big Pun song featuring Fat Joe, not a player. Boricua, Morena. They said it about 15 times in that song. I always wondered what it meant, and now I know. Puerto Rico is holding beautiful waves, and the incredible surfing we're seeing in front of us right now is being done by Sebastian Williams. Hello, good morning, good evening from wherever you're watching. Sebastian Williams just laid a hammer on that Puerto Rican gem. Rachel, so far so good. We're looking at a local time of 1:24, and things are just heating up. Here goes Ketut. Quick snap there. This is a stacked heat. Top 2 surfers will advance through and stay on the main round. 3rd and 4th will go to the repechage rounds. Wow. The amount of action we've already seen here halfway through day 1 is stunning.
I was just doing that math with the heats. We are now into heat 16. We're running 30 heats today. So we are officially now halfway through. We see Bernardo up and riding.
Ooh. That was a cool, unique kind of stalled foam climb.
Yeah, well, I think we've seen a wave from every surfer now in this heat, and we're already 16 minutes into it, only 4 minutes have passed. So we have seen some slower heats throughout earlier today as the tide has been changing, but these surfers are having no problem finding some beautiful waves with Ketut. Wow.
Jeez, Ketut saved some spray for the rest of us. What an opening snap that was from this surfer representing Indonesia. Strong start. Big finish. That's exactly what the judges are looking for. Sebastian Williams now right behind him. This is when you don't want to be a judge. Puerto Rico is a wonderful vacation destination, but for our judges, they are working overtime here on this beach.
Absolutely. Especially now we've just seen another 2 waves ridden. So many waves ridden in this. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 waves already ridden in the first 5 minutes. Not even 4.5 minutes of this heat, which is absolutely insane. We have an exciting one on our hands as we still wait for those scores to drop for Sebastian, Ketut, and for Bernardo.
And while he is in the lead right now, let's talk a little bit about Rex Calderon, representing Nicaragua, 31 years old, from San Juan del Sur. His favorite break, Playa Yankee. He's on an Everly surfboard. He is the champion of Central America. Surfer, skater, doing it for the 30-somethings. I love that this is really an all-ages event. We've got 13 years old all the way up to mid-40s.
Yeah. Yeah, a wide spectrum of demographic of people around the world, but it is Red's Wave Sebastian. Look at that. Releasing the fins again on this one, just adding that oomph of power with his back foot. And then we see Green's response. Nice open canvas face, gets a little bit farther out for that cutback, wraps it all the way around. That is not one that he will keep. He improved upon that one later on as we see this replay of Blue getting nice high and up, getting not as much speed through that second turn, but finishing it off with a bang there. And then White's first wave, finding that pretty crazy foam climb. He just came out with that with so much speed, and as that foam was coming at him, this was a beautiful wave. Look, there's so many waves to replay. The judges are doing this, but in threefold because they're watching them over and over and over again, finding their scale. But that was a beautiful wave. Lots of power, control, zest, I think is the word to pull away from that wave.
That could be in the judging criteria, zest.
Yeah, I think it could be. This is probably the most well-rounded wave surf, though. Nice variety of maneuvers and a strong finish.
Sebastian is an incredible surfer from Puerto Escondido, Mexico. Get right back into it. Calderon.
Just giving no break for the judges at all.
Well, luckily they don't need it. They're all experts in their field.
Absolutely.
Yago Dora will be coming up next. Oh my goodness. This has to be a typo. That's a final. Yago Dora, Brian Press, Marco Giorgi, and Joey Gale. Bahamas, Uruguay, El Salvador, and Brazil in the next heat.
We've been seeing some extremely stacked heats for this opening round, haven't we? A few of these heats have just, we've said that a couple times now, going, wow, this could be a finals day heat.
We'll see if the Brazilian storm can start whipping back into action. Slow start for the Brazilian contingent here in 2024. This could be an event that we see that hurricane of talent start to build a little bit of momentum. It's wild to think there are no Brazilians currently in the top 10 on the championship tour for the men's side. So will the ISA World Surfing Games in 2024 be where the Brazilian storm starts to whip into a frenzy again, Rachel?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have the reigning current WSL world champion being Felipe Toledo has taken that year off. I think we can presumably say, let's say, to focus on his ISA and Olympic campaign this year, and he will be competing in coming up as well. So you're right. Let's see how that Brazilian storm, especially, I think we especially see them at those World Surf League events or other events where it's not necessarily a team, it's that individual competition. They still seem to operate as a team and work together with their fellow Brazilians. And so here, when they actually are meant to be a team, I think they're going to turn into that quote-unquote Brazilian storm.
Yeah. I think they want to be doubted. I mean, you can't doubt them for long. It's only 2 events so far on the championship tour, so I'm sure I'll be eating those words and most likely hear it from surf fans, and that's totally fine because they're that good. And we see Rex Calderon now making a push. Burying his rail, throwing water, finishing strong. Great 3-turn combo there for your surfer representing Nicaragua. So he'll be used to punchy, powerful waves like this. And warm water, of course. But at the moment, it's Sebastian Williams running away with it with a 7 and a 5.5. Katut in second for now, the 5.33. We'll see what Rex gets on that last wave. I like this combo here, Rachel.
Yeah, coming fast off the bottom. Nice cutback in the critical portion of the wave. Another cutback and a solid finish straight up into the lip. Nice powered control. He's not looking for a high score here, so that will definitely add in. So that will improve his score line. It'll be interesting to see if it's that 4.58 to improve into second position.
So 9:50 to go. The very basics are surfers' top 2 highest scores will be combined to their heat total. If it ended right now, Sebastian Williams with a 7 and a 5.5, the 12.5 total would get the win. But 9.5 minutes in surfing is a pretty long time. It doesn't seem like long on paper, but a lot can happen and a lot of things can change. As you see, conditions are changing a little bit as well. The wind has switched. But the good news is there's plenty of power still in the lineup. And surfers at this level aren't really affected by wind. In fact, guys like Yago Dora, Felipe Toledo, they actually like a little bit of wind on these waves because that gives them ramps. And we will see airs happening, I guarantee you, as this wind picks up a little bit through the rest of the afternoon. 1:30 local time here in Puerto Rico. Aikatut August Arya Putra currently in second place. Calderon third. Bernardo Brodowski in 4th. So with 8.5 left here, Olympic hopes on the line with Sebastian Williams and Katut, both in contention to potentially qualify for Paris 2024. Katut August Arriba Putra. So good. He named him 5 times. He is a powerhouse, and he has been on the international surf scene already for quite some time at only 22 years old. That's a name we've been seeing a lot, especially here in ISA competition. Surfing like that, we're going to see a lot more of him. Rex Calderon now backs it up. Extended layback carve. Kind of a smaller, more compact wave, but he makes full use of it with 3 turns. Pops out there, so 744 again, giving the judges a lot to chew on there.
Yeah, Katut had great wave selection with that one. Just offered so much potential throughout that wave for a variety of maneuvers, and to really show the judges and convince them, give them a reason to give him a solid score. That will definitely be going into his score line as he's looking to drop that 2.57. And there it is. It's dropped in as a 6.5, his highest single wave score, and the second highest wave score of the heat.
Watch out. Sebastian Williams representing Mexico. He's got a gem. Deep bottom turn, straight up into the lip. Well beyond vertical. We're talking 2 o'clock. And you can tell he was feeling that first turn. Riding that Slater Designs Danman FRK. I believe, or that could actually be the new Slater Designs board that Sebastian has actually helped that team develop. Meanwhile, Bernardo Brodowski, representing Team Poland. He was born in Rio de Janeiro, raised at that incredible wave Operador. Great-grandfather is from Poland. In World War I, moved to Brazil. So Bernardo with that Polish lineage in his family, citizen of the world. But he started competing in 2011. And here's that last one, that 6.5 of Katut.
Yeah, that is, we've already seen those 3 first turns. He's going to milk it towards the end here. I think he gets one more turn as well. No, it cuts out. Just a beautifully milked wave from that front angle now. Nice carve all the way around. Stays right in the speedy part of the wave and then utilizes that. Gets that slash, comes all the way back around. Beautiful carve, use of the rail there. And then one more snap around. Really shoves that back foot. A wide variety of maneuvers there. And then we see Sebastian up and riding. Going, look at that slow-mo, like you said, 2 o'clock. And then goes straight into this second turn, coming all the way around. That was a beautiful transition. Nice, fluid, powerful, and then continues that power, releases the fins, puts that stamp, and that score came to be a 5.53. So he has now a solid lead on the heat as we see Rex quick in and out.
Whew, some breathing room for all of us involved right now. This heat has been flaring up since the jump. Round 1 heat 16, big numbers coming through. You got a 12.53 total for Sebastian Williams, your leader. Katut Agus Arriba Putra in Indonesia, 11.83 total, both surfers in the double digits. Sebastian Williams was your flag bearer for Team Mexico. Took part in the Sands of the World ceremony. There's Team Brazil's Galgo Dora in the red jersey, making his way into the lineup. One way in, one way out. You do not want to come in anywhere else. You look at that reef, it is sharp, unforgiving.
And I've heard there's quite a few little sea urchins right there on the shoreline. So you'll see the surfers jump on their boards and probably as shallow as they can to avoid putting their feet into any form of reef.
Love this little moment of zenful preparation. Yago Dora. Yeah, there it is. A little shallow paddle.
Yeah, yeah.
Go
You
too
just see
deep
those
when you first
fingertips.
take off. Water's about, what, 80? Air's about 80.
Yeah.
It's perfection
It's
in my
beautiful.
book. Nothing but trunks needed.
Wow.
Sebastian Williams. He's just putting together a video part right now. And it just so happens to be he's in a jersey, so it's all coming together for the young surfer representing Mexico.
I think Rex is getting a little bit unlucky here. He's had some really amazing moments on his waves, but unfortunately that wave selection just not providing what he's needed to get above that 3 range. I think if we saw him get on a wave like Sebastian or could have chosen, he'd have a much higher scoring potential. But because of the high scores that Sebastian and Ketut have both locked in, Rex needs the high task of an 8.3 and Bernardo needing a 9.36. This is where you're pretty happy to sit when you're in first and second, and those are the requirements you hear. You start feeling pretty comfortable with 2 minutes remaining. Looking at that replay of Sebastian, he just comes off the bottom so powerful, and he was so close to completing this, but unfortunately, just because he didn't nudge right out of the whitewash, I'd say that was incomplete. But see, coming straight off the vertical, but then unfortunately not having as much opportunity to back up that first maneuver, and I think that's what we've continued to see on his Rex's waves in specific.
Little slip there for Bernardo. Calderon, he's going to have to rely on some Rex Quandel, as made famous by Napoleon Dynamite. Because an 8.30 is a big number. He does have 1:27 seconds to go. Unfortunately, well, actually, fortunately for Rex, he made it out in time. He's in second priority. He's got to try to stay away from Ketut.
Yeah. That's where you'd probably see Ketut, if Rex didn't need such a high score, I think Ketut's sitting there pretty comfortable at the moment, but if it was any lower requirement, we'd see green sitting right on top of blue, not allowing him to take off on any waves.
And that is an important part of the game here as Sebastian Williams, beautiful bottom turn, top turn, carve / combo, still going, flying down the line. I mean, if you're going to have a name on your surfboard, why not make it Slater's name? The Slater designs that have been helping Sebastian achieve the glory which we've just witnessed for the last 29.5 minutes. You know, Sebastian is a part of that team that's, I mean, imagine helping Slater and Dan Mann and the team just fine-tune your boards. You can tell that Sebastian and his surfboard are one.
Yeah.
They are one organism, and they're working together to great effect. A 7 and a 5.53, Sebastian Williams, convincing victory there, but Ikatut August Adiaputra comes through with a strong second place finish. Time is up. Rex Calderon from Nicaragua and Bernardo Bordowski, representing Team Poland, will be in the repechage round. They'll have another shot to get back onto the main podium, but congrats to our two advancing surfers, Indo and Mexico. Mexico has made a huge push in the last 5 to 6 years to put themselves right in the top 10 in nearly every ISA competition. And with last year's winner, Alec Cleland Jr., still swinging away through the field, Team Mexico is looking strong here in 2024.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and it'll be interesting to see what they're able to come away with in terms of Olympic qualification and how that narrative continues to play out.
There's Sebastian on his commute home from work. What a fun surfer to watch. Excited to see more. There's some fans of Sebastian, and his fan base is growing by the minute. We got a lot more action to come. You're watching the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games more surfing like this potentially to follow. We got Iago Dora coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live boricua.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games, and check this spot out. We got a massive skate park right on the beach. Incredible waves lining this coast. Arecibo, Puerto Rico is holding. It's about 80 degrees in the air, 80 in the water. The perfect venue for the ISA World Surfing Games 2024. And yes, Rachel, I did bring my skateboard. And after this wraps up, be right there, joining the locals.
Yeah, that question was on the tip of my tongue.
Sure. And we're back at it. The business at hand. Who will be in the upcoming Paris 2024 Olympics? Who will be wearing an ISA medal by the end of this week? Could be Marco Giorgi. This guy is an absolute powerhouse, an incredible surfer representing Uruguay. He's been doing it at a high level for a long time. He'll be going up against Iago Dora from Brazil, Brian Perez from El Salvador, and Joey Gale from the Bahamas. Joey Gale, what a story. He's brought with him from the Bahamas. His father was an ISA competitor. His grandparents moved to the Bahamas in the 1950s, bought a private island from the Queen of England, where his whole family lives to this day.
It's incredible.
His hometown got decimated in 2019 by Hurricane Dorian. So he is here not only to surf, but also to raise awareness for his beautiful home country of the Bahamas that it's still rebuilding from that storm in 2019. Him and his dad are professional sailors. They compete in international regattas. Ocean people. And they're good at everything in the ocean.
Yeah, I think I read too. He's never performed on an international stage in surfing. He's just performed on an international stage in sailing. So what a cool experience to now see him be multiverse in sports internationally.
Can't wait to see what he's got for us here in Puerto Rico. Well, two ripping surfers representing Mexico. One just won the heat.
Sebas, big congratulations. Finally, Mexico, one of the higher seeds in the event, because your performance last year, Alan winning the event, has elevated your performance. And not only that, you guys are one of the top seeds at this ISA World Surfing Games. Talk to me about finally getting recognition from Team Mexico.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mitch. As it should be. You know, it's been a long time coming till we saw Mexico on top, and it's no surprise. Alan,
one of the best in the world. Highly regarded as one of the best surfers in the world. All around, everybody knows. One of my best friends, Alan, and my other best friend, Johnny Corso, also world-renowned surfer, world champ, 2 world champs. You know, it just makes me so proud and gives me all the motivation that I need to want to make the finals and want to win.
I'd add your name in there too. I think you're one of the most complete surfers in the world. You can do it in any kind of in any kind of condition, I would say. But you're one of the greatest free surfers in the world too. How do you have to tone it down every now and then within a jersey, knowing that all you need to do out there is advance through every single round?
Thank you, Mitch. That's a great question. Thank you for asking that. You know, my surfing, you know, as soon as I stand up on a wave, every fiber in my body just wants to go for the biggest maneuver possible right off the first section. And then the competitive side in me and the, you know, the calm strategic side tells me to surf safe and just surf how I have to surf to make every heat. So finding the balance between those two sides has been a challenge throughout my career. But I'm looking forward to each event and every single heat, just improving more and more.
I like hearing that. Anything you want to say back in Mexico?
Of course. Un saludazo a todos mis amigos que están en casa, mi familia, toda la banda mexicana. Un saludazo a todos los que me apoyan de todo corazón. Se los aprecio, los extraño mucho, los quiero mucho y vamos por más y más. ¡Viva México!
Felicidades, Sebas.
Sebastian Williams is up next. Would not be surprised to have a 3rd gold medalist representing Mexico. He is that good of a surfer, and I love what he said right there. Look, I got all the free surfing skills, but I also have that competitive knowledge. You put those things together, you've got a champion. So Johnny Corzo, he's got gold. Al Cleland Jr., he's got gold. Rachel, will Sebastian Williams have gold at the end of this week?
Ooh, I think he has a good campaign to do so. That was an fantastic opening heat. I just loved listening to him in his post-heat interview where Mitch is asking him about his experience out there. He spent most of his time talking about his teammates and his idols and just how much that has meant to him, looking up to them, and how that has influenced where he is today. And you can hear a lot of passion in his voice, a lot of drive. So I'm excited to see how that continues on heat on heat.
A lot more to come from Sebastian Williams. He is fired up too. Love to see it. 12.5 to go. Marco Giorgi, the only real score of note for now, a 6.5. Yago Dora clocked in a decent backup score, a 4.83. Yet to see the Pink Panther, Brian Perez, representing El Salvador, and Joey Gale from the Bahamas will be up next. Just took a quick peek at Joey Gale's Instagram. He rips at skateboarding. We'll see if he can apply some skateboarding tricks to this aquatic skate park as we see Marco Giorgi, absolute powerhouse.
Yeah, really leaning his body weight into that first turn, getting all that power out, and again, finding one of those waves that we saw being higher scores of the last heat too, that just offered multiple maneuvers. This is Yago's 4, and a two mid-face turns. There we go, one critical turn going all the way up to the top of the wave, and then another mid-face turn. So that's the reason we didn't see that variety. The judges then would not have rewarded that in the same way as Marco's.
I mean, the cool part about that was light work for Yago. I mean, that was an easy 4.83 for him. Imagine when he really gets the ability to wind up on a bigger, better wave. He's going to be dropping some big numbers, no doubt. But time is flying. 11:19 to go. We're almost halfway through this round 1, heat 17. Big set on the horizon. Wind has whipped up just a little bit, but conditions are staying strong and incredibly rippable. Joey Gale out the back in white does have that priority spot, but it's going to be Yago Dora in the right spot, the right time. Big snap float, little free fall there. So a bigger wave than his previous effort. Love that ability to just do those backhand carving whips. I mean, I think that's an underrated, highly technical maneuver. To be able to do a turn that fast and that smooth on your backhand, kind of on a flatter section of the wave, and make it look good and give the judges something to score is really difficult.
Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head of being in that flatter section, but still looking like you're going through a turn with power and control. That's where it shows the talent that he has and that he is. But that was more of like what we could expect from Yago. throughout this event, that was a much stronger wave that will replace that 483, and obviously that second wave of, well, that was his second wave.
I feel like Yago's come to Puerto Rico with a chip on his shoulder, and I like to see it. He did lose his cool at Sunset Beach, had an emotional finish, got angry, and I'm here for it. I want to see Yago Dora angry. I want to see what he's really capable of. I mean, he is started off known as a free surfer, applied all those skills to competition, and now he's one of the best in the world in a jersey. And there's nothing wrong with bringing a little bit of aggression, maybe just a little bit of anger with you in a contest like this. You're going to need it. There we go again.
There we go.
This is Yago surfing on
Wow.
all cylinders firing. That was one of the best turns of the day, hands down. Done in the most critical section of the wave. That's Yago angry, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, strategically speaking, like you were saying, that 483 that he opened up with, it was really safe surfing, and he still got nearly A5. Now, as a surfer, you can get out there and kind of do something a little bit basic and coax the judges into giving you a decent score, so then when you start unleashing like this, they have no option but to go much higher.
Oh.
Look at that
I could
little
hear that
free
from
fall.
a mile down the beach.
Yeah, that was beautiful, powerful, and in control at all points.
It's definitely going to be a huge number as well. So we see Joey now. Nice stylish carve there. Smaller wave, but maximizing the potential of this wave. Goes for the finish, goes down. That'll be a decent way to start for Joey Gale representing the Bahamas. You know, back to Yago and that searing backside hook.
Searing.
It's almost like he's tired of being left out of that conversation. You had the three-headed monster. Gabriel, Italo, Felipe. Yago's kind of just hovering around the peripheral. Not anymore. He's the highest ranked Brazilian surfer on the WSL Championship Tour for 2024. And I think he's come down to Puerto Rico to compete here at the ISA World Surfing Games to make a statement.
Well, we do know the highest ranked men's team will get that third position to send a third slot over to the Olympics. So
you're saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance.
Well, Yago knows. I mean, you can tell he's surfing with vicious intent for every section he's going into. Virgin Islands will be competing coming up in the next heat. Excited to see what number comes across the board for Yago. Got a 5.33 and a 4.83 for now.
8.
Boom. Just like that. Rewarded. And that's really, I mean, I would say 7 of those points came on the strength of that second turn.
Yeah.
Incredible. Brilliant surfing for Yago Dora.
The strength and the composure through the criticalness of that hack and then coming back down, had that bit of a free fall and just maintained that composure all the way through, rode out of it, no problem. Never gave the judges a moment of doubt whether he was riding out of that maneuver.
And a multi-time gold medalist in Leandro Osuna. Lele. He'll be coming up next. Anytime this guy hits the water in an ISA jersey, look out. You're in for a great show. So 6:30 to go here. Yago Dora well into the lead with the 8 and a 5.33. Currently in second priority. Marco Giorgi out the back with a 6.5. Still waiting for his second wave. Joey Gale climbs up into third with a 2.33. I don't want to speak too soon. We have not seen Brian Perez take off on a wave yet. Where is the Pink Panther?
Yago staying busy.
Thankfully, because I think we all want to see more Yago Dora.
Yeah.
As much Yago as we can get. That second turn was radical.
I think this is how you utilize a first heat now. He's gotten those statement scores. He's feeling really comfortable for that win from this point on, and is now just going to try and improve that 5.33, just continue to put that pressure on, up that requirement. But also, you know, if we go into, we're going to finish round 1 tomorrow. Maybe we'll go into round 2, but maybe we'll start the repecharge round. So he might not be surfing in a jersey for the next couple of days, so he's maximizing this heat time. Looking at that replay, coming off the bottom nice and strong on that backhand, really laying everything he has into it and riding out smooth.
You know, I love the free surf Yago, but the contest Yago is just as good. That second turn, going upside down and into it on a section like that, underrated for how hard that is to do, and remain in control. Judges loved it too. 6, 6, 7. Sometimes it only takes 2 to get yourself a solid number. Now Yago's sitting on a 14.67 total already with 4 minutes 42 seconds to go. I'm loving the Yago Doro show so far. And now it becomes pretty much a battle for second place. Marco Giorgi.
Wow.
Goes into a 2-stager and goes down. Wave kind of collapses around him.
He went for that layback, but then the lip just swallowed over him, and he had no chance of lifting himself back up out of that.
Yeah, Marco Giorgi is such a great surfer in any conditions. Watched him surf in some incredible heats at Pipeline, big Sunset Beach. He was always a standout in the Triple Crown, which I feel like it's missing in surfing. We got to get the Triple Crown of surfing back. So guys like Marco Giorgi can show us what they have in Waves of Consequence. 3 minutes 46 seconds to go. Marco Giorgi also an ISA standout anytime he competes here in the International Surfing Association. He's been doing it since he was a junior. Definitely the most famous surfer from Uruguay.
Yeah, and has been putting on a show. He does have that one wave score of a 6.5 that he got right at the beginning of the heat. Hasn't found that backup, but he is sitting pretty comfortable. Joey in third place still has that requirement of a 5.18, which is it's not nothing. You know, he has to put a wave together of multiple combination of maneuvers, so the pressure is on. However, Joey does have first priority.
Thankfully for these 3 surfers in their bid towards ISA Gold, but unfortunately for the rest of us, and I know we're all huge Brian Perez fans, no sign of the Pink Panther from El Salvador right now in the lineup. We'll have to get the scoop as to where is Brian Perez, but right now Marco Giorgi, unforced error on the end there, but a couple good turns down the line. He'll definitely get rid of that one. Now the question is for Joey Gale, what's he gonna do to get himself a 5.18? And that ask is gonna have to be a little bit bigger now after the last wave from Giorgi. I love a wave like this where you have channels on either side, right? Nice and easy to get out. Once you get out there into that impact zone, you're in harm's way. This is a powerful wave. It packs a punch. We've already seen some of the world's best get absolutely pounded out here, even on just a head-high day.
Yeah.
You're in the wrong spot when this wave breaks. You're going to get worked.
And not seeing it so much this afternoon, but this morning, that opportunity for the barrels that was very exciting that we saw utilized by multiple surfers throughout all of those opening heats.
1 minute 40 left. Safe to say Yago will be making it through this heat. Marco Giorgi has to fend off Joey Gale. Joey with that 2.33 now needs an 8.17.
That's the kind of requirement you want to put on the person sitting in third place with a couple minutes left, and when they have priority. He got that wave under priority and just upped that requirement. A lot different of an 8.17 to what the previous requirement in the 5s was.
Well, all he's got to do is surf better than Yago did, which is really hard to do.
It would have to be the highest single wave score of the heat.
I think of the day as well. Over here, at least on the men's side. I mean, that was one of the best waves we've seen of the day for sure for Yago Doro, and that was an 8.
And we actually haven't seen it go throughout the day. We haven't seen many excellent range scores actually dropped. We've seen a lot of high 7s, but the judges have been really selective of when they actually go into that excellent range of the 8 or above.
I think that's good. I mean, especially this early in competition. It's Joey now. Is this the 8.17? It is not. The wave just closes out around him. Try to show us a little something different. Fading to the left. Leaves Yago out the back, and Yago, one of the best goofy footers on the planet. Looks like he's looking for a left.
He's still hungry.
Yeah, would not be mad to see Yago go to the air right now.
Wants to utilize those last 5 seconds. Can he make it up? Marco does.
Does Yago take requests to do airs? I mean, he can.
It's like he heard you.
Yeah.
You did say
He
go
wanted
left.
it.
He tried to find the section, just never stood up, did it?
And that's going to be it. But Yago Dora just put on a clinic in backhand surfing. You know, known for how good he is in the air, but right there did it with brute force and pure power surfing. Yago Dora has entered the chat in a big way. One of the highest heat totals of the day. He finds the keyhole to come right on in. Got one little sandy patch. Looks like one of the only safe ways to get in from this break. I've been Chris Cote. This has been Rachel Tilley. What a fun heat to call there. Yago Dora went off, and the numbers are with him. Joey Gale goes to the repechage round. Marco Giorgi comes through in second place. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more. You're watching the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live boricua.
La primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, te amo pancho. Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho.
Campo Pancho, solo $4.99.
Te amo pancho.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from beautiful Puerto Rico, and we've got 4 more surfers entering this lineup, all with the intention of coming home with ISA medals. Guilherme Fonseca from Portugal, Leandro Osuna, Argentina, Robert Vislozil from the Czech Republic, and Kanoa Kijay Palmiano from South Korea. An international field, which you will see throughout this entire competition. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley, and we're watching Robert Vislozil, a Czech surfer living the good life in Indonesia. When he's not surfing, which is his passion, he sticks around the ocean, fishing, free diving. And if he's not in the water, he's on the beach, chilling on the sand, playing his guitar. Sounds like a pretty good life to me.
That sounds good. That does. And now he's here representing his country on the world stage.
He's earned his spot. He's your Czechoslovakian champion in 2022 and 2023. One of the best Czechs to ever do it.
Yeah, well, excited. He's gotten his campaign kicked off, although that will be a throwaway for him eventually, being only a 0.93. It was just a small wave. We know there's some nice waves of consequence still coming out there, as we just saw Yago Dora light it up. So I'm excited to see how these surfers continue on that pace.
We know a lot about Leandro Osuna, as he has been competing at a very high level. Multi-time ISA gold medalist, QS and Challenger Series standout. Let's talk a little bit about Kanoa Kijay Palmiano. He is from Yangyang Town in Gangwon Province. His favorite break is Soraki Beach. but he likes to surf Nias, Indonesia, Clown 9, Siagaro, in the Philippines, so he gets around. Here he is now. Team South Korea has been taking leaps and bounds. They seem to come back each and every year here in ISA competition, in the juniors, here at the ISA World Surfing Games as well. Vastly improving each and every year. And at only 16 years old, room to grow for Kanoa. He's got a 2:17 to start, 15:40 on the clock. Nice lead. Well, Mitchell Salazar is a great goofy footer, but he's standing next to one of the greatest goofy footers currently surfing in the world, Iago Dora.
Red has first priority, second priority green.
Here with one of the most entertaining surfers in the world, Iago Dora.
Currently white.
For those that don't know, I call you Gabinho, which means little cat, because your reflexes are extraordinary, Iago. You had one wave right there. You fit in 2 turns in a real short space. What was it like competing out here with just very few repetitions of being able to free surf the spot?
Yeah, I got here yesterday afternoon, so I had about 30 minutes to surf this morning before the event started, and I saw the waves good, so I was stoked already. The waves really fun, and that's all you can ask for. Like, a lot of opportunities is always good, and having a good board that you already trust, and yeah, I was ready.
How do you maintain that kind of smile that you have during an 8-day event? This tends to be a marathon and definitely not a sprint. The motivation is obviously there. You want to get the extra spot for Team Brazil, but more importantly, just being satisfied with your surfing.
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. I'm glad that there's a lot of rounds to go through, because I want to surf a lot in this trip and just really connect with my surfing again. I had a couple bad results in Hawaii, so I feel like I really have to work a little more, and surfing a lot here will help for sure. So I'm really excited and really happy to represent Brazil.
It's also really funny how the seating works here. Marco Giorgi, he surfs for Uruguay, but he actually lives in Santa Catarina, the same state as you. What was it like sharing the water with him when you guys live maybe just an hour away from each other?
Yeah, it's crazy because there's so many people, and just the coincidence of drawing Marco in the first heat, it's nice. I love Marco. We've grown up. Of course, he's older than me, but he's watched me grow up, and yeah, he's always been a great friend, so we're glad we both made that heat.
Anything you want to say in Portuguese back to Brazil?
Quero agradecer a galera de casa, todo mundo está torcendo, e vamos embora, vamos lá fazer o nosso melhor e tentar conquistar essa terceira vaga aí pro Brasil.
Muito parabéns, obrigado.
Well, of course he's happy and chill after a performance like that, but I stand by my statement that Iago Dora is angry.
Oh, I think he
has a switch,
made that,
right?
No,
Yeah.
but he made that point across by saying, I didn't have great results that he was happy with in Hawaii. He's here to surf a bunch of heats, get through. So in saying that, that means he has his eyes on the prize. He wants to prove, just get everything out of his system from his results in Hawaii and come away with something strong.
I mean, this could be a huge momentum shift for whichever surfer, male or female. You get an ISA gold medal, the rest of your year is going to be set up so nicely. I mean, it's only mid-February, so what a way to start if you have a successful campaign here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And Guilherme Fonseca, who's had great results in ISA WSGs in the past, has now put himself on the board with 12:28 to go. Robert Vislozil, the Czech Republic, just dropped to second as Leandro Osuna got himself a 6.43, and just like that, situation has changed. 4.33 for Guilherme Fonseca. He is now in second place. Palmiano currently in fourth with a 2.17. Still a lot of time left to go here.
Speaking of Kanoa before, he actually placed second in the LQS in the Korea Wave Pool event that happened not too long ago. So not just here representing his country from a shortboard perspective, but just an all-around versatile surfer.
Yes.
I love seeing that from surfers.
So cool. And South Korea has definitely one of the best wave pools in the world. And with a training facility like that, you know, I mean, could potentially create waves that are similar to the waves you're going to surf. I mean, you could study this wave right here, and with the technology they have there in South Korea in that wave pool, I mean, give me a gnarly, bowly, punchy right-hander all day long, and that'll give you the reps. You know, it's going to be different.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a wave pool compared to the ocean, but I mean, practice makes perfect, and if you're just going right all day long and doing those turns over and over and over again, it's going to give you an edge. It's going to help you and prepare you for a wave like this, which is basically a perfect right.
That wave pool event actually happened as it was snowing. The conditions, it was snow. Obviously, they were all wearing thick wetsuits, but what a different environment now. It's been a beautiful day. It's nice and warm, 80 degrees in the air, water similar temperature. So definitely not snowing around him at the moment.
It's downright pleasant here as we creep towards the afternoon. It's 2:13 here local time in Puerto Rico. Waves are still pumping. And out the back, we've got green Leandro Osuna dropping in on a nice double overhead wedge. Big, hard carve for this Argentinian power surfer. Great combo there. That opening turn, I mean, that was a straight up sword slash of a carve. Love to see power surfing on display from Leandro Osuna, a veteran here in surf competition, but he's got that kind of Grom mentality. You see him smiling and all pumped up and happy before his heats, and then he goes out and does hammer turns like that. Love to see it.
That wave really sucked up and stood up too. That was a bigger one than we've seen in a while, so he made the most of that. That'll go into his scoreline and make him sitting nice, happy on top.
And that was a feel-good turn too. You do a turn like that and you're going to come out with some extra confidence. I think this wave also deceptively fast. You know, when waves like this that you would find on the North Shore of Oahu, you know, you would find it kind of the power parts of this world. They come up out of nowhere so fast. For, you know, medium to average level surfers, get taken off guard quick. But when you're Leandro Osuna, you know exactly what to do. There it was, carve herd up and down the beach.
A beautiful upper body placement too throughout that. Just allowed him to torque all the way through. His lower body just finding that full wraparound, beautiful drawing of the line, laying into that rail, keeping that composure through the speed with that speed, and it drops in as a 4.83. So probably would have gone higher had we seen the opportunity to complete more maneuvers. It was just those two maneuvers. Although they were beautiful, they didn't offer that same criticalness that his 6.43 had offered previously.
Yeah, part of the judging criteria asks these surfers to do their turns in the most critical part of the wave, and like you said, you know, that's usually in kind of the oncoming lip or like a barreling closeout section. Leandro just had that big, beautiful wall to work with, not necessarily super critical. So the fact that he did get a 4.83 on, you know, I guess a quote-unquote easier part of the wave to ride is telling as to how good that turn actually was. He didn't need the gnarliest part of the wave to get that 4.83. But you know that, again, it felt great. That gives you confidence. That gets you pumped up. And when Leandro Osuna is pumped up and confident, big things happen. He's already in the lead, but I feel like that lead is going to grow in this next 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, with 7.5 minutes remaining, I mean, that is plenty of time when we're talking heat surfing. But these heats have been going by really fast, and it has been a somewhat slower heat in terms of wave opportunities. So as time winds down to this amount, as a competitor, you're sitting out there really wanting to now utilize these last 7 minutes. You're going to be really selective with the waves you take off on. There's not enough time anymore to just stay busy. He's going to, all the three surfers that are looking to get that advancing position are going to be utilizing their wave selection.
Look there at Robert Islazil, 29-year-old from the Czech Republic, surfing a Sharp Eye 77. Strangely quiet as of late for Guillermo Fonseca, who started strong with a pair of 4s. Wedged himself firmly into second place. We need a 6.93. Take the lead away from Leandro Osuna has the highest single wave score at 6.43. Portugal always comes through with a strong team. They are definitely a surfing super nation. Guillermo looking at that wave. No action towards the paddle, so gonna stay in second priority. Meanwhile, Palmiano tries to go for the snap. He goes down. Guillermo, late drop. Too late. Fully eject. He drops one priority spot. That leaves Leandro Osuna out the back in that top priority. And so while Leandro did paddle for that wave, there's no other surfers out in the takeoff zone, so he gets to maintain that top priority spot.
Yeah, he basically has a little window of freedom until those surfers get granted that second, third, and fourth priority to paddle for whatever he wants. Now that Red is back out in the lineup, he'll shortly be rewarded second priority, and then there it's rewarded. Now it's a little bit more strategic on how and when you paddle for a wave.
Now the drone angle is telling as well. I mean, this shows you how fast these waves kind of just pop up out of nowhere. Inside of 5 minutes now, Leandro Osuna in the lead. Guillermo Fonseca in second. Team Portugal is stacked. Frederico Moraes, Guillermo Ribeiro, Guillermo Fonseca, Francisca Kika Vaselco, reigning World Junior Champion, or 2023 World Junior Champion, Teresa Bonvillain, Olympic qualifier, and Yolanda Sequeira, an Olympian. Are you kidding me? That's the best Portuguese team we've seen in competition, I would say. I think it's the same team they fielded last year in El Salvador, but either way, that's an absolute powerhouse of a team.
Yeah, very strong on both the men's and women's side. And of course, we've just been watching on this podium one, the men's surfing today, but the women's surfing has been happening on podium two as well, and seeing strong performances from the women. And it is a collective of all the results that will lead to that team gold that everyone is here competing for to represent their country.
And if you are on isasurf.org, you can click the little square underneath the live feed where you will see podium 2. And that's where you can follow all the action there. The women are ripping just up the beach. Guillermo Fonseca now trying to get rid of one of his fours. Speeding down the line. Big section to hammer. Solid redirection there. Meanwhile, out the back, Leandro Osuna. Late to the party, but still gets fed. Nice snap there to finish that wave.
I've never heard something like that. I liked that.
We'll see if it sticks. So right now we're in women round 1 heat 20. Sol Aguirre is in the water, as well as Angelina Deschazer and Estela Lopez. So big heats happening on podium 2. And again, you can watch that live. Just click the podium 2 button. That right, I mean, what a heat on the women's podium. Colombia, Peru, Chile in the water. I love the isasurf.org website. It really provides you easy, direct links to find out everything that's happening in ISA competition, before, during, after. And they do put together some of the best highlights you'll see in all of surfing. As you see, Kanoa Hiji Palmiano ripping this kind of medium-sized wave all the way to the inside. Great surfing there for your surfer representing South Korea. Got a 2.17 and a 1 that will definitely be better than those two scores. Nicely done for Kanoa. 2 minutes to go, Rachel.
I think if Kanoa had done that exact thing on just a slightly bigger, more critical wave, he'd be getting a lot closer to that 6.33 requirement. I think it'll fall short due to the fact that it was just that little medium wave, but he had a nice zest and control about himself on that wave. And, you know, sometimes that's what it's about, in gaining that momentum. And he may run out of time in this heat, but it will be, he has repecharge heats coming up because it's a non-elimination round. Looking at Red's wave, this nice power and control.
Would you be okay if I stole your word zest for tomorrow?
Yeah, please.
Can I use that one?
I feel like we're seeing a lot of that. There we go. That one just really laying his body into that. And then Kanoa's wave. on his backhand.
That is zesty surfing. You're absolutely right.
It is. I mean, this is not a big wave, and so to get what he's milking what he is out of this wave, I think is really impressive, to say the least.
Well, his board looks good. You can tell he's got a cool style, and you know, this is where you learn. This is where you improve. I don't know who said it, but lose and learn is a huge part of surfing. You know, for Kanoa and Robert right now, they've already gained invaluable experience. I mean, you can't pay for this type of experience. To go against two veterans in Leandro Osuna and Guillermo Fonseca, I mean, they have already learned a lifetime's worth of competitive surfing in the span of 20 minutes. So with 27 seconds left, Leandro Osuna most likely will get the win. Guillermo Fonseca is second. Those two surfers will stay in the main round. Kanoa EJ Palmiano of South Korea in third. Robert Vislazil in fourth, representing the Czech Republic. A great heat all the way around, all four surfers with something to carry back to the beach with them. And much more to come. We're going to throw it back over to Barton and Shannon after this heat. We'll be taking a quick break. No, you're not going to go anywhere, surf fans. Wherever you're watching from in the world, let us know. At ISA Worlds, we're all over social media, so tell us how you're doing, how you're feeling, who you cheering for, which nation do you want to win. Post it up on your socials. We'll be watching, and we'll be right back after these brief messages. This is the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. Don't go anywhere.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing. The ISA strives to advance the sport of surfing by crowning world champions in multiple event disciplines each year. The World Surfing Games gathers the best national surfing teams to compete for gold. Since Olympic inclusion, the event has become a key part of the qualification pipeline for surfing in the Olympic Games. The World Junior Surfing Championship, which has celebrated surfing's youth since 1980, is a breeding ground for future generations of surfers, spawning the world champions of tomorrow. The World SUP and Paddleboard Championship combines the disciplines of SUP surfing, SUP racing and paddleboard racing into the world's most recognised event in stand-up paddle sports. The World Para-Surfing Championships gives universal access and opportunity to para-athletes to achieve sporting excellence. The World Longboard Championship showcases traditional longboard surfing, highlighting the style, flow and grace of this classic discipline. The quality and credibility of every competition hinges on the education of our officials. The ISA offers globally standardised certification courses for surf coaches and judges. A global standard adaptive surf certification program ensures instructors and therapists will be adequately trained and have the knowledge and tools to improve the skills of adaptive surfers. Global development of the sport across competitive and grassroots levels is a key element of the ISA mission. The ISA offers a scholarship program to young surfers who are outstanding role models in their communities and aids them in their education and surfing ambitions. Water connects the world, uniting us all. And together we can all create a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. We've got a lot on the line this week. We've got great national representation, team camaraderie. Got some competitive drive, though, because there's Olympic qualification on the line. And it is one of the ways that the ISA is making the world a better place through surfing. By getting surfing into the Olympics and having an opportunity like that for each one of these surfers to visualize themselves as Olympic gold medalists. Every one of these surfers in the water right now has an opportunity this week to qualify. Shannon Hughes here calling the action alongside Barton Lynch. And Barton, what an incredible opportunity in front of each of them.
It sure is. Here's Elliot Peretta-Reid from New Zealand.
Huge opening carve, lays it into the rail, tags the section for that second maneuver, now pumping, driving down the line, setting himself up here. Just tap the foam and finish off well.
Nice start. Look confident. Nice fluid surfing, but radical at the same time. You need that combination of those elements to excite the judges.
Now he's got a quick 7.17 already on the scoreboard. We do have another score to drop through from the panel now. We're just waiting for that. And we got a 1.27 on the board for Sergey out of Ukraine. He's wearing the white jersey. Carlos out of Costa Rica in the green, and Jose from Guatemala in the blue. About 5 minutes down this heat, just under 15 minutes still remaining. And Elliot's got to be feeling pretty good with a 7.17 that he kicked off with while we were watching that great piece on the ISA. And, you know, covering the many facets to what the ISA is actually working on behind the scenes, which is more than just holding the World Surfing Games.
Oh, absolutely. There's so much more. And there's some wonderful creative elements to the organisation that are seeing surfing flourish. Oh, that turn was just rich. This is the 717, and rightly so. First turn was just money from the start of that one, and still waiting on that second score. So look at this turn. Oh, that was powerful too. Wow, what a start from the Kiwi. Gets this little inside run, keeping the board loose and live on the water, slides the tail, whips it out of the top, finishes up confidently. Two great scores. That's got to be in the 7 range as well, one would imagine. Yes?
Yeah, those opening turns would have felt so nice.
Just buried the rail, drove it so powerfully. Judges are having a long, hard think. Carlos Munoz, another superstar, I suppose, of the sport. Costa Rica, I'm sure his family are at home watching. We'll send our love out to those guys. Got beautiful children, his wife Tamara.
See Carlos sitting farther away from the rest of the pack. Early in this heat, there was a little bit of positioning kind of on top of each other as we see Sergey up and riding on his second wave now. Putting together great opportunity for Team Ukraine. It's been incredible to see them in the mix the last couple of years. Carlos now on his couple forehand wraps to start off his campaign. Finds another corner of this wave. Looking comfortable, looking loose. Smaller wave selection, but at this stage with 12 minutes remaining on the clock, looking to just get that first score on the board. And we've got Mitchell Salazar down on the beach with another great interview.
Here with Leandro Osuna, two-time ISA gold medalist, proving once again that age is just a number. 36 years of age now, an Olympian, and once again, just going out there and competing well. Congratulations.
Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, I'm stoked to be here.
like you said, I think age is just a number. Surfers usually feel younger than what they really are. We may look older, but we feel younger. But I'm stoked to be here, you know. We're celebrating 60 years, and I told the other day that I've been doing this since 2004. So I've been here 20 years ago. So I'm kind of third tank of the ISAs in, and I love these contests, man. It's so fun, just seeing everybody from the world surfing, you know, surfing peacefully. It's a healthy competition, enjoying just everybody, just the whole surfing environment. So loving to be here.
Well, and you have the privilege of being one of the few times gold medalists at this event. But you grew up partially in La Jolla, California, in San Diego. I want you to be honest with me. How much do you think it impacted not only your career, but also your athletic development within surfing for you to be able to grow up in La Jolla?
Yeah, of course. La Jolla in Southern California gave me like the basics, you know, the first steps in surfing. I think my style comes from California, from surfing waves with a lot of power, point breaks, reef breaks. That's why, you know, I'm more line surfer, down the line surfer. It's hard for me to maybe surf small waves, get speed, but I like it when it gets there's a little bit of energy in the ocean. I can draw out my lines. So definitely a lot of my surfing comes from California, but I think my spirit and my garra, como decimos en español, it comes from Argentina, definitely.
That's for sure. Anything you want to say back home? 60 years, Fernando Guerra, a big part of this. Yeah. Argentina, you're making them proud.
Bueno, muchas gracias a toda la banda en Argentina, mi amor Pili, que está ahí en lo de Mili, Gabino, Noé, Gonza, Toto, Anchi, nuestros hijos ahí disfrutando. Saludos a la familia, a mis viejos, a mis hermanos, a todos mis amigos de Argentina, especial a los sponsors que siempre me apoyan y se siente la energía de lejos. Y a la gente de Puerto Rico, ¡vamos!
Crowd favorite, Lele, moving through.
Thanks so much. Always fun to hear the cheers behind the beach. I love when we get some of those interviews too, where you get the whole team that's there. You got flags, you got, you know, maybe a team chant at the end of it. And for Leandro, he's one of those names that has been in those moments so many times within his career. 20 years now.
20 years. That's been a great career. I love his energy. He's always in good vibes. And he's always spreading that stoke of surfing around the world. And you could just feel it in that interview. He's a good man. I think he works on the Athletes Commission with the ISA, so he understands the mission. He understands behind the scenes what's involved, making mention of the 60th anniversary, which is an amazing moment for surfing. And that's a long time to be, you know, deciding world champions and contributing to the growth of the sport. And Argentina, with Fernando Aguirre and himself, and really sort of putting that small, tiny little surfing nation on the global map and having such a massive influence on you know, what is now an Olympic sport.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's been so cool to see his journey through those years, you know, just as a grommet coming in and starting out competing to dream of maybe winning a gold medal one day, then to win multiple, to go on to be an Olympian, but also now, like you said, for him to serve on the Athletes Commission, it means that he's got a voice into what's happening with the future of our sport. He's had the opportunity, I know, in the last 12 months to travel, you know, to speak on behalf of surfing in front of the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, and represent on really huge stages, and to be able to get a feeling from other athletes from other sports that are in the Olympics as well. What are their federations doing for them? What can he bring back into the ISA that can be, you know, maybe pushing things forward, and as well as, you know, on the international stage as well as at home for him back in Argentina?
Yeah, I suppose we all look at the Olympic inclusion as being a massive opportunity for the sport. It obviously is. I think at the same time, the National Olympic Committees and the surfing federations of those nations around the world, I think 115 nations around the world are members of the ISA. Carlos Munoz got a 267 on the first one, up and riding on this second one, rose the tail. Might be a little bit better based on that closeout turn there. The first wave went a little flat and the board looked a little slow through the rail on a couple of those, on that first wave. Perhaps that was the long wait, you know, to get going. Took him over 5 minutes to get a wave.
Sergi up and riding, solid sized wave for him. This will be his best wave selection so far. We can see Jose Marroquin from Guatemala up and riding just behind as Sergi ducks out on the inside. Tags off the lip for Jose, and both of them with the urgency in their paddles back into lineup. They've got 7 minutes remaining on the clock, and we have got, you know, a little situation update for the audience back at home. Elliot is holding on to that significant lead. He had the 717 that he opened with, and then he backed it up with that 6-point ride, which has put him into a very significant position, so much so that it has Carlos Munoz sitting with a combination requirement, meaning he's chasing 2 scores on the board to get himself into that leading position.
Yeah, it looked like he just dropped to 4th as well. We see the replay here. Foam climb. Comes around the section into the closeout. Flares the rail. Tail slides a little bit, cuts out. Wants to get going early here. We'll see it from the front on angle. This is more like the judges would see this wave. Pumps through the flat a little bit. Beautiful closeout turn. Needs that second score. Needs to get moving. Because as you can see, he's down in the 4th place now. He's looking for a 2.49. He most probably gets that small score. There he goes. 3.63. So on the merit of the last turn, really the judges coming to the party, give him a nice big score and gets him into an advancing position with that 6 minutes left on the clock. Little priority, second priority battle here. Carlos has had some problems with his shoulder since he injured it at Pipe a few years ago. Seems like it's settled down now, and you know the amount of times it's actually re-dislocated is a terrifying thing for him, because you never know when it's going to pop out. I remember in El Salvador, in a moment, one of the great moments in his career, where he needed a score at the end, he popped this big air, landed, his shoulder popped out, he put his shoulder back in and then claimed the air. It was amazing.
Crazy to think of, you know, in those moments what you're capable of. Like, you imagine that happening to myself right now. I think there's no way that you'd be able to, you know, stand tall at the end of that and feel okay. But in that moment, all that adrenaline rushing through him, landed a massive, massive maneuver. That was such an incredible moment to be able to witness.
It really was.
And then for him to just have the composure, knew exactly what he needed to do, pop that shoulder back in, and throw those arms high.
Yeah, he's a real character, great character in the sport. And you know, I've done some work with Carlos over the years. He's someone I feel very fondly of, and it's great to watch him succeed. You know, on the Challenger Series, he didn't have as much success as he would have hoped to. That injury, the shoulder that we were referring to, kept plaguing him through competitions. He's had some time at home now, and I'm sure he's ready to fire up here and get an Olympic spot. We also know that story that he got a last-minute call-up to the Tokyo Games, jumped the plane. He had this story of trying to get there with those massive floods.
Unbelievable.
It was a journey to try and get there, a full mission through floods, and everything was working against him. And he got on the plane and just got there that little bit too late to take part. So that was disappointing. I'm sure he wants to rectify and replace that memory with something much, much better and make it to the Paris 2024 Games.
Got the opportunity this week. Top 6 men will be qualifying. Top 8 women will be qualifying. And that doesn't necessarily mean the top 8 at the event, you know, 1st place to 8th place, but it's the top eligible surfers. So there might be some double qualifiers, given that we've got about 30 surfers, 27 currently in the draw this week that are already qualified for Paris. As we see Carlos, just that quick backhand attack off the left. 27 surfers that are competing this week that are qualified, locked in, and they're already heading. So they're here, you know, to represent their countries proudly. A lot of teams to surf to try and win those highest ranking men's and women's teams to get maybe a 3rd slot for their countries. But for every one of these surfers, they've got that chance to be in that top conversation. And
yeah, that's, you know, you go 6 or 8 and you go, well, I'm a chance at that. That's quite a big number. A lot of opportunity. Here we go.
Elliott, he's on a roll. He's had 2 solid waves so far. Pumps down the line and doesn't really see what exactly he was looking for, what he wanted to see. So he's decided to kick out of it with control.
Sorry, mate. I was going to say we saw Carlos go a little left because he was in 4th priority, or a couple of lefts, just trying to find something, manufacture some scores. It's a very close heat. This guy needs a 3.67.
Small requirement. Jose, the 18-year-old out of Guatemala, one of the Groms on their team, lays it back on the finishing section. So he's working really hard to try and get to that 3.67. As we're down to 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he's not going to get it on that one, I think it's fair to say. Ukrainian surfer and I wouldn't even dare try to pronounce that surname because I'm sure I would butcher it. But it's great to have the Ukraine here. Here he is up and riding. Nice right-hander. It's stuck in the white water. Tall, goofy footer.
Now, what's something that he can look to improve on in a moment like that? What's kind of, if you were coaching and sitting in that role, a great way to be able to make that section on a wave?
Yeah, you can't really fight the white water. You need to take its lead. It's the dance partner. If it's sort of coming at you, you need to step away from it, give it some space, and create room to bottom turn around that section. So just giving yourself a little bit of space and not rushing it or forcing it. While you need to be fast and quick, you can't rush. So it's a complex situation. It's not quite that simple.
It's so complicated to think of that, especially when you're in there, you're wearing a jersey, and you got so much pressure on the line in an event like this, and you're thinking, you got to kind of feel what that wave is offering.
Yeah, absolutely.
And ride with it in that moment, while also then wanting to capitalize on each section that stands up.
Yeah, well, and you've got to match the moment of the wave with the moment of your performance, and there's times to sit it back and settle the performance down and just get a nice flow. Then when the moments, the sections stand, that's when you've got to really stand up here. Important ride.
Jose needs to stand up in this one. Great opening turn, sets it up for a second jam. Now looking to see if he can find that connection. It's going to be important. Chasing a near 4, essentially, to get himself the requirement to take away a position from Carlos Munoz, putting every bit of energy into it on the finish for the 18-year-old. As we take a look now at Elliot Parada-Reed, goes big, boosts off the lip, and he finishes off clean with one of the more progressive maneuvers that we've seen today.
Absolutely, and a sign that, I can see those sections, those oncoming sections, as we get through this event, we're going to see some massive airs.
Up and riding now, Sergi's made it around that whitewater. He's in a much better position on this wave. He had that speed, trims it off on that opening carve.
He only needs a 4.73, but with a couple of ones in the account, that may very well be his best ride. And as you said, he chose a better line, put himself in better places on the wave. It's going to be interesting to see the ride of Jose Franklin. It's the judges are considering it now. There's Carlos.
Carlos goes for it. He may, I'm not sure if it was up before the buzzer or not. Either way, with that slip, not going to factor into his top 2, and I just have received word that was after the buzzer. So now the score that matters, as you're saying.
Oh, he's on dry reef there.
Oh boy, smart decision. Paddle with those fins in front instead. Try and save them. The question mark is going to be on Jose Marroquin's
first
wave. Nice
wrap into a cut. There were 2 turns at the start, and then 2 turns that he milked out of it towards the end. The last turn kind of got a little stuck at the top, but there's a chance. It's there is a small chance. Here, lovely first turn. Second turn, it goes very flat here, and you think, well, it's done. He's not going to get the score. Pumps and drives, creates energy. Bang! An aggressive re-entry into the lip, and then there's another one. Bang! Off the lip, lays it back, stands up tall like, I've done my job. And let's see, here's the air. Tail first. See that tail was high in the air, clean, and then at the end of that, he ends up on the dry reef, makes it to the beach safely. Look what you've got to get through to get back to shore. Judges having a long, hard think, which indicates that it's close.
Going to be close for our surfer in the blue jersey, currently in 3rd for Jose out of Guatemala. A 5.77 did drop through for Elliot Parada-Reed of New Zealand, that last big air. So kind of good to keep that in mind mentally. Didn't factor into his top 2, but solid single maneuver. Waiting for the score now for Jose. Requirement remains the same as the 3.67.
Which really, 3 5s aren't going to do it. You need a judge to go to 4, so you need a couple of judges to go to 4 to knock the high and the low off. There's a possibility. Oh, there it is. It's come in.
And it's just shy of the requirement. Would have had more judges in that 3.5 range, sitting just below. So it's a 3.23. Unfortunate for Jose Marroquin out of Guatemala, but what a well-fought battle. Kept himself in that conversation right to the end, and Carlos just going to feel very grateful coming into the water after that one.
Yeah, he knows he can do much better than that, counting a 2.67 and 3.63, but it was enough to keep the Costa Rican alive.
Well, a great heat in that previous one. Here we can see the surfer in red, Johnny Corzo, from our next heat. Out the gates really early. And our Polish surfer, Maximilian, also on his opening ride. Looking fiery on his forehand.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we will finish off heat number 20, men's round 1 out in the lineup.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live boricua.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. We're currently in heat number 20 of men's round 1 for our main podium number 1, taking place at Margaret. Little hints of Margaret River from Western Australia out in the lineup today, and it's been fun to see each of the surfers have their own approach. Out in the water now, we have Mexico, Indonesia, China, and Poland, with Johnny Corzo, the 2017 ISA gold medalist from the World Surfing Games, up against Maximilian Michalewski from Poland, currently sitting in second, and Hee-Jong Wang out of China up against Rio Waida of Indonesia. Rio, an Olympian from Tokyo 2020, as well as a championship tour surfer who has just really done his home proud in his performance over the last couple of seasons. Very excited to see him up and riding now. On his opening wave for this year's World Surfing Games, he could be a surfer that we could see rise all the way to the occasion of a gold medal at an event like this.
Oh, without question, coming, especially when they come off a Hawaiian season and you're used to riding bigger boards in big waves, a wild, powerful ocean. You come down to your smaller boards, the ocean you're in isn't quite as wild as that Hawaiian sea is, and it really creates advantages to be powerful and strong and feel aggressive, and we saw that on the last turn of Rio's first wave. Johnny Corzo, before the break, was dynamic. He just came flying out along that wave really fast, so some extremely fast surfers in this heat. Really looking forward to watching Wang from China and seeing how they develop, as a nation and as individuals year by year. Going to be super interesting to watch China's growth and rise in surfing.
Pretty incredible. Taking a look at Wang's bio on isasurf.org, he says he wants to be number 1. So he's got high goals in mind. Each of these surfers coming into the competition this year, we can see that level of progression that's continued to come from the Chinese team over the years, and now really starting to set their sights on how far their surfers can go in the draw.
Yeah, it's really an interesting thing, China and surfing, because surfing itself is, I suppose its roots are quite rebellious. It's been a rebellious type of culture, and it's definitely, where you look at China, it's something that's going to be really interesting for them to embrace and adapt to.
Well, taking a look at the road to qualification for Paris 2024, the tier number 1 was the 2023, just ignore that 2014, just a little typo there on the screen. For the WSL rankings, it was the top 10 surfers out of the 2023 WSL Tour from last year that got themselves qualification into Paris 2020. We've got a Team Japan that already has an extra Olympic spot earned for their nation, not by individuals, so we don't know who Japan has chosen for that spot yet, but based off of their results for their men's team at the 2022 World Surfing Games. Luca Macinas took out the win at the Pan American Games and found himself qualified once again for Team Peru, so he'll be a 2-time Olympian come July. And then we saw Kali Bast, Rayo Inaba, Billy Stearman, and Alan Cleland get qualification via the ISA World Surfing Games last year based off of the continental qualifications. We got six spots open this year for this World Surfing Games that has begun this morning. Those slots are going to be filled in through the week. It's going to be so exciting to start to see names pop into position. We're also going to have team qualifications that matter, same as 2022. We're going to have the men's and women's top ranked teams qualify a spot for their country, and then the potential for a universality place to go to an eligible male and female competitor to be looking at the Olympics for those developing nations around the world that in the previous Olympic Games, being Tokyo 2020, had eight or less Olympic athletes over all sports.
Yeah.
So it's that encouragement, that opportunity that if there is an athlete who's an excellent athlete in whatever that field is, they have the opportunity to represent their country and get their name into the draw. So someone like this, Rio Waida, he is surfing with a lot of excitement out in the water right now, just searing through those turns, putting that board on rail, looking for that finishing section as well. He is a huge hopeful for qualification right now this week at the World Surfing Games, and he's hoping to put himself back in the conversation once again for Team Indonesia. As we can see, some great surfing here from Kijang out of China, and really nice rail work. Johnny Corzo also with the action, so little pulse of swell, and we've got some opportunity for everyone to kind of shake up the placings on the board at the moment with 12 minutes 42 seconds remaining. Barton.
Yeah, Maximilian representing Poland. Here he is up and riding in the lead at this point, courtesy of two rides. Nice, big, powerful turn there. Had 2.57 and a 2.5. Has him in the lead. Rio Waida on the one wave, just incrementally behind him on 4.67. 0.40 behind. He's obviously getting that on his last wave. We'll see the Indonesian go into the lead, you'd imagine. 2.37 for the Chinese surfer. That was a good wave as well, most probably better than that score. So this one's alive and ready to go, and the Mexican just got a good one as well. So interesting to see where the heat sits when these scores drop in.
Well, scores to drop across the board. We've got 12 minutes remaining on the clock, and as we wait for those, let's go down to the beach here from Elliot Pirata-Reid after a solid performance.
Here with Elliot Pirata-Reid, great surfer from New Zealand with a huge, big heat win. Billy Stearman advance, you're moving through, and I still have Kehu Butler in the opening round. Talk to me about not only your positioning out there, but how difficult it is to be able to compete, given that the onshore wind has definitely picked up since this morning.
Yeah, I kind of like the onshore. It kind of gives it a little bit of coping. So it's like, you know, clean's good, onshore is still pretty good. So it's just stoked it's like 4 foot and not 1 foot.
So a lot of people that haven't heard your name before, Oceania region, you've always been a standout there since your junior days, now into the Olympic qualification stage. What are your expectations going into this Olympic cycle, and especially with many more to come after this?
I want to qualify for the Olympics, bro. I want to go to Chopes, and I want to chuck a gaff helmet on, stick a keyhole sticker on my side of my helmet, and just fucking send it.
You just got a high five right there by Sergei, the Ukrainian surfer that was in the same heat. You know, how international this event is. It's not only awesome, but getting to share, you know, these experiences with a lot of people that don't really have surfing events within their country. How cool is that?
Yeah, no, I was saying it's kind of like a CT mixed with like a Challenger, a One Star, like a board riders. There's all sorts of people here, which is kind of cool. You know, it's like some people, I don't know, you get to surf against the best dudes, like world champions and stuff. So I kind of quite like that about it. And I met a few people yesterday, just 2 of them, and they're just mates. And I think they're from like a landlocked country. So they just were like, yeah, we surf, and we thought we'd just come and rep it. So it's sick.
We might be calling you world champion at the end of the week. Congratulations.
That would, yeah, who knows. You'll see me at the bar if that happens, mate.
Congrats, Elliot. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Elliot, frothing with a solid performance out there, and goals.
Gold in his mind.
Quite easy. Clear, concise goals to be putting on that wall, on that mirror back at home, little post-it note, wherever it goes.
Join his teammate Billy Stearman on the plane, and Kehu Butler's an amazing surfer for New Zealand as well. And that score dropped in as a 6.60. for Rio Waida, consolidating his lead. Johnny Corzo into the second with the 4.60. So a bit of work to be done now. 2.37 was the ride for Wang, China. Felt like it might have been a little bit higher than that. But I think there's, when you watch how clean and powerfully the rail moves through the water of, say, Rio Waida, and then, we saw with Keishan Wang, it was a little bit there was some sort of movement in the rail. It doesn't cleanly sear through the water, so that would be something that he could focus on, is just that nice, clean, fluid sear in the rail, because when you're up against surfers of the World Championship Tour level, that really is a point of difference, is how cleanly and powerfully the rail of those top-ranked professionals goes through the water, and what that brings to the performance compared to, a QS or a Challenger Series type surfer.
Yeah, there is just those subtle differences. Those are the things that judges are so good at taking note of.
Yeah.
Wave after wave is all of those little moments, that speed, that fluidity, that actual grace within their surfing.
Yeah, they're making the radical look easy, but and it's still got power and flair, but there's a control and smoothness to it. That's what. Oh, look at this positioning in first priority. Not a bad idea. That didn't have a lot of wall. You could see how short that was. That one was in front of him. Positioning now. Spinning, paddling. China up and riding.
Speed down the line. Makes it around the section, but it unfortunately just closes out on him. That is going to hand Poland first priority. Thoughts, Martin?
And it felt like there was a little bit of disappointment towards the end of the ride there. The body language kind of spoke to me and said, oh, I'm not happy about that. Got to stay positive, stay upbeat, and even if you don't like it, good to sell it positively and get into the habit of not showing the downside of your feelings, Mask them. Even if you've got to act, you need to just be selling everything positively.
Maximilian, powerful surfing. For his opening turn, setting himself up here down the line, and gets those fins blown out from Poland. Still lives in Poland, but his family took him on a surfing trip to Portugal when he was young, and he just said he got the bug at an early age, and it's just changed the entire trajectory of his life. The joy of just chasing waves whenever he has the opportunity to.
That's what happens to us. Everything else goes out the window. What a great wave it was.
Rio now up and riding, goes for a huge maneuver off the opening turn. Makes the rotation, finishes it off with a nice little end.
Yeah, that shows the potential he has. That wasn't such a good wave, and he turned it into something of consequence.
Approached it with creativity.
Yeah, the Polish surfer, it took my breath away, that first turn, and then continued down the line. That's going to be a competitive score in that heat. These two, the 2.57 and 2.5, he doesn't want them. They're out the window. One of them is for sure, because that's going to be a wave that rivals the other highest scoring waves of the heat. Put him in contention. Looking for a 5.20. I feel like there's a chance he even gets that.
Yeah, he's right there within striking range. Max has finished off within the top 15 for the Junior World Championships with the ISA in the under-18s division. Let's take another look at this one.
First turn. Big, powerful. Another one, even though it's a flatter section, the speed he's still generating and the way he's driving his board, that turn as well. We've seen the judges with those turns down the line not be that impressed. Here's the air. There was hardly anything to take launch off, and he just did that so beautifully. I have no idea how you can be that good and do those type of maneuvers off a section like that, a corner like that. But Rio Waida, he is fast, furious, frenetic. The energy is just non-stop and world-class.
World-class. He's one of those names that there's a lot of names in the draw that we're going to keep, that close eye with expectation for those top 6 positions, and Rio's at the very top of that list for surfers who have done well in the ISAs before, are surfing at the top of the World Tour in that, top 10 to 15 surfer conversation, as well as having had that Olympic experience before, hopeful to get it a second time around. He's one of those surfers that kind of has the whole picture. A surfer that could be coming into that conversation now is one like Maximilian, who's just dropped in a 5.03. Barton, like you said, it was close. He almost got the 5.2 that he needed.
The surfing was good enough. It was beautiful surfing. Powerful, big, strong man. It's sort of surfing the judges will love. He gets another wave. He's only looking for the 274 now.
Rio with a huge rooftop floater. Straight into a second turn, lining it up now. And pushes pretty hard on the tail. But will just slide off of the wax. Johnny Corzo, he kind of needs to really capitalize here. Build on that 4.6 as his high score. And put some more pressure on the rest of the field. It's going to be an important finishing maneuver. Even if it's not a huge section, just getting that kind of confident moment in front of the judges at the finish of a wave is always an important thing.
Yeah, and he needed that right at that point in time because the Polish surfer was coming to get him. He was coming to get his second place, only needing a 274, while Rio Waida is, kind of proven to be on another level throughout this heat from start to finish, really. The scores that he's had, no one has matched yet. So that's an interesting point. But for Maximilian, that last ride really showed me his potential. I'm sure the judges are in that same place. They're ready to give you the score if you get the right wave.
A 6.10 is dropped in for last of Rio. So that bottom turn to air combo puts him into a better leading position. Does put the requirement into the 8s for Johnny Corzo. Johnny dropped in a 4.0, so it has just increased that requirement a little bit on 3rd and 4th. Poland now chasing a 3.57, and China chasing a 6.23. Both of those surfers came out kind of looking really hungry in their, those first 5 minutes of the heat.
Yeah.
They've still got the opportunity in front of them, though those requirements are getting a little higher as Johnny's been able to chip away at his scoreline.
It's interesting when you look at Johnny's scoreline with the 4.6 and the 4. You can get, there have been rides with multiple turns, but not the best waves out there. You could get those same scores with one maneuver. Perhaps better scores with one maneuver than all the work that he is doing. So there might be a little message in there that, hey, just find a big wall and get 1 or 2. Don't worry about the 5 turns because they're not really getting rewarded. The surfing he's doing on them, the speed he's generating, how powerful he surfs. He's a really good surfer, as his past results here indicate. But I think he needs to be putting that performance on a bigger wave, and that was the sort of pressure he needed to apply to the Polish surfer at that point in time to kind of cease his momentum towards overtaking him.
And maybe even, that conversation around surfing a wave. You can surf maybe a wave that doesn't have a great score in it. You can kind of surf it up a bit.
Yes.
Depending on your performance on that wave.
Yep.
Or a wave that has huge scoring potential, you can actually surf it down by not having the best performance on it.
That's right.
So kind of eyeing off something that he at least knew he could surf himself enough to increase that requirement.
Yeah.
And even if that's enough for, the beach announcers announcing that requirement has grown to put that extra pressure on the rest of the field. Max now up and riding down the line. Great opening carve, sets himself up here with a double pump into that finishing re-entry. He gives a fist bump. He's chasing a 3.57, Barton.
I give him a fist bump too. I'm going, you get the score. That's the type of wave I was talking about for Johnny Corzo. A different style of wave, shorter, but with bigger moves, bigger face, punchier action, and the judges like that more than someone having to maneuver and work their way to a score. Wow! God, that got me excited. See the speed, the acceleration that young Indonesian has out of that lip? That was amazing.
That was so fast. I mean, you can tell the way that the board just, ejected from his feet.
Super important ride.
All right, Johnny up and riding. First, beautiful opening rail work. Second, kind of sharper, more vertical turn. Now just holding on in the foam. He's looking for something else, and now he's going to need a requirement. As the buzzer is going to sound, this is going to be the last score that counts. He'll now be chasing his biggest score as a 5.30 because Maximilian Michalowski from Poland has dropped a 4.87 to improve on the situation and he's taken away second place.
You felt it happening, and perhaps the previous 4, while it upped the ante by a point, instead of needing a 2.57, he needed a 3.57. So that was, it seemed like the right move at that point in time, but he didn't up the request or the requirement enough. And Polish surfer, he went to town, Maximilian, on that 2-turn combination. Judges appreciated it, and he got the score he needed. Great heat, great comeback. Really, he surfed the back end of that heat so beautifully.
Now we've got a score to drop through for Johnny Corzo, and it's officially in now. A 3.5 is not enough for last of red for Team Mexico to get into the top 2 position. You would have needed a 5.30. So it will be Rio Waida of Indonesia and Maximilian Michalowski of Poland through in second. They'll be staying in the top half of the draw. Johnny Corzo of Mexico and Qixing Wang out of China will be heading to the repechage rounds.
Qixing Wang, he started the heat well and then kind of lost his way, lost his momentum. We really didn't see enough of him surfing next time around in that repechage round, because no one loses here today. He needs to show us more surfing and get himself on more waves, because he's got the performance.
Was very exciting to see him at the beginning of that heat. We'll be seeing more of him this week. We're going to stay with the live action now into heat number 21, because we've got sets approaching. And we've got Luca Macinas already up and riding for Team Peru. Low and composed as he drives off the bottom into that tail slide. Great oncoming section. And he'll finish off well. Feel the energy within his surfing. For the start of this heat, Peru, Morocco, Netherlands, and Fiji all in the lineup. Dealing with some very different conditions to what we had this morning when we arrived, and those nice offshore winds were blowing. That tide was a little bit higher as well.
People were getting tubed.
People were getting tubed,
we
left,
were
right,
watching
center.
tube rides, but now we're seeing some airs and some amazing on-the-face maneuvers. Ubka from Morocco. He's a great young goofy footer. I remember being super impressed by him in El Salvador. It's the first time I'd seen him surf, and I was like, wow, this kid's got he's got great style, great technique. The backhand is lethal. These waves will suit his backhand down to the ground. Luca Macinas created that opportunity to start the heat by his positioning in the lineup. Before anyone's ridden a wave, surfer on the inside, closest to the breaking part of the wave, has the right of way, and Luca Macinas positioned himself perfectly where he had control of the others, got that opening ride. It's always good to get the opening ride. Obviously, it needs to be something that you could count in the long term. It's no use getting the opening ride and it being something that you're not going to keep and throw away. But as long as you can turn it into a score of consequence, something that's going to give you momentum, get the first ride and own the start, is maybe one of the most important things. And maybe the only thing you can really concentrate on is owning the start. Beyond that, no one knows what's going to happen. Who's got priority, where he's hit, all that stuff happens after the start. So Luca Macinas just owned the start right there and took control of his opponents, and it'd be interesting to see where the score comes in.
Yeah, that's a great way to think about it. You know, in that first, that positioning even before the buzzer sounds.
Oh,
the kind of authority that you can be holding in the water in those moments.
Where you paddle out, when you paddle out, where that positions you in relation to the others when the heat starts. And, you know, that's one of those things, because there's so many things you can concentrate on and consider in a heat, but really the start is all you need to really, put attention to. First re-entry, as we watch the drone angle of this one, snap, but it looked like his foot might have slipped a little bit in that snap, regained the second one, regained control and hit that last one aggressively. 4.17. The first turn wasn't quite as high as it could have been. The second turn looked like there was a little slip in the foot, and he paid the price for that in the score, but he did manage and own the start.
Sitting with a 4.17 as his opening score. He's a surfer that has a lot of consistency within his performances, specifically for his career highlights. It was the 2 times that he's won the Pan American Games, the gold medal for those, and each of the times that he's won in 2019 and in 2023, they counted as Olympic qualifiers. That 2019 win got him into Tokyo, and the 2023 win just from last year has gotten him a ticket to Paris coming up in just a few months. So he's already been on that journey before. He's hoping to have more Peruvians join him.
It's been one of the big growth areas of surfing generally is the Spanish-speaking world. That part, you know, Latin America, South America, has really just gone through the roof in the last couple of decades, and ISA's had a focus in that area, and you can see the results of it widely spread throughout those nations, and they've all become, nearly all of them become, you know, competitive nations on the world stage. So it's been a really you know, great focus and help to diversify surfing through so many nations around the world. I think there might be a little afternoon storm brewing behind us there. Hot day out there.
Little thunderheads maybe out on the horizon. Little rain in the background. Be nice, I'm sure, for a bit of cloud coverage. Brings cooler temperatures this afternoon. Casper Hemminga now up and riding for the Netherlands. He's got a 0.5 that he opened up with. Just bogs that rail as he's heading into the first turn, unfortunately. Curtis Light for Fiji up and riding on his forehand.
Beautiful turn.
Really nice looking turn, setting himself up here as he comes through the section. Nice style. These three surfers up against Morocco's Bobker Bawada, and he put together an incredible performance in El Salvador.
He really did.
He was very close to finding his Olympic qualification for the African continent, but just fell short of the requirement that he needed to make it through. I think it would have been one more heat advancement, and he would have been stamping, you know, his way, his ticket to Paris. So he'll have that in the back of his mind this week, knowing that he has all the potential to go all the way.
Yeah, I was looking to go to Morocco in November before my spinal injury, and I was communicating with him on the social media. I was so impressed by what we saw in El Salvador, and we connected there, and I always like to give them some words of encouragement, you know, and I was like, mate, you are a fantastic surfer, and I might be coming over, and I didn't get to go there in the end as we see the replay of the Fijian. First turn, caught the rail a little bit. This turn was beautiful. Seared the rail, clean carve, tall young man. Gets the third turn in. Interesting to see where that score comes in. Like a 3-point ride. Paying a little bit for the first turn not being as clean as it could have been. See blue and red now sitting quite a distance from green, sitting on that wider peak that we talked about a little bit earlier. So there's really two defined peaks out there.
Down to 12 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and we've got a little lull in the action. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Rio Waida after a great performance.
Here with Indonesia's Rio Waida. Rio, big congratulations. Good waves out there, look super fun. But the development that you've had over the few years that you've been at this level has just been insane. Talk to me about how you've gotten here and what being in the Olympics for the first time was and how it's improved your career so far.
Yeah, I came here straight after sunset. It's I don't know, it's a kind of tight schedule, but at the same time I feel like it's a good, instead of taking a break and getting less motivated, but I feel like it was good for me to keep going and keep, you know, I feel like right now I want to keep competing, stay active. So it was good. Even it's busy, I love it. I love competing, and you know, of course, since Tokyo 2021 or 2020, I learned so much. Because of that, I started to have bigger goals, bigger dreams. So, and of course, this one, Paris 2024, I wanna make it.
You're close. Short-term goals, long-term goals. Do you set those at the beginning of the year, or do you adapt in the moment?
I think for me it's every year. You know, when the new year comes, you know, I want to have a bigger goals. You know, every year I want to get better. So when this year 2024 start, you know, okay, Paris 2024 is coming. You know, I want to get that. Of course, bigger goals, get the medal for Indonesia. That would be amazing. So, you know, I do this for everyone that's supporting me. So I'm really grateful to be here, and you know, I
want to pay back.
Well, you have an incredible story, first of all. You're the first Indonesian to qualify for the World Championship Tour. Your work ethic, though, is just absurd. I remember at the Challengers in 2022, you lost in Saquarema. I was there. I saw you running on the beach that afternoon after you lost. Where do you get that from? Is it internal? Is it like something that your parents instilled in you at a young age?
I think so for my parents, you know, every time I lost, I feel like they, you know, Rio, you better work harder, you know, the next event you have to work harder. So, you know, at the same time, I don't know, every time I lost, you know, I get mad probably. And at the same time, get motivation. So instead of punching balls or hurting myself, I just run like 10 kilo and kind of feel that pain. I like that more.
Congratulations, Rio, seeing you in the next round.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Mitch. That was a great interview. I love, you know, knowing what's going through someone's mind like that, because, you know, anyone that loses out, they're going to have a lot of frustration, and the way that that plays out shows a lot about your character, but also, you know, you could be using that to your advantage. For Rio to go out and run a 10K after losing a heat that day,
got to get it
so
out,
much
mate.
Strength the next time around.
Yeah, you've got to get it out.
Yeah.
You've got to process it. The time alone running. I used to go surfing, and I had some of the best surfs of my life after losses where I was like, wow, why didn't I surf like that in the heat? But you felt what you could do with a little bit of grunt inside, you know. And I've worked with people who, you know, they may lose. As we watch this one, we'll come back to that.
Casper just weaving his way down the line, setting up the rail for that opening carve. This is the moment he's been waiting for. We can really start to see that power within his surfing. Connect for the finish. He had a few attempts before this. Nothing that looked nearly as strong, as solid, as composed. Now chasing down that 3.07. That was a great way for him to get going in the back half of this heat.
Yeah, that's it. And he needed to get going. 9 minutes left. That's going to be his best score. Will it be, you know, besides the two scores of Luca Macinas's, the 4.17 and 6.33, I feel like there's potential for that to be the next best wave of the heat, which would put him in a strong position. He's in fourth place at the moment. Needs a 3.07. There's every chance he may get that. And how good was Rio Ueda? Back to that interview. You know, I've worked with people who, when they lose, they're sad and they'll cry and they're upset, emotionally upset. Then I've worked with people who, when they lose, they get angry, they get mad, they get determined. Here's our Moroccan.
Taking a look at the
Combo.
replay here.
Like, that's not the wave he would have waited all that time for. But the way he surfed it showed the desperation that was in that moment. Oh, there's the old 6.33 number came in for that one.
Taking a look now at Casper and this last wave. So we've got some scores coming through across the board. A 4.33's dropped in, and it's put him into second position. Yeah,
it was, and I think that's where it should sit. It was the best wave outside of Luca Macinas's two good scores, and better than his 4.17. So the second best wave of the heat so far gives him the opportunity up into second place, and just got to work on, you know, replacing that 1.10. 3.73 for the two backhand re-entries of the Moroccan. That's because of the quality of the wave, not the quality of the turn. That was not such a good wave, and maybe the pressure of time, the pressure of priority, sitting there waiting so long. At some point you go, I've just got to surf. I've got to stop sitting and surf, and I feel like that's what he did there. Whether it was the right move or not, time will tell.
A 6.33 drops in for Luca.
Two beautiful turns on that left. That was crazy, wasn't it?
Great to see him kind of change tactic as well. Find that left that's standing up better now than it was any other time today.
The first scoring left of the day, you'd have to say, that we have seen in the heats that we've called. We haven't seen anyone even get close to getting a left that scored anything. So that was adaptive. You know, talk about adapting your goals, adapting your focus. He adapted in that moment, went a left, and made it pay.
Sitting in that leading position behind him, Team Netherlands, Casper. He grew up in a small village in the Netherlands, and surfing wasn't necessarily the most logical thing for him, living in Westland, mostly because surf there is just so hit or miss. You know, you're waiting on these storms to develop, to blow enough wind to generate wind swell for them to actually have waves. So he said he would go weeks and weeks in between the opportunities to surf because it would just be flat and there would be no swell. But as a 13-year-old, got into surfing and just absolutely took a loving to it. And I think having those kind of, coming from a region like that, Barton, you have to imagine that the desire would be even that much stronger than someone that's growing up with a great beach right in front, where it's warm, it's tropical, and you have perfect waves every day.
I had that exact experience as a kid. I grew up at Whale Beach. We lived near the beach. It wasn't on the beach, but I could walk. Here we go.
Casper now up and riding again.
4th priority, so may as well try and improve on that 110 when you're down that priority roster. So nothing ventured, nothing gained there, so worth a try. And then when my father passed away, we moved to Mossman, which was 7 kilometres from the beach. I didn't even know where we were. I'm 11 years old. I feel like my mum's stolen my dream and taken me inland. And then I realised that I could get to the beach, and I used to hitchhike every day to the beach. And when I got there after what I'd gone through to get there, I was surfing regardless. The conditions were not important, but the local kids would all be lazy and fussy and, it's not good, it's crap. And I'd be out there regardless because I was desperate and I wanted it. And that really paved the way for me to achieve some of my dreams because I was desperate. And you could see in the local kids, they just didn't have that same fire because it wasn't as difficult to get to that point. So, the hardships, they define the person, and in the end they can be good things even though they don't feel like it while you're going through them.
I think we're seeing that from a lot of those surfers coming from not necessarily landlocked countries, but countries with, not major oceans that are creating, long swell periods and all the things that come together to be really great surf spots. As we take a look now at Curtis Light from Fiji, drives through that first turn and he'll fall. He's had a bit of a slow heat in front of him, unfortunately, just a 3. This will be just his second wave on the board now, chasing a 2.44. So he's right there in that conversation to still take away the advancing position, But we can really see, the performances from Team Poland, the performance like this out of the Netherlands, surfers that don't have the best waves at home that really have that drive within them. They've been putting in that time, that energy, traveling around the world, looking for more opportunities to get to surf in different places.
Absolutely. And once the bug's bit, you just want to travel the wave, find perfect waves. And especially when we see, what about Florida as an example of average,
great example.
Average
the
waves.
The number of world titles that have come out of that place.
More than anywhere else, even just Kelly's alone. But then you throw in Frida Zamba, Lisa Anderson's, the Hobgoods. And
Caroline Marks now.
There's this endless line of champion surfers that have come from that area, back to Matt Keckley and, the whole long line of incredible surfers back from that place where the waves are quite average. You want to travel, you want to see the world, you want to get some perfect waves, and it builds a desire in you that can take you all the way, like it did with Kelly Slater and Frida Zamba and Lisa Anderson and Caroline Marks, as you said, CJ Hobgood, and we go on.
So many more. Here we go with an opportunity. Luca laying into that first big turn. Little off time for the second, but redeems himself here as he drives through with a lot of power. Now, Babakur on the outside section. We can see him go for a big lip on the left, eyeing it off on his forehand, pumping down the line, setting himself up here again. We'll see if this wave gives him any more scoring potential. A little corner right here in front of him. Gonna tag that section. Nice and aggressive on the inside with that energy. Chasing just a 2.68 to take that second place position. Netherlands, Casper dropped it to 2.07 for his last wave. So he just did increase the requirements, but by very small amounts.
And fortunate for the 3rd and 4th is Curtis Light up and riding.
Curtis now with a chance to chase down that 3.41. Again, another slip from a guy who loves surfing waves like Cloud Break back at home and has, some of those spots absolutely dialed, but hasn't really been able to figure out any rhythm so far. Got a little situation change with Curtis now jumping up into that 3rd place position. He's got a 1.80 on the board. Chasing still a 3.41 to take the advancing position in the top tier. Bottom 2 will be heading to repecharge round. And we are waiting for a score, though, for Last of Morocco. That's going to be a really important wave.
And we didn't really see the outside work too clearly because we were in a distance shot at the start. It looked like he got a hit out the back. Here we go. This is going to be super interesting. I felt like the inside was enough to give him the score. Little loss of the rail there at the start. Nice big turn. That was where, this is kind of where we caught up with the wave. I think he gets it. I think it's good enough to go to a 3. There's enough work in there. That big turn on the outside. There was a little loss of control in the rail on the whitewater right at the start, but then the rest of the work was solid. The judges having a long, hard think about it. Let's watch the second turn here. That first turn was amazing. Watch the loss of rail. Third turn it is. Watch the loss of the rail right here. There. Very similar to what happened on his first wave. It makes me feel like there might be a need for a little bit bigger fin. To keep that rail bearing, because both times the rail has drifted a little bit at a moment where it really should not. And perhaps there's the opportunity to look at some fins that have got a little more hold in them for those moments, because they're moments that have stolen some points out of a ride that at some point, while it's not that important right now in this heat, there's the score.
3.80, it's just enough to get Morocco into second place position. Macinas now up and riding.
Boy, he drove that one.
That was...
He went, you reckon I need other fins?
Yeah.
Let me show you this.
Take that, Barton.
Yeah, take that, Barton. And good. I'll suck those eggs, because that was a wonderful turn and showed that he can drive that rail and lay it over when he needs to. And maybe that was the thing with those turns. There wasn't enough rail. It was a little flat, and so it slipped.
Well, he's got a couple 6s on the board. We'll see if he's able to improve his overall lead with the strength of that last wave. Buzzer has sounded, and it looks like our surfer from Morocco is going to be taking away that second place position, with Netherlands and Fiji falling out into those rapid charge rounds. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, Chris Cote and Rachel Tilley will be in the booth to call the action. We've got a few more heats to get through to the end of the day.
La primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, te amo pancho. Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho.
Campo Pancho, solo $4.99.
Te amo pancho.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live boricua.
Surf fans, we are back. This is the ISA World Surfing Games Puerto Rico edition. In the lineup, we've got Andy Crea, Luke Dillon, Liam Wilson, and Fantine Habashi. An international field hits the water. Waves are still pumping. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley, your 2015 WSL Longboard World Champ, among a million other things. Awesome to have Rachel here on the commentary team. And so far, so good. We're over halfway through day one of competition. Day one of the event, of course, the Parade of Nations, the Sands of the World, and always a rousing speech from El Presidente, Fernando Aguirre. The perfect way to get us fired up for this event, which will be history in the making.
Yeah, yesterday was awesome. I always love that factor about the ISA events, and starting with the Parade of Nations, everyone being in uniform, everyone carrying their nation's flag, bringing in that sand from bringing the sand from their home country and putting it all together. It was such a nice day and a way to kick us off for the start of day one today. Straight into the action. It's been a big day. We are on heat 22.
Big day, big scores, big names, new names, something for everybody. Well, I'm Chris Cote, this is Rachel Tilley, and we've been so excited to bring you day one of competition live from Puerto Rico, and what a perfect venue Arecibo has been holding and will continue to do so all week long. We might switch up. We have 3 options of podiums we can run. Today our prime time is right here, and meanwhile the women are competing on our secondary podium, but secondary might not be the word for it because the waves are firing up there as well, and you can watch all the action for the women's side of the draw if you just click the link below that says podium 2. Rachel, when you look at a lineup like this and you see these names flying across the board, Liam Wilson, he's been competing at the ISA level for a long time. You know his dad is on the sand right now waving that American Samoa flag. Luke Dillon has been making strides for Team Great Britain. This is going to be a really fun heat to watch, and kind of telegraphing something we're going to be seeing throughout the week. There's Liam Wilson right there. Backhand looking strong. Maintains his composure through a pretty wild section in the mid portion of this wave. Nicely done there for Liam Wilson.
Yeah, nice way to start off the heat. 5 minutes down. That's the first wave ridden of the heat. So good way to start. Nice and strong.
So 15:37 to go. Judges are deliberating right now. They'll be locking their opening scores in. That gives us the chance to catch up with Mitchell Salazar and La Maquina.
Score for blue in just a moment.
Here with Luca Messina's last year's silver medalist and Pan American champion once again. That's twice now, Luca. You've already qualified. Not a lot of pressure on you, but given that this is a location that you are comfortable in, what are your expectations for the end of this event?
Well, this is my first time here in Puerto Rico. I feel like this place is really magical. It's really nice. The waves are really good too. Today was really fun with the waves in Margara. And yeah, of course, like the goal is always to make it to the final, maybe get a medal, a gold medal. But most importantly right now is to get really good points for my team. We work really hard as a team all the time, so I just want to make points for my team all the time. So just represent my country and do good.
You know what's an interesting fact about you? You come from one of the best left-hand point breaks in the world over there in Máncora in the northern part of Peru, but you are so good everywhere. I mean, you've gotten a 5th place finish at Pipeline before. You're great in beach breaks. How did you come to gain all this experience and knowledge in different waves worldwide?
Well, I think it's just being a lot of training. I've been training so much. I was born surfing like lefts, and my backhand was really good. And then after that, I told myself like, hey, you have to be good in everything, you know. And so I started getting better. I started working on beach breaks. I went to California a lot. You know that, right? Because you're from there. So I've been in California surfing beach breaks, rides, everything. So I just want to be a complete surfer so I can do good anywhere I go, you know. And that's the goal for a surfer, for sure, just to be good in every single condition.
So how do you manage not only the expectations for the entire team, because you don't want to put it on yourself, but more importantly, just pacing yourself through an event where you've been a multi-time finalist here?
Well, yeah, I don't know. The goal is always to make as many hits as you can and represent your country the best that you can. So just keep being me. I don't know. There's always a good vibe when I'm with my teams and working together. Is really fun. I don't know. I feel like I really enjoy when I'm in the words. You know, I say words.
I think being you is a good strategy. Best of luck. ¿Algo que quiera decir a la gente del Perú?
Saludar a toda la gente de Perú, a mi familia que probablemente me está viendo. Vamos a seguir dándole con todo y a representar a Perú como siempre. Saludos.
Máncора's own Luca Messina's moving through.
Well, when Luca Messinas surfs like Luca Messinas, big things happen for Luca Messinas.
What a confident thing to say. You know, he wants to be no one else but himself going into this event. I loved that. That was, but he doesn't say it from a point of, he says it from a point of, you know, humility. He's just so excited and stoked to be here, and he's just enjoying the experience, enjoying bettering himself, having the task at hand to try and continue to make it through as many heats as possible, and absolutely ripping in that last heat.
Yeah, amazing surfer, a great person. You said it. I mean, he is a humble warrior. Very, very fun to watch. And there's the team spirit right there. I mean, and that's what you need to become a top 10 threat. Like that team has become in the past 5 or 6 years. They really are one of the top squads that we've seen in the history of ISA surfing. That history runs deep, 60 years of ISA competition. We'll be celebrating that this year. So with 12 minutes to go, Andy Carrera representing Spain in the lead for now. Liam Wilson in second, trying to back up that opening 3.83. One good turn to start. Nice section to work with there. Great backside turn there. Finishes it off nice and clean. Comes into 2024 ISA competition with a brand new haircut. I got one of those high and tight mullets. Like it. It's working.
That was a good backup wave. I think it would have been nice had he had that opportunity to get that last third quick little turn in there. But obviously this is a slow heat, so it's good to just get something else on the board. Looking at this replay, taking off on his backhand, straight into that opening hack, really nice, stalls it at the top, comes down, second top, brings it back around, another turn. That was his opening ride. And here we see Andy up and riding on this replay. Really nice release of the fins, putting a lot of energy into that back foot. Just going to be those two waves ridden. Replay of green up and riding, catching up on it all at the moment. One and done, and then back to blue. Here we see him get a nice clean turn, leaning into that rail. That's where it would have been nice had he had time to come back up for 1/3. I think that would have made a really impactful statement towards his score. That score did come through as a 3.77. So had we seen him have that foresight to do a quick another release off the bottom, I think we would have seen it go up towards those 5s as we see green up and riding, not a keeper.
Luke Dillon, when he stands up on his board, watch out. He was so close to being able to get on the open face that way, but just caught behind the section, and that drops him down into 4th priority, so tough one right there for Luke Dillon. Does have one decent score, that 3.33. He'll be looking to get right back out there and capitalize and use his heels to dig into a big frontside gouge, which we know he's got. Today is an absolute powerhouse for representing Team Great Britain. Right now, Liam Wilson is in the lead. If you want to sound like a local, say American Samoa.
Samoa.
A long pause there right in the middle. They might think we know what we're talking about, but it's true. Liam Wilson lives in Hawaii, trains, surfs, competes all over the world, has been representing American Samoa for quite some time now here in ISA competition, and he's surfing with the Jared family.
Yes, he is. The whole family, pretty much. We have the 2 sisters as well. It's been really fun to see them represent American Samoa over the past multiple events, both in shortboard and longboard disciplines.
Well, check it out. Here's your calendar of events. Big parade yesterday. There was DJ music. How do they do this to us? They put up a great band tonight. Luckily, it's 6 to 9, so we get home early. Las Cafres, international dub ambassadors, and more on the main stage. I mean, if you're on the East Coast, I can't imagine flights are too expensive to get down here to Puerto Rico and enjoy this celebratory week of surfing. And I've taken a few walks, a few laps up and down the boardwalk. It is absolutely raging.
Yeah, I've been enjoying using our breaks when we're not on mic to go out and see that energy outside. The beach, the boardwalk is absolutely packed in order to, from the women's podium down to the men's podium, everyone's watching. The cheers are electric when things are happening out in the water. It's a really fun energy all along this beach here.
But there it is. You can almost feel it from that visual. Been walking up and down saying boricua to everyone that I can see, and yeah, that's a 6-layer shirt right there. But yeah, the entirety of the area is out in full force, and you can just feel, I mean, the vibrance, the joy, the energy. Puerto Rican vibe is alive and well here.
There's music, really fun. There's some bars on the beach as well, people enjoying some drinks, enjoying the surf.
Boricua all day long. And Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Excellent host nation. Nice
And
little
there's your skate park
right there.
That's where we're going to see you later, isn't it?
I mean, we got a concert. There's so much to do. And there's a perfect wave right there. The choices are limitless here. It was 6:50 to go here. Liam Wilson. He's not worried about the party happening on the boardwalk. He's having his own party in the lineup.
He's giving the party a show.
Slashing every which way but loose. A great three-turn combination down the line on a nice little right-hander for Liam Wilson. He did drop into second place, however, with Andy Carrere getting a 6.17 and a 3.57. Team Spain has to be excited with what Andy's done. Luke Dillon giving us a little bit of cause for concern for Team Great Britain. He is an incredible surfer, super powerful, usually very consistent, but right now just cannot find the rhythm. Good news for Luke is he does have 6 minutes, 10 seconds to go. And Fantine Habashi, representing Switzerland, the sole representative for Team Switzerland this year, does have a decent start, but needs to get going. Here's Fantine.
Looking at this replay, wraps it all the way around, making full use of that canvas of the wave, finding that third maneuver there. Then we see red right up, backing it up on his backhand, shoving that back foot, just that one maneuver, and then blue, nice opening turn, staying in that critical section of the wave, waiting for it to stand up, and finds that final maneuver. That was a nice, powerful, punctual. We're still waiting for that score to drop in.
That was great surfing. Really like where he placed that last turn. Did it with power and speed as well.
So speaking of Luke Dillon before, this he has said is his last ISA games that he will be attending. He has competed in 7 overall ISA events, whether it be junior or opens, but he has actually accepted the position as the performance coach for Great Britain of surfing, and so he's getting excited about moving on to that next chapter. Probably still will be attending ISA games, just from that other standpoint in the coaches and support crew position. But what a great feat to be competing in 7 ISA events over your career.
Well, that's why.
Yeah.
He is a great surfer. Got a section to work with here. Slams it. I was about to throw a little bit of a fit. If you were telling me Luke Dillon was bowing out of ISA competition, you know, that is bittersweet, but I like that he's going to now turn towards being a coach, because obviously he's got a lot of knowledge, long competitive history, a lot of success. One of the winningest surfers coming out of Great Britain. And he will be extremely valuable as a coach, no doubt.
Absolutely.
We're inside of 4 minutes now. And here's Luke Dillon.
Trying to find as much speed as he can, getting that opening turn, now working his way around. This will stand back up as he looks for that closing maneuver, jams it into that left coming at him. And that should improve his situation as he's looking to replace. Oh my goodness. What just happened there, Chris?
Well, that was Fantine and Andy Carrere. Not sure
priority?
who had priority there. Thankfully, priority experts are right on top of it.
They will tell us.
I think if Andy had priority, Fantine may have done enough to stay out of his way. But that's not my job, thankfully.
Yeah, from what I saw, it looked like potentially Fantine was having a strong look at that wave, was in the wave, and then realized Andy was just behind him and tried everything he could to go left.
Felipe Toledo will be out there soon. Can't wait. See what Felipe can do. I mean, this wave is made for him, right? It's got a fast takeoff, big ramp, a big section to carve off. This is going to be super fun to watch. Team Brazil, absolutely stacked. They could potentially be surfing for one more spot.
I'd be surprised if we didn't see Felipe take it to the air in his upcoming heat. But
I'll be shocked if he doesn't.
But it looks a lot different, these conditions now, than it did when we started this morning. With that wind picking up, the tide has changed. It's a completely different day from when we saw his teammate Gabriel out there.
Here's that replay. So depending on who had priority during this, it looks like White kind of knew that he had to give way to Red.
Yeah, he tried everything he could to stay out of that way. However, if White had priority, that would be an interference on Red, obviously.
I don't see any little red triangles or anything weird popping up on our scoreboard, so hopefully they did enough to keep it clean. You know, that's just a little bit of salesmanship. Are you going? You got this? You got it?
Exactly.
Should I? Nope.
It's part of the strategy of competition. Obviously, being an excellent surfer is a huge portion of everything it takes to be a winner, but competition surfing is more than just being a great surfer. It's having strategy.
Ooh.
It's having wave selection, and Luke Dillon finding that left. That would have been would have been his best score had he come out of that one clean. Almost made it through, but just got a little bit too messy there on the inside.
Yeah, there was a lot going on and he came down from that turn. Would have been a good still photo, but didn't quite ride out, so will not be rewarded with any number of substance. So we're inside of 35 seconds now. Andy Cray from Team Spain.
He had to go for it, right? With 30 seconds to go, it's that Hail Mary of he needs a 4.94, which is not a big score. I think with that type of turn, that would have gotten him into that 4.94, maybe 5's range.
I agree.
So he was right to go for it, unfortunately getting stuck. Unstuck.
Bottom of the ninth, swing for the fences, go for it. Doesn't always go your way, but you gotta try. 7 seconds left. You guys need to be careful. You do not want to make a priority mistake in the last seconds of your heat. Liam Wilson had that top priority spot. He had the right of way. He was able to fend off both White and Red and able to maintain his second place position. That's going to be it. It's going to be Spain and American Samoa moving through. Unfortunately, Team Great Britain heading off to the repechage along with Team Switzerland, Fantine Habashi. Wow, we've got some huge heats coming up. Al Cleveland Jr., Felipe Toledo, and more. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. We're live from Puerto Rico. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
El cariño deja una huella. Vela porque estemos bien. Celebra las nuevas etapas de la vida. El cariño nos mantiene en forma para que no nos perdamos ni un segundo de lo que nos llena de vida. Donde hay cariño, hay salud. Por eso llevamos 40 años cuidando cada etapa de tu vida. MCS, 40 años de salud completa.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
And we are back. This is the ISA World Surfing Games 2024 edition. Not only these surfers going for the pride of their nation, but also individual medals on the line, as well as 14 spots for the upcoming Paris 2024 Olympics. So by the end of this week, I mean, we are going to lock some names into the history books. I'm Chris Cote. I'm joined by Rachel Tilley. So far, so good. It's about 3:50 p.m. local time here in PR. And in the lineup, you've got Kehu Butler, Anthony Fillingham, Carlos Humberto Escobar, and Anton Mazni. And we're going to start off with Carlos Humberto Escobar, representing Guam. Nice and clean, under duress. Nails that section through the mid portion of that wave. That'll give him a solid start. (283) Guatemala, excuse me. GUA, Guatemala. I mean, with over 50 nations represented, sometimes it's hard to keep track, but glad that Rachel Tilley is here to set us straight. So Carlos Humberto Escobar, representing Team Guatemala, they've been a rising force in the surfing world. And they started off in ISA competition over the past 10 or so years with just a handful of surfers, but they're fielding full teams. Their men and women have been vastly improving from year in to year out. So it's really nice to see Carlos Humberto Escobar from Guatemala making efforts to get an early start in this heat.
I think that's something that has been becoming more evident as we're now into Heat 23. You know, we're not even going to finish all of round 1 today. We're doing surfing 30 heats today. Round 1 is in total 36 heats. These surfers, the surfers who end up winning gold, winning medals, that just puts it into perspective how much work they have to do and what a large feat, how many countries are represented, and how many surfers are working their butt off to get through these heats and make it to that finals day. And I think that's why ISA medals are so special to the surfers that win them, because you're not surfing in a fleet of 36 surfers or 18. You're surfing against so many people from all corners of the world. Lots of heats as we see Kehu Butler up and riding.
Yeah, this guy is one of the best to do it from New Zealand. A spirited squad. They come through, they do a haka. The opening ceremonies meant to intimidate their competition, and it absolutely does.
It's so special to see and watch all the men and the women of the New Zealand team get up on stage and do that yesterday in the opening ceremony. I love when they bring their culture here with them.
And I think it's a twofold type of thing, right? It is intimidation, but it's also kind of a welcome to their culture. So it's really fun to watch. Kehu Butler, I mean, he has been close to qualifying for the championship tour. He's always a standout in ISA competition, a very well-rounded surfer. Super powerful, consistent. He is definitely a force to be reckoned with in any lineup, especially a wave like this that just gives that section that bends right at you. We'll see what the judges give him on his opening wave with 14:45 to go. Carlos Humberto Escobar, Team Guatemala, competing alongside Darlin Ramirez, Alejandro Zayed, Lester Hernandez, Tiziana, Billy Prem, and Jose Franklin Maraquin, as we see a replay of Kehu.
Yeah, that opening turn was really strong. That second one, he just got hung up a little bit, rounded it out with that third one, but you could see how he cut out. He knew exactly that green was on the wave behind, and he looked over his shoulder really quick to see what was happening, the action behind him. And green, Anthony, took advantage of that wave. That one stood up a little bit more than Kehu's wave did and offered two strong sections that he could really lay into. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges score those two differently.
Yeah, Anthony's been doing it at a high level for quite some time. 30 years old, from Santa Teresa, the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica. When he's not surfing, he's fishing. He loves to explore the world, and he's been around this world and back. I mean, Anthony Fillingham, that's a name we've seen a lot in ISA competition, qualifying series, challengers as well. I mean, been on the surfing radar for a long time and still surfing at the highest level. Kehu Butler representing Team New Zealand now. Second wave ridden. Comes around this big section. Nice deep bottom turn. Hard carving snap there, just pushing a little too much. Slips out, goes down, but I like the intent.
Yeah.
Again, you could almost hear that.
The judges asked for critical, and he was trying to give it to them with that. That's for sure. Now, Anthony's wave did come in as a 5. So although he only got those 2 turns as opposed to Kihu's 3, the wave stood up a little bit more. They were a little bit more critical and punchy, and therefore getting rewarded with that 5.
Here's what we're looking at the moment. Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Incredible spot. We're almost at dead low tide. Negative 0.4. Water 80. Air temp 75 to 80. Perfect. Idyllic. Paradise. It is shallow. It is gnarly. Not really a beginner spot, I would say. More for above average to expert level surfers. Would you surf this wave, and what would you do? Let us know. Get involved in the social media landscape at ISA Surfing all over the place. And definitely follow us on Instagram if you're not already doing that, because the ISA social team absolutely crushes it. Hourly, by the minute, and their daily wraps are stellar. So get involved. Which nation are you cheering for? Who do you think is going to win gold at the end of this week? Let us know. Maybe Rachel Tilley will give you a shout out. Maybe she'll refollow you. Who knows? Anything can happen. Social media. 11:30 to go. Anthony Fillingham in the lead for now. Some scores to come through while we wait for the judges to lock in those numbers. Let's throw it down to Mitchell Salazar.
From Spain, first of all, congratulations moving through into round 2. 18 years surfing already. You've won 3 WQS events and you've been European champion before. But the ISA, this is a big event. You're competing against countries from different parts of the world. What's the experience like, not only representing Europe, but also Spain?
It gives you extra power, that's for sure, representing your country, and everyone watches this event. And it's a beautiful one, you know. Like yesterday, for example, the opening ceremony was something from another planet, something that you will remember forever, no matter what. And actually, I have very good memories from the ISA back in 2013, I think it was, in Nicaragua, when I did third in the juniors. So it's been a long road, and hopefully I can keep doing heats and doing scores and enjoying the wave.
In 2009, I think it was, that the Euroforce was a huge thing on the Championship Tour. Since then, there's been ups and downs for Europe. In your eyes, what do you think it needs to take in order for you guys to make it both back onto the Championship Tour and have more success for Olympic qualification too?
Oh, for sure, it will be beautiful. I think the better surfers we have in general, the more motivation and the more references you get. So we're very lucky in Europe. We've got amazing surfers, like, as you say, like Aeroforce. You always see them in the water, and it's still inspiring. So hopefully they can still show us the way, and we can punch through.
And a great goofy footer like yourself, Chopes, 2024, is that in your mind right now?
Oh, I've been there 2 years ago, 2 years ago, and it was one of the best trips of my life. So of course, I'd love to be back.
¿Algo que quieras decir a la gente de España?
Sí, claro. Muchas gracias por seguirnos, a todo el equipo. Estamos muy motivados. Esperamos poder seguir haciendo mangas y disfrutando de las olas.
Gracias, Andy. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias.
Andy Correa there doing big things in his opening round heat. He will be moving through on the main event podium. 9:20 to go. Carlos Humberto Escobar representing Guatemala in the lead for now, the 3.23 to 2.83. But during that interview, we saw Anthony Fillingham carving hard off his heels. Beautiful arcing slash that you know the judges will eat right up.
Yeah, taking a look at this replay, look at that speed he's coming around that section with. Love how he torques his upper body to bring that around with speed and control, utilizing that rail. And here trying to maintain that speed through that frothier section, and hits it off with a bang.
Great surfing there from Fillingham.
Having a look at this replay, much bigger wave. Nice little layback, showing that variety. Wraps it back around. Will it do something else? And it just doesn't offer that final section. It's interesting to see sometimes those bigger waves, although they have that meteor opening section, they don't follow that same trajectory through the inside and that reef to stand back up through that end section. They go out to sea a little bit.
And we have the second score for Costa Rica.
Coming up next, Donnie Widianto, Team Indonesia. Excited to see him surf. Haven't seen much of him yet. Can't wait to see what Team Indonesia has for us. Here goes Anton Mansil, Team Ukraine. Nice carve there. keeps it in control. Flies off on the finish, but nicely surfed there from Anton. Love having Team Ukraine here in competition. They've come through in the past few years, fielding strong teams, great representation. Last set was a little bit wilder of rides for all three of our surfers. We'll see if Anthony can clean things up here. He does. Great layback snap. Right in the most critical part of that wave. Blows the fins out there. Definitely giving the judges something to think about, something to write home about. They're going to be locking in their numbers. Now everybody paddling back out. Love to see a good four-wave exchange like that.
Basically a four-wave paddle battle too now to get priority on your way back out. But that was a great exchange. Everyone got at least 2 maneuvers on their waves. So really just giving the judges something, like you said, to sink their teeth into, compare. They'll be in that judging booth utilizing that replay system that they have, comparing each wave to previous waves that have been surfed with in this heat and then to each other to make sure that they're judging according to the scale that they have set.
Call that the Bonnie rate. Let's give them something to talk about. You know, when all four surfers ride waves, there's ups and downs in that four-wave exchange. Who's going to get the win in the paddle battle? Well, I think Kehu Butler may have got the best of this exchange. Let's look for this second turn. It was good.
Yeah, stayed on the higher side. It would have been nice to see him utilize the canvas, but that's where he utilizes the entire wave. Gets a clean cutout, which is always important. Here we see Blue. Nice variety slash within the pocket. Another strong finish. That was 2 critical strong waves. And then Green standing up. Look at this section coming back around. This would have been really powerful had he been able to complete it. I like the attempt to variety in his surfing. In my eyes, Carlos maybe got the best of that exchange because he had those 2 powerful turns, and I think the judges have been rewarding that, having that end section, the wave selection that leads you to having that final section that you can really go out with a bang.
And he kept it clean, didn't he?
And he kept it nice and clean.
I like the look of that board too.
I think he likes the feel of that board.
Yeah.
Looks like.
You can tell when you kind of see that synchronicity between surfer and surfboard.
Synchronicity.
It's like one big connected unit. So with 5 minutes to go, Pura Vida, Costa Rica on top for now. Anthony Fillingham in the lead. Carlos Humberto Escobar representing Guatemala in second. Kehu Butler weirdly in third place. I mean, this guy is a title contender. Needs to get things moving. And Antoine, representing Ukraine, currently in fourth. Well, just as I say that, Kehu Butler jumps into second. I think there's more scores to come through as well.
Yeah, it was Carlos did get the best of that exchange, getting that 4.83, just slightly over Kehu's, but it just wasn't enough as everyone improved their situation. So now all Carlos needs is 3.34. This is a tight situation in these final 4 minutes.
Now this is where things could get chippy. We're fine with that as long as sportsmanship is rule number 1. 4 minutes left. Kehu Butler is out the back with priority. See him, the apex predator in the lineup. Meanwhile, Anthony Fillingham activates on this punchy little right. Has a ramp to work with. It's a flyaway. But again, I like what he's trying here. Kind of just throwing it at the wall and seeing what sticks.
Every wave has been different.
It really has.
Now, it's really vital Kehu uses this first priority strategically in these last 3.5 minutes. Carlos only needs a 3.34. So this is where you get a little bit nervous as a competitor out there. Or not nervous, but you just have to make sure that you are on your game, and little decisions can have really big impacts.
No, you're right. I mean, Run DMC said it best. It's tricky to rock around the clock. With 3 minutes to go and priority, your decisions can be costly, that's for sure. As we get this bird's eye view of beautiful El Rico. The women have been out there going off. Arecibo, Puerto Rico, holding so many great waves. Podium 2. You want to click the little link below the web viewer that you're watching. You'll be in for a treat. Some of the best female surfers on the planet are enjoying pumping conditions. In the lineup right now, Vahine Fierro doing Vahine things. Check this out, Rachel. Lefts and rights. High performance surfing. Cutting edge. Surfing at its finest right there.
Yeah, Vahine is someone who is already qualified for the Olympics, coming from Tahiti. That was really special that we just got to see her lay it down on that wave there. You're right, the women have been ripping all day today. They've been surfing at El Pico. As we see Blue taking off up and riding.
And the women have a bigger audience than the men. If you walk up and down the boardwalk, it is packed over there.
It is. It's packed, pumping, music is playing, people are talking and cheering. We can hear it even from the booth in here when something happens straight behind us. The beach goes wild. And I always feel a little left out of like, oh, what's happening?
You want to be in two places at once.
A little bit.
Or three. You want to be out there surfing, you want to be watching, commentating. We have the best seat in the house, though, because we can see all the action. And you at home watching all the results, all the bios. You can learn all about what's happening here at ISA at isasurf.org. And there's the viewing gallery, absolutely packed. And why wouldn't it be? You got some of the best female surfers in the world ripping this really nice right left-hander. And, you know, I think kind of thankfully here in the afternoon, a little bit of cloud cover kept the temperature down.
That. Yeah, it kind of looks like a storm. Maybe we'll get an evening storm coming in. But I think everyone's welcoming that. The sun was very strong earlier today. Look at everyone hanging out there. So we have a Corona bar there. We have people enjoying drinks. There's music playing. Best seat in the house.
Oh, it's popping. Boricua, no doubt. And we're back to podium 1, Margara. This is a wave that needs a good amount of swell to activate as it should. And throughout the morning, I mean, we saw what this wave is capable of. And right now, still holding strong. Nice and punchy out there. I mean, the exact type of wave you want for a competition of this level. Gives these surfers a lot of opportunity to lay into their turns. Airs might be a little trickier to come by than they appear to be from right here in this chair. But if anybody's going to do it, it's one of these surfers right here. Will it be Kehu Butler? Deep bottom turn into the air. Like on command.
But he was just trying to make sure Carlos did not get that opportunity on that wave. Utilizing that in the final seconds. Very strategically. Locking in his place.
Smart surfing there from Kehu Butler. Squeezes through in second place along with this surfer in green. Baravita, Anthony Fillingham gets through with the win. Third and fourth place surfer will go to the repechage round where their path is not going to be easy, but saying there's a chance of making their way back to the final. So Anthony Fillingham gets the win there. And we're going to take a quick break, but during this break, keep your eyes peeled because you're about to witness the Al Cleland Jr. show and what he did in 2023 to get gold. And he'll be coming up in the next heat. But check this out. And now it's come to this, the grand final for the men here at the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Surfing Games. As we see Kanoa Igarashi, I mean, he is right in his office right here. Calculated surfing. Surfer in white, Miguel Tudela. He goes for the air, so now flinging something exciting at us. All right, here we go. Lamartina looking for a 10. Oh! Surfing like that, definitely gonna help him. Alan Cleland Jr. Quick setup turn there. This wave starting to grow down the line. Impactful second turn for Cleland. Another nicely placed turn throwing straight to the sky, building speed and momentum down the line. Blowing the tail. One more. Absolute control and commitment to every turn. Cleland again. Give this man a medal. What a performance from Al Cleveland Jr. Vamos, Mexico! I got excited. They got excited. The world got excited. The highest single wave score of the day, just at the right time. Alan Cleveland Jr. gets the highest score of the event in the grand final. Woo-hoo!
Just watching somebody from Mexico do it first, it almost lets you know, okay, anything's possible, because this world, you can just strive for everything and you can get it done if you have the hard work and talent to do it.
That's right. Gold medalist Al Cleveland Jr. takes to the lineup here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Day one of competition, and wow, what a freight train we've unleashed on the Atlantic Ocean. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Check this out. Al Cleveland Jr., Danny Widianto, Jefferson Lopez, and Cody Merritt. British Virgin Islands, Nicaragua, Indonesia, Mexico, all represented well in this men. Round one, heat 24. Only 78 heats left to go in this opening round, or roughly that. There's a lot of heats coming.
There has been 30 heats
And that's
in
a good
total
thing.
today. It is. It's been great to see so many surfers representing so many countries around the world. And it really then puts the pressure on those surfers that make it towards those final rounds and that final day to perform and to, you know, be proud of winning that gold medal, not just for their country, but for what they did as a competitor, making it through all of these rounds, all of these heats. It's a long week of surfing, but it's a great entertainment for us watching.
And I think we all get to learn something too, because there are a lot of names still in the draw that, you know, many of us surf fans don't know much about. I mean, I put Danny, Jefferson, and Cody kind of on that list of, okay, show us what you got. We've seen these names in ISA competition before, but we want to see more. Here we go. Jefferson Lopez. Nice, deep bottom turn. Gets around that section. Nice little stylish carve there for Lopez, representing Nicaragua.
Yeah, I think that's cool what you were saying before, is a lot of times the ISA, whether it's this event or a previous ISA event, is the surfer's first time competing on an international level. As we see Alan Cleveland Jr. getting a powerful opening ride.
I mean, I just can't say it enough. Al Cleveland Jr., Olympic qualifier. All day. Love to hear it. I mean, he is just a pure surfer. He's one of these guys that just, he was literally born and bred to ride big, gnarly barrels. He's done it in his home in mainland Mexico, done it at Pipeline and Backdoor. He's already been putting in his time at Tiahuopo at the end of the road in Tahiti. He's an Olympic threat.
Yeah, and having a gold medal from the ISA World Surfing Games previously, he's showing us he can do it. He knows how to do it. He has made it through all of those heats and come out victorious. So there's lots of names that we have seen today that we cannot discount. It'll be interesting to see how it goes as we see Philippe getting ready for his heat coming up. That'll be exciting.
Little energy shift in the Brazil camp. Felipe Toledo going up against Manuel Selman, Keone Lassa, and Grayson Grant. That right there, that's a gnarly heat. Manuel was in the Olympics. Keone Lassa, an incredible surfer from Venezuela. Grayson Grant, representing Sweden by way of Seaside Reef, California. That is going to be a fun one to watch. Oh yeah, and Felipe Toledo, reigning WSL World Champion. He's in that one as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that heat. And with how it, like we were saying before, I think we'll probably, with how these conditions are looking this morning, the main thing the surfers were looking for to get out there was that barrel straight off the takeoff. But here we will probably see the surfers take it to the air with that wind picking up a little bit and getting those end sections becoming a little bit uncier and more powerful.
Uncier.
I think I know I just
I'm good with
accidentally made that up, but I think you know what I'm trying to say.
No,
Look at this.
I'm trying to figure out how to spell it because I'm going to use it. And right there, Cody Merritt felt the unciest section of that wave. 13:25 to go. Mitchell Salazar is standing by with the Pura Vida representative, Anthony Fillingham.
Here with Anthony Fillingham, a former rival of mine. We shared the water at ISA competition 13 years ago now. The funny thing is, you're still super relevant, man. Congratulations. You were just telling me off of air, Puerto Rico. You fell in love with it after an event here. You even bought some land over by Isabela.
No, actually, yeah. When I came to the Corona back in October, it was actually during my birthday. I stayed with my amigo Santiago Ramon Santiago Peluca, and he showed me around the place, and literally I was just mesmerized about the land and the people and just in general, you know, like travel a lot of places around the world, and it's nice to feel like home at a place, and I think this country brings that to me, right? So feeling stoked, and like you said, it's been a while, 13 years already competing in the ISAs, and yeah, happy to be here, and yeah, just super stoked.
And I would say not only your leadership is noticeable on the team, but having somebody like Sam Reed, who's the youngest member out of the men's side, is something pretty cool. That's kind of what we saw with you back in those days, and now having him included on the team and having Cali on the team, how incredible is it to see Costa Rica flourish at the ISA level?
No, yeah, Sam has been relevant over the last year, especially. Actually, he grew like a foot taller than everybody else and started throwing buckets, and I mean, no doubt he's an upcoming talent from Costa. He's been doing great in the WQS. We've actually been traveling a little bit together here and there, but until now we actually get some time to spend together at an event, and it's nice to have a younger generation, you know. He's 21, I'm 30 years old. Last year I turned 30, so it's nice to have someone young and all that young energy, and like you said, it's like 11 years ago I was a young kid in the team, and now I'm more like a veteran with Carlos. But yeah, we're here, solid. The team made it through. I think Brisa also was competing at the same time as I was, and yeah, a great day for Costa Rica, and happy to be here sharing with everybody.
Anything you want to say to the people of Costa Rica?
Bueno, no, un saludo a todos los boys ahí en Santa Teresa, Malpaís, en la península de Nicoya. Gracias por estar apoyándome, gracias a mis patrocinadores, Lost Surfboards, Smoke Valley, Santa Teresa y la Federación de Surf. Y pura vida, gracias a Lisa por poner este evento acá en Puerto Rico. Está increíble, viva Puerto Rico.
Pura vida, felicidades.
Can I get a pura vida? Amen. Thank you. Great interview right there from Anthony Fillingham. Settling in as one of the veterans on that Costa Rican team. 31, still young. Still a lot to give and a lot to show us here in Puerto Rico. Meanwhile, round one, heat 24. Things are amplifying. Cody Merritt with a 3.33 and a 3.33. A number of the beasts, 6.66 for his heat total for now. Al Cleland Jr. with a 5.33, the highest single wave score. You know, Bad Bunny said it best. Fashion is one thing, but style is another. And Al Cleland Jr. has one of the best styles in the business.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was evident in that 5.33. So just needs to get that back up, and then he should be sitting pretty comfortably on top with the others battling for second. But he needs to utilize, he has that first priority, 10 minutes to go. We should expect him to see that back up, but there's still work to be done. Plenty of time left in this heat for everyone to improve upon their scores and make impacts and score shifts within their overall score line.
There's that ISV flag flying the British Virgin Islands. It's a beautiful place in the world, and one of our neighbors here in Puerto Rico. I don't have a map open right now, but Caribbean. Close.
Yeah.
Somewhere close.
Yeah, we're seeing the British Virgin Islands and the U.S. Virgin Islands represented here. All representing, well, not representing, but all in the Caribbean, like you were saying, which is really cool to see. I think they'd probably feel pretty comfortable here in this warm water, here, you know, not dealing with any jet lag or time change, as we see Philippe getting ready there, getting his mind into the zone. He's not surfing on the WSL-CT this year, so this will be his first heat of 2024 surfed.
Yeah, this is going to be special. Any time you get to watch Felipe Toledo surf is a good time. We're not going to see a lot of him in a jersey this year, so enjoy these moments we have with Felipe Toledo. Of course, I mean, he's still young. He's going to be doing it at a high level for the next decade. This is just him kind of putting his foot down. Look, I do what I want. I'm Felipe Toledo. I've earned the right to make my own decisions. So he's decided to take a break, WSL Championship Tour, but fully engaged in competition here at the ISA World Surfing Games and has every intent of competing in the upcoming 2024 Olympics. 8 minutes and 14 seconds to go. All eyes are back to the lineup. Surfer in white, Cody Merritt in the lead for now. Al Cleland Jr. In red, in second, Jefferson Lopez in blue. Needs a 3.67. Dani Burianto in fourth. Needs a 4.34. Here goes Al Cleland. Takes the high road there. And then gets high-roaded himself. Over the handlebars and underwater.
Just didn't seem like he came down fast enough. It sucked him back up as he was going down. Now that probably will be the 1.33, but not the backup that he was looking for. Oh.
They're getting unruly here in the lineup. Just that little bit of chop wreaking havoc on the last couple of waves.
And it's that low tide right now, so just sucking up a little bit more, being a little bit more churny. Just coming out with a bunch of random words at this point, late in the day, I think.
It is, no, it's,
but again,
it's
I feel like, you know,
out there.
I think you know what I mean.
We all know exactly what you mean, Rachel. That's why you're here.
Well,
I value your insight and your new vocabulary.
Thank you. Alan did get that score that he needed. Just needed that one something requirement, got the 2.67, so he is now sitting in the lead.
6:50 to go. Indonesia in a rough spot right now. It's just a 1 and a 0.83. Dani Widianto looking for some experience right now in the water. But Cody Merritt doing it for the U.S. Virgin Islands. 26 years old. He is from St. Thomas, the Virgin Islands. And he is a homie of one of our favorite all-time ISA competitors, Mr. John Ghazi, who right now is playing a sold-out tour of Europe with his band, the Mad Caddies. John Ghazi probably watching right now. What's up? We miss you here, but we're glad you're out there doing what you love. And Cody Merritt's holding it down for the U.S. Virgin Islands right now. He's a surfer, a snowboarder. He likes to hike. He does anything he can in the ocean. Cody started surfing at age 9. And he has been pursuing an engineering degree while competing in college. Just an all-around awesome human being and a really nice person.
Yeah, I love seeing that from surfers who obviously are here to represent their country, but they also have so many other things going on, getting, whether it's degrees or this isn't what they do as a full-time job. Obviously, we have our top world surfers who do this as their full-time job, but then we have other surfers that are making waves within these heats, within the draw, that they don't do this full-time. They go back home to other jobs, as we see Alan up and riding, improving upon that 2.67. There it is.
Right now, Alan Cleland's first full-time job is taking scalps. He's probably had his best couple of years competitively for sure. Put together an amazing video with Quicksilver, and it's surfing like that. It makes him one of the best of the best. You kidding me? That was Andy Iron style hammer finish right there.
Jamming those fins both times. Look at that spray releasing off of the back. Nice and powerful, loose. Just looked really relaxed while he was doing that.
Now we saw that subtle, low-key claim. Ow. Can't get that one past us. Look at that. Perfectly placed. Blows the tail.
In the critical section, in the pocket.
Wham! Beyond, upside down, and here's the claim. We see you.
It kind of is. It's those settles, just relaxed. Yeah, I did that.
Fine.
Relax the arms. No biggie.
Nothing wrong with a little confidence right there. And Al Cleland Jr.,
I love it.
He's a really funny human being. And also just very cool. Insightful, great competitor, great sport. You know, he's doing it the right way. Love to see it. 3:53 to go. So Al Cleland jumps into a big lead. Now with a 7.17 and a 5.33. Cody Merritt from the U.S. Virgin Islands in second. Still sitting on that 6.66. Dani Widianto, representing Indonesia, needs a 4.39. Jefferson Lopez needs a 4.99. Still a chance here with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, prior to that wave of Danny's just then, which came in as that 2.27, he needed a 5-something in order to get to advancing position. So although that 2.27 wasn't the requirement, it did go into his scoreline and therefore reduced his requirement to a 4.39. So now as he paddles back out, he can look for those last 3 minutes, something that is that 4.39. Just knocking a whole point off of that requirement can make such a big difference, not just to your psyche, but also to your wave selection, everything.
Well, here goes Jefferson. Nice combo there. Good, clean style. So, from Nicaragua, born and bred at Playa Popoyo. Kind of similar to this, you know, it's a punchy, an outer reef break with a lot of little reef passes and wedges around it, around the main break. He is your Central American Junior sub-champ. Hobbies include skateboarding. His statement to the world is simple: I love surfing, and it shows.
It absolutely does. Looking at that replay, that went into his score line, dropping in at a 3.2 on his backhand, taking advantage.
It's chipping away, right? Now he only needs a 3.46. Made his job a little bit easier.
It does. It does. It absolutely makes a difference. Obviously, the goal, it's always great to get the requirement of the score, especially with such little time left in the heat. But paddling back out, those are both scores for Jefferson and Danny that you can get under priority. They're not looking for a 6 or a 7, a score that you really need to try and use priority to get on one of those prime waves of the heat. They can try and go scavenging. We'll see what happens in this final minute and a half. The heat's not over yet.
Yeah, I think the priority positions really equalize skill levels. You know, and with the cadence we have of these waves, there's been plenty of sets coming through. Nice and consistent all day long. And if you're in that priority spot, in the right place, at the right time, you can get the best wave of heat. Of course, it's up to you how you surf that wave. But just being put right in the front of the line, regardless of where you're from, is pretty awesome. So with a minute to go, don't be fooled by the medals that he's got. Alan Cleland is still from the block, representing Mexico in a big way. Right now, in the lead, a commanding position, that 7.17 and a 5.33. But here we go, Cody Merritt, currently in second place from the U.S. Virgin Island. Nice carving snap there for Cody. When he's not ripping waves, he's an engineer. Smart guy right there. 2 rare back-to-back lefts in a row. Good to see Jefferson Lopez. A little indecisive at the opening of this wave, but goes up into a nice layback turn, getting creative there. Wave got pretty weird, but still gave him some opportunity. Goes down on the inside section. 15 seconds left.
I think that had the potential to offer that 3.46. However, he didn't get that opening section utilized. He was kind of in two minds of how he wanted to play it out and ended up missing kind of that first section of capitalizing on something. Did get that nice turn. So it'll be interesting to see where they take that and if Cody improved his position as well with that left.
The victory lap, nice little flared out ollie for Al Cleland. I was trying to do a Jennifer Lopez kind of collab because she's one of the most famous Puerto Ricans ever. We'll see if I can work that out a little bit better.
Yeah, no, I liked it. I heard from the blog.
Well, we got more to come. You're watching the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be back with more action. Felipe Toledo coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live Boricua.
Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, te amo pancho. Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho.
Campo Pancho, solo $4.99.
Te amo pancho.
Welcome back to the action. The sun has once again appeared from behind the clouds. We get a little cloud cover roll through. Maybe it's still behind us over the mountains. But the ocean is looking great. Some solid sized waves still pulsing through the day. We weren't really sure how this swell was going to look coming into the day, and so far it's proving to be really, really fun. Manuel Selman out of Chile. He is so experienced when it comes to competition in the jersey, as well as wearing that coach's hat, that manager's hat. He's kind of done it all, and it's awesome to see his career continuing. Now in the water up against the two-time world champion, Felipe Toledo slides off of his board. Looked a little bit dangerous.
It looked dangerous, and it looked great while he was in the tube. I'm sure his view looked even better. That's the first tube we've seen as we see the Brazilians perhaps have a little giggle at his expense. That was an awkward fall, but the tube ride was clean and sweet. I wonder how the judges will deal with that. We haven't seen a tube ride for ages, since early this morning, since the offshore. And the two-time world champ just found himself in the perfect spot, doubled up, second wave of the set. Manuel Selman went the first one and couldn't get around it, the Chilean, and by the time he did, he was too late to the re-entry, so it was a throwaway, a one-point ride. Felipe's is definitely better than that. But interesting to see whether the judges cruel him for the fall after, or whether he gets rewarded for the tube. Saw Geordie Smith early today get a 4.83, I believe, for just a simple tube ride, quite similar. So be interesting to see where these scores come in.
Board to drop now for Toledo out of Brazil. Selman from Chile currently sitting in the lead with just a single score of a 1-point ride on the board. Up against Keone Lassa of Venezuela and Grayson Grant of Sweden. This is a stacked heat.
Exactly, it's a stacked heat. Keone Lassa, great goofy footer. Love the way he surfs too. He was super impressive at last year's El Salvadorian World Surfing Games. 5.83 came in for Felipe, so well rewarded. Love to see that one on the replay and have a look at that tube ride again.
Especially with the stumble after, so just really that single maneuver, getting the score.
On the inside, fourth priority, so figuring he may as well have a play.
Put something complete on the board as well, maybe. Goes for tail slide for his opening turn. He'll kick out. He'll put two scores together. Start to apply some pressure to the field. You can feel that, intensity within his surfing from his opening ride as we take another look at this barrel. What are your thoughts, Martin?
Yeah, there's the fall at the end. My thoughts are, I'm glad he did. Here we go, front on. This is the judge's view. Pulls in, can always see his board. My thoughts are that that's quite a high score for that wave, and I suppose the points are coming because of the quality of the wave. There was nothing technically challenging about that. Most anyone who was on that wave could have ridden that tube. You were always kind of in sight. We could see the nose of the board. It wasn't that deep. So I feel like that was quite a big score for that ride, particularly with the fall after it. Myself, I most probably would have kind of wrote that wave off a little bit because of that fall and gone down in what I would have seen it as. But getting rewarded primarily for the tube, no sort of deductions for falling and after that, so good score to start the heat.
15 minutes on the clock, quiet for the rest of the competitors out in the lineup, as Felipe's dropped into 2.6 to improve his situation. No priority established yet between blue and white because it is the beginning of a heat, and neither of them have paddled or taken off on a wave yet. So whoever has that inside position, those kind of old school rules, will have right away on the next wave that comes through. They will both have higher priority than Manuel or Felipe because those two have caught waves so far.
And Keone clearly with the inside position. You can see Grayson quite wide. Oh, look at this one. Is it short in the wall? Little peaky. Perhaps if you were out there, no, again, a bit short in that wall. May stand up a bit down the inside, but not worth taking off where they were. There was no pressure on Keone to use that priority either. He kind of had the opportunity to just make his own decision. I feel like it was the right one. You'd rather have priority and hold that for something better.
And for these two, for both Keone and for Grayson, they've had some really exceptional runs in the ISA World Surfing Games or in the World Juniors conversation over the years. But they're up against two very experienced competitors who already have had those major career highlights, whether it be the world titles of Felipe, the Olympic experience that Manuel Selman had. Grayson now up and riding on his backhand, just caught behind the section, a younger surfer out of Southern California, and putting that job together on the finish. So those two knowing that, you know, wave selection is going to be really important within this heat. Kind of had that feeling with them being selective at the Open here, knowing they're going to really need to capitalize with the potential of big scores dropping from rail work like this out of Toledo. Goes for that little throw of the tail, throwing some combination surfing but can't hold it together.
Just wanting to put the pressure on early. You're the champ. If the champ gets a slow start, you think you're a chance. You've got hope for yourself. If the champ gets a good start, like a 5.83 and a tube ride straight off the bat in onshore conditions, you start to question yourself. So I feel like that's part of the strategy here is to own the start, get going early, put some pressure on your lesser experienced competitors and see if they crumble. Well, they're familiar with that chant, aren't they? We've seen him in the middle of that chant many times. Incredible surfer. He's going to have a chat with Mitchell Salazar. Looking forward to hearing from both of them.
That's going to be a great interview to stay tuned for coming up shortly. Alan took out the win at the World Surfing Games last year with an exceptional performance. It was really solid in El Salvador last year.
Yeah.
Waves were big. It was challenging.
Got
there was
8 to 10 old school size. You know,
yeah,
it was solid. Those big
heavy
right-handers.
wave. There's a lot of paddling involved.
That power of the ocean that we talked about earlier, it's surprising when you're there. You go, wow, this has really got that. You know, because we talked about how people would refer to it as Hawaiian power, and in your mind you think that's not really possible, but it was.
Well, Alan Cleland Jr. made the most of that. Now he's here to make the most of the World Surfing Games once again on the beach with Mitchell Salazar.
Here with defending ISA gold medalist Alan Cleland Jr. Team's happy, you're happy, you look good, especially you've been here just a few days after another event. What's it like being in Puerto Rico competing for the first time here trying to defend your gold medal?
Yeah, it feels good, you know. I don't have any pressure. I just want to get a couple waves, have fun. And I mean, the waves are as good as it gets. It reminds me of one of my favorite waves in the world, kind of like the ride at Super Bowl. So yeah, just to be out there with a couple guys, it's insane. You can't ask for more. And I've been here for almost 10 days, and the first couple of days that we showed up, we got insane swell. So I was just really stoked to put in some time and just come and surf. And now just to be here trying to defend the gold feels good, you know. I never really had that opportunity or the chance to, so definitely want to show everybody that I can still surf and show everybody what I'm capable of. And yeah, just stoked to be here, stoked to be with my teammates, my team, and representing my flag and my hometown and my country.
I'd say you're just as relevant as ever, Alan. In the off season, a good amount of time that you spent in Hawaii, what kind of significance that you put on your shoulders knowing that that was a wave that you needed to get in similarity to Chopo heading into Paris 2024?
Yeah, I mean, I spent about 2 months in Hawaii right before coming here, and I was at home, you know, training. Yeah, those kind of waves, the more I get and the more waves I have, you know, in my belt, it's easier, you know, it kind of just makes it just have fun, and especially the bigger it is, the better for me. You know, I have fun as big as it gets. So I'm stoked, and yeah, I can't wait. You know, this contest, a lot of people, I definitely have a lot of pressure because it's their last chance. For me, I already did it last year, so now I just want to come here and prove myself and prove to everyone that what I can do, and especially what I can do on top of a board.
what do you think makes you so different and special in comparison to the rest of the field? What do you bring to the table that's unique to yourself?
Well, I mean, I love rail game. I love big waves. I love barrels. I love small waves. I love any kind of waves. If it's 1 foot to 20 foot, I'll try to go out and I'll try to surf it the same as the normal wave, you know. Especially like if it's big and barreling, count me in. I'm psyched. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like I bring a little bit of like the 90s, early 2000s surfing back to it, which a lot of guys kind of forgot about. And that's a big goal of mine since I started surfing, just kind of bring that back. And definitely, I don't know if it's showing, but I'm trying.
It is. Core Lord, Alan Cleveland Jr. doing well. Anything you want to say back home in Mexico?
Sí, un saludo a todo México, un saludo a Boca de Pascuales, un saludo a mi familia. Y aquí vamos, viva México, cabrones. Ánimo.
Gracias, Alan.
Thanks so much, Mitch. That was great to hear.
So good, eh? I'll tell you what he's got. He's got character, he's got personality, got a little old school mongrel in there, he's ready to go, and there's a lot to like about that guy.
Up and riding now, Keone. This has been a very quiet heat. He sat for 12 minutes before getting this opening ride. Now starting to look alive.
Oh.
As he hits just goes down on his backhand on that final maneuver. But found some rhythm heading into it.
Still worth the wait, I would say. I mean, I'm looking at the 4.07, which was one turn and a fall. So it's got to be better than that. And then the 5.83 was the tube ride, so it's hard to compare to because it stands on its own. The 4.27 of Manuel Selman, I feel like that's Keone's wave then was most probably the second best wave of the heat. Without the fall, it could have gone to the best, but tube rides are rare, so you can see where the value in that comes from.
So chasing a 5.27, waited a long time for it. We'll see where it goes. Grayson now with priority. Sit on this wave. Big wrap, really finds that extension out of the back leg as he comes in to tag the finish. He'll be improving on that 2.00.
Smooth and clean, wasn't it?
Very smooth.
Yeah, just beautiful style, really low, compressed, driving, but still smooth and clean and very, very, there was good rail work. Yeah, impressive surfing.
18 years old from Encinitas, California. Surfed in the juniors with his brother alongside as well. They put together a great performance on their way towards finals day. Still waiting for that score to come through for Keone. That 5.27 requirement. Been a big day of surfing so far. We're now into heat number 25. The goal is 30 heats for the day. We'll see if the sunlight holds up for us to be able to get all 30 heats done, but that is still the goal. We did have a little technical difficulty just getting the live heats and scores up and running on this podium this morning, so that's why we're just a little bit behind, where the women's event will be finishing off shortly. They head into their 30th heat. 32 heats to start out in the women's opening round, 36 on the men's side. And we've got about 45% of the competitors this week are women. A huge field of 119 that we're going to get to witness through the week on broadcast. You get to see more of that action.
And we've heard all day outside our booth the hooting and hollering because
all day.
We're down in front of El Pico, the other break, and so there's been excitement out there. We know that for sure. Felipe Toledo now with the lead and the priority. Keone
flares it on his opening turn, just the one. Now a 3.60 came through as his first score, Barton. He's still sitting in fourth, and he's now chasing a 2.04 to get himself into that advance.
It'd be great to see a replay of that now that we know what it scored. I did feel like it was going to go a little bit higher, and this turn itself, what it makes me think of is the 4.07 of Felipe's, and whether that itself was better than Felipe's one carve. I feel like it was, even though it was a closeout wave. You knew it was going to close out, but it was a beautiful tail wafting hit on the forehand there. It's going to be interesting. Again, it's interesting to watch these scores come in, see where the judges put it. There you go, 4.43. It was better. It was assessed better, and I feel like that's the correct place for that. One turn, but but it's got him up into second, coupled with the 3.6. Was the 3.6 though perhaps better or not? I need to see a replay to actually be able to break that down, but he definitely paid for the fall at the end.
Absolutely paid for the fall. Great comparison between that 4.07 of Felipe and now the 4.43, just slightly higher for Keone. Was nice to see Keone just have that little bit of extra loft to his. Both of them just getting that tail release, but his just felt like he could hold it, had maybe that longer kind of moment.
Yeah, and when you're out of you're in control, but you're out of control, and you're just drifting, and the fins are drifting, and the white water's under your board, and there's so much water in that white water. It's hard to look that smooth and controlled in those situations.
Surfer in red has first priority, wearing that red jersey, being the highest seed. And those seedings within the ISA World Surfing Games, they're not given out on an individual basis, so you won't always see who you would maybe recognize to be the best in the world because they've got world titles or gold medals to their name sitting in that red jersey, but it's actually by country allocation and how their countries did in the previous year at World Surfing Games. As we take a look at Manuel, finding a left that looks so nice, giving him plenty of space to work with on those opening couple turns. Now he's going to just kind of trim through that white water to finish. Looks like it does get pretty shallow on the inside there. You can see those little ripples in the water.
Yeah, the boils and the movement. It looks like it gets very shallow there. And that was, the Goofies are finding some lefts out there that are giving scores of consequence. So, they've adapted on the fly. They've got the two-time world champ. Hard to do back-to-back world titles, and he managed to do it. Here we go.
Take another look here.
Drives off. Beautiful first turn. Lovely spray. You can normally tell by the cleanliness of the spray how good the turn was. Nice foam climb there. This kind of let us down a little bit, didn't it? He had to take a lower line. If he went on that high line, maybe he got stuck out the back. He went a little low just to get the completion. Again, it's going to be a second score of consequence. Keone going left.
Just caught behind the foam as that wave amps down. Bigger set out the back though, and Felipe's now up and riding. Oh, that was incredible. Opening searing rail work to tail drift. Goes in for a heavy section to finish and can't land it.
If he gets out of this heat in one piece, I think he's had 3 rides and 3 quite dramatic wipeouts on them where the board has looked like it's in a position to collect you, especially underwater there. Geordie Smith, big South African brew.
Having a chat with Sebastian Williams. Sebastian spent a lot of time in his life living in South Africa. His family used to reside in Jeffreys Bay. I'm not sure how much time they have been spending there in the last, few years maybe. But in the years that I was living in J-Bay, Sebastian was around a lot as just a young Grom and competing in the junior series on that side of things, then would travel back home to Mexico and kind of do time between the two places. So those two have had a long time relationship just from that time spent together in J-Bay.
Catching up here at the World Surfing Games, 60th anniversary. Does Felipe, where does he go with that first turn? That first turn was amazing.
That was
and if
exciting.
we got a 4.07 on the one before, that's got to be 2 points better. That one turn. Maybe 3.
We've got one more score to drop through for Manuel, and there it is. It's a 6.23 on the board. Takes him into the leading position. We do have a wave to drop now for Felipe Toledo, and he's looking for a 4.68 to take himself back into first.
He's going back into first, I would think. That was maybe the best single turn of the day.
Yeah, that was incredible.
It was dramatic. It was carving and then release of the tail and got all tweaked out. Just made it look so easy, and then threw himself at the lip, and the lip threw his board back at him, and somehow he's still out there uninjured after 3 unceremonious dumpings by Mother Nature.
It's wild, sometimes the board will just miss someone by like a millimeter. Well, that will sound out the finish of our heat. We can see everybody riding in there as the timer has run out. We're still waiting for that last score to come through from the panel. For Felipe, we do know he's in an advancing top 2 position. I feel like he has that chance for sure to take away that leading position, and there it is, the 6.10 off the strength of a single maneuver, fell in the second. And for him, it's a single maneuver day when it comes to getting those big scores.
Hey, he got great scores for the single maneuvers. The tube ride set the win up, and Manuel Selman really put on a great show, fought his way back into that. Keone, unfortunately, and Grayson down to the repechage round. They're not out. They're still in this event, and you can make your way all the way through that repechage round and back into that final at the other end of this 9-day marathon.
What a great way to finish out that heat. We've got more action to come with Frederico Moraes of Portugal heading out next against Argentina, Dominican Republic, and South Korea.
First year on the QS, I was Rookie of the Year on the Triple Crown. I would always get a good result, but I was just putting a year together, and it was getting really frustrating because I felt like I was working really hard and we were kind of doing everything right. Everyone was kind of, he's not going to qualify. The biggest fear I've had in my career was, am I going to qualify someday? Then we got to Haleiwa. I got second. I jumped to 10th, and that's when everyone kind of started going. But at the same time, it's like you're 10th. It's like one mistake and you're out. So I qualified 2016. 2017, I had an incredible year on tour. 2018, I kind of struggled. 3 weeks before pipe, I smashed my ankle surfing pipe, and I couldn't walk. So my chances to fight for my spot on tour were literally ruined there. It was really frustrating because it just felt like I couldn't fight back or fight for my place. So going into 2019 after this was kind of hard, and I was still recovering from the injury. I was really down and sad because at the end of the day you just feel like your dream's over. It was one of the saddest moments for me in my career. Started again 2019 with completely different mindset, looking at things with a new perspective, and I was super pumped to start the year. And I started the year in Australia, and it was 2 first rounds out of the comp, so it was frustrating again. In the middle of the year, we had the ISA that had a qualification for the Olympics. To secure a spot for Portugal, you had to be the best European out of the ISAs, and there's a lot of good surfers. I really wanted, because obviously the Olympics is probably the biggest thing to any sportsman, and especially surfing being in it for the first time. Obviously I wanted to take Portugal to the Olympics. That was my main goal. I was in a good mind space, and I guess it just went from there. I just started making hits, not really thinking about, oh, I need to beat this guy, I need to be in front of this guy. I was just thinking hit by hit, and we got to the last day of the comp. I was the best European. I was so stoked because, as well, my father and my uncle always said one of their dreams was to be in an Olympic event, and well, they weren't, but at least I'll be in one, and there's going to be Moraes, my last name, which is my father and my uncle's name. It's going to be there, so at least we all feel proud of it.
What an incredible achievement it was for Frederico Moraes, for Kikas to find himself qualified for the Tokyo Olympics. As we take a look now at live action, he's already got a 6 on the board. He's just laying that rail in as deep as it possibly can be buried, and looking to set himself up on another run towards Paris.
Yeah, there's incredible power in those turns. He's looking so strong. Big, tall guy. 6-point ride, first wave during the interview, so off to a great start.
15 minutes remaining on the clock. We've got scores to drop, but as we wait for those, let's go down to check in with Felipe Toledo.
Here with 2011 gold medalist at the ISA level, Felipe Toledo. Congratulations, you moved through into round 2. You know, the heat's one thing, but this crowd is here for you. It was already crowded, but let's hear it for Felipe, everybody. What's up? Everybody showed up an hour before knowing that they were going to go see you surf. The level of impact that you have here in Latin America, what kind of significance do you take from it?
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I just can't thank them enough, you know, for supporting us, and just they have no idea how big it is for not just for myself and Team Brazil, but for the sport, you know. And this is our community, this is our lifestyle, and you know, getting the more people we can down here to support is just amazing. You know, an event that's preparing us for the Olympics this year, so the more support the better. So yeah, thank you so much, Puerto Rico.
Hey, and you mentioned the importance and the significance of having the crowd, but you have two of the most important surfers ever on your team, including yourself and Gabe. What you've done, the trajectory that you both have had has been significant for the sport, but not only for that, the progress of it too. Can you explain how much not only this event has meant to you, but going into the Olympics as well?
Oh, for sure. You know, it's pretty funny because when you come to this event, you're just like, oh, okay, you know, there's all the Olympics and the qualification and, you know, like all the countries. There's just so much going on in this event, so prestigious, and there's, I don't know, this ISA just feels different. There's a lot of support, a lot of people on the beach, and something that I've never seen on an ISA event, and this is pretty amazing. So, and yeah, having the team Brazil here, Gabriel, Iago, Tati, Luana, and Tainá, it's just been amazing. You know, we have the best surfers in Brazil, best surfers in the world, and we're all in the same team. And getting to support each other, it's pretty fun too, you know, because normally during the year, it's super selfish, you know, like we're all doing our own thing, and here we're kind of doing our own thing too, but we're supporting the team. So yeah, it's pretty sick, and yeah, just hope Team Brazil keeps going and we can just, you know, get more spots on the Olympics, and yeah, just put on a good show for everyone.
Hey, appreciate your time. Anything you want to say back home in Brazil?
Yeah, bom, queria agradecer a todo mundo pela torcida, toda a torcida aqui em Porto Rico também, tem sido incrível. Bateria um pouco difícil, me senti um pouco cansado ali, eu tô voltando tô recuperando de uma gripe, né, de um vírus que está rolando nos Estados Unidos. Senti um pouco ofegante, um pouco cansado assim, mas deu tudo certo. Procurei pegar 2 ondas logo no começo e tentar dar uma administrada. Mas é isso, estamos focados aí pro próximo round e vamos que vamos. Valeu.
Obrigado, Felipe.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Felipe sharing a little bit of his heart, feeling, you know, like that entire team is so stacked. I can just, it makes so much sense that they're here fighting so hard for that 3rd position, both on their women's and their men's side. To have Gabriel, to have Iago backing Felipe to try and earn that extra spot beside Felipe and Joao Chianca for the men's team. And on the women's side, to see if Luana can maybe come in for that qualification spot, or Tainá Hickel as well alongside of Tatiana Weston-Webb, but push for a 3rd. They have every possibility of doing that.
Yeah, they do, especially, you know, I think it's fair to say that the male team is a stronger team compared to the field. If you look at Carissa Moore, Caroline Marks, you know, and some of the other teams, nations teams on the female side of the draw, the Brazilian team is a bit of an underdog there compared to some of those teams, but on the men's side, it's actually the complete opposite. They're the front runners, you know, multiple world champions, and even the guy that doesn't, Iago, have a world title. That is, Iago is amazing. So, yeah, it's going to be exciting to watch the week unfold. It was an impressive, well, almost less than impressive. He won the heat still, but he wasn't in his best form. He fell on all his scoring rides. He fell. So even though it was near a 12-point heat, so average of 6s, there's definitely opportunity for him to improve a lot on that performance, which is a good place to be.
Live action now with Freddie. A 6.43 has improved on the 6 to open. Goes in for a huge opening carve. Blasts the tail out into the air on the 2nd maneuver, and he'll go down.
showing some great power in everything he's done in this heat. Just so strong, so aggressive. That's been one of the sort of hallmarks of the tour surfers, you would say, today, is the power and the speed. They've really stood out.
This was his first 6-point ride.
Wow.
That rail work on the final turn being incredible. This was the 6.43 as his second wave.
Deep carve out of the top, but Kate didn't slow him down for how deep that rail was, and there's the fall at the end of that one. For how deep that rail was, he did not lose speed, which speaks to how beautiful that surfing is. Here's that one, flares the tail, throws the spray, pumping around. You can see him using the pump to build speed, sees that section. He's already got a good lead, he's got good scores. He's already scored more than Felipe did, so he's feeling good about that. He's in a confident position. Why not go to the air?
Start to mix it up, knowing that later on in the week, it's going to be pretty important to have that variety in every single heat.
Yeah, 100%. Here he goes again.
Score before will fall short of his top two. Great combination. Throws a lot of spray on that finishing maneuver. Will that factor into his top two waves, you think?
No, I don't think so. I think it was a little, there was more in each of the others, wasn't there? There was, while it was, they all had spectacular, big, powerful moves. So while that wave did as well, it was a smaller wave on the inside without priority. I don't see that going into his top two.
Finding that rhythm.
Didn't hurt him though, sorry.
Right? Yeah, that's it. Starting to really find that rhythm. Getting to know this wave a little bit better. See how the forecast plays out, how many days we're able to actually run here at Mágara. Of course, we have El Pico, which is where the women have been competing today, and Rastreal, which is the third podium. Still a great quality of wave. As we take a look at the last wave for Federico.
Beautiful closeout turn. Strong, powerful. First turn this turn here, more of just a race turn, quick whip or a jab out of the top. And that one was beautiful. Equipment looks fantastic under his feet.
Coming into the conversation now, Jose Gunderson out of Argentina. Looking to improve on a 4.50. I like the look of that wave. He's sitting in that second place position right now in front of Suyun Im from South Korea and Pedro Fernandez from the Dominican Republic. Pedro drops a score that's enough to get him into that third place position over Sunyan.
And if we look at the four rides of Federico Moraes, he would be leading the heat on his third and fourth wave that he's throwing away at this point in time. So dominant heat from the Portuguese surfer, a lot of experience. Our good mate Richard Dogmarsh coaches Federico, smart competitor, and definitely got some of that mongrel we were talking about in him as well, and he passes that on to his competitors, people he coaches, and you can see that in every searing turn that Fred does out there. There's that grunt, that it's important, everything he does.
Yeah, you really get that sense, don't you? See how much water is moving in these kind of shallower sections where Pedro was just duck diving? That section. A lot of energy moving around, talking to the surfers, a lot of them talking about how much power there is out there today.
5.33 for Jose. Drops in, the Argentinian holding on to a solid second place. He needs a 7-1 to go to the lead, so that speaks to Fred's consistency to this point. And third and fourth, looking for high sevens and eights. So the Korean and Dominican Republic surfers need to get going before this gets too far away. It's nearly there. It's nearly too far away already, and they need to get a score on the board urgently to keep this thing reined in. Woo!
Ducking into the barrel on the replay.
Wow, that was worth a chance. Come out a little doggy door there. That would have been a score that might have been enough.
Pedro is one of the older competitors in the lineup this week from the Dominican Republic. He's 42 years old, born in Santo Domingo, lives in Cabrete now. Says he's been surfing since he was just 9 years old and loves representing the Dominican Republic on the world surfing stage. having a moment like that to be able to try and, grab rail, duck into a barrel in front of a big crowd like this would feel good.
Yeah, I'd always feel it feels good if you're there alone and no one's around. You come out and you go, oh, no one was there, but geez, that felt good. And so to do it in these situations with the crowd on the beach, the judges, it's that's what you dream of.
There's two kind of tours within that South American to Central American group that are really important. The ALAS tour is the Latin American surfing tour that all the surfers in that Latin American region travel all across. A lot of the events take place in Central America. Pedro spent a lot of time competing in those. Where for Jose Gunderson out of Argentina, though being part of that Latin community, he spent a lot of his younger years, once he started really loving surfing and decided to develop as a competitor, traveling to Brazil. And Brazil is just this, for how many years has Brazil had thousands of events a year?
Oh, yeah.
The training grounds for men's surfing specifically, to have the opportunity to just be in a jersey every weekend and to be a professional surfer, even just on a local level, maybe not even traveling anywhere, but just enough events at home to be surfing every weekend and have enough prize money to be able to afford living off of that for a lot of people, even if they're not qualifying to great stages. So for Gunderson out of Argentina, he was one of those surfers that decided to take on that route and start traveling to Brazil a lot as a young kid.
Smart move. Extremely smart move. You want to be the best, you may as well go and train and compete and be around the best. So, yeah, you can see that in the surfing that he's doing. And, I know in Australia in the 80s we had the same situations, contests all the time, thinking the Bud Tour in America, that was the foundation of their success, the momentum generation time as well. So there's historic evidence that a strong domestic tour will be the ground of foundations for international success and the opportunity to compete weekend in, weekend out, win, lose, go through all of that experience it's invaluable. You can't buy it. You have to earn it, and that's what those domestic tours do. They give you the opportunity to compete all the time, and it's super important.
Especially starting out when there are those divisions available for the Groms, whether it's little co-ed divisions when boys and girls are really small and there's not enough to fill out, boys and girls separate divisions. So they're all competing together as, 6 to 10-year-olds. Then past that, starting to jump into their own divisions and age categories. And having that track all the way through to the open divisions where there's still enough surfers that are interested in competing on the domestic tour in the opens, that it's not just a junior development tour, but they're still, getting into a jersey a little bit older into their 20s. It's really had, incredible results for so many of those nations that over the last 20 years have just absolutely ruled the field.
Yeah, you could be in your 30s and not have succeeded yet, but it is still a possibility. It wasn't something that you would consider a possibility when I was a kid. Yeah. Mark Richards retired at 26 after 4 world titles.
Yeah.
And
also won 4 world titles by 26 years old. That's very good.
Incredible. Imagine what he could have done.
Yeah.
With the comprehension of what's possible today.
Yeah.
I retired at 33 and I was an old bloke, mate. I was, you know what I mean? Though, like, what is he hanging around for? And you felt old. It was, your 30s was, no one was on tour in their 30s. And I remember winning in 95. I became the oldest guy to win a CT when I won Rio in 95. No one had won an event in your 30s like that. So it was great to be a part of that linear, that growth in what people thought was possible. And now we look at it, and I honestly believe you could be 30 and not have even succeeded in competition and still have a career in front of you.
Yeah.
Which is incredible. It's
down to 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock, and Barton, I feel like that's just, that's such good encouragement to Groms all around the world to just know what to work for,
Yeah. You can't. I think when you're younger, you're emotionally attached to every moment, and you're going up and down, and you're riding that roller coaster, and it's not an easy way to live, and it makes the whole experience hard. It ages you. All of a sudden, you're older than you think because you've just been dealing with so much stress that you put on yourself. And then you learn that you don't have to treat it like that, and you can do as well without putting that much pressure on yourself. So I think that's an important part, Frederico.
Ready, up and riding. Solid turn. Start off with, like you said, he makes every single maneuver matter.
Yeah.
You can see that intensity in the look on his face as well. Pedro now chasing down a 7.66.
Unfortunate.
As Gunderson in that second place position has done a great job to just kind of seal the door closed with a 4.5, improved with a 5.33 for his last wave. Unfortunately for Pedro and for Sunyan out of Dominican Republic and South Korea, they just really able to find that rhythm early on to give them a fighting chance in those, maybe 4 to 5 to 6 point requirements, but chasing the high 7s and the 8-point rides, that's tough coming down to the last final minutes.
Just puts pressure on you, doesn't it? And you've got to find a certain type of wave that's going to give you that opportunity against a surfer of that caliber as Federico and Jose proved himself to be as well. So great heat from those two.
Federico Moraes looking strong, trying to find himself with qualification to yet another Olympic Games this week. He's got to fall into the top 8 eligible men, and he's looking well on his way to that conversation. We've got more to come. Stay tuned right after this.
El cariño deja una huella. Vela porque estemos bien. Celebra las nuevas etapas de la vida. El cariño nos mantiene en forma para que no nos perdamos ni un segundo de lo que nos llena de vida. Donde hay cariño, hay salud. Por eso llevamos 40 años cuidando cada etapa de tu vida. MCS, 40 años de salud completa.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live boricua.
Day one of the World Surfing Games has been absolutely firing. Aragua has just opened up so many great barrel opportunities and heavy sections just like that. For surfers from all across the globe, 55 nations represented this week, 266 athletes between the men and the women, fighting for a few remaining Olympic spots. And out in the water now into heat number 27 of the day for men's round 1. South Africa, Canada, Panama, and Jamaica, with Jose Faulkner, Cody Young, Isaro Elizondo, and Ika Wilmot out in the water.
Great lineup. Jose Faulkner's dad helps coaching the South African team. Here he is up and riding.
Nice opening maneuver. Setting himself up. The strong run in front of him. Hopeful to join if South Africa can get that third spot. Matt McGillivray and Jordy Smith at the Olympic Games. Cody Young now up and riding for Team Canada. And he'll have a quick kick out. Scores to come through for the opening exchange with Ika up and riding as well from a surfing family, well-known surfing family out of Jamaica. Sister is often competing as well. And he's putting some work together on his backhand. Nice bright surfboard underneath his feet. Staying low and in the pocket as he finishes off on the inside.
Nice wave for the Jamaican. What I feel like I'm seeing here is a willingness from surfers as the days evolve to go closeouts. Just to get a wave and to do some hits. Cody Young, nice wrap there.
Powerful for the second section as well. And just has that little extra punch on the inside section. So Cody with a 2.37 on the board to start things off. He's having a paddle now. very important when you're, finishing off on the inside to kind of have a check to see where you're at in the lineup, because there are those little channels that will get you easily back out into the lineup. You can avoid having to duck dive too many of those bigger sections. See some of the surfers even, I've noticed it in a couple of the heats where they're kind of trying to paddle, but they're maybe a bit stuck and you're just unable to get out of the right section. Turn and catch a smaller wave just to get themselves to the outside, whether it's the left or the right.
Yeah, get out into the clean water, make that paddle easier. 3.33, the best of the opening exchange for Jamaica. 257 for the South African after that. Now, that was one turn, and Michael Wilmot, he did multiple turns. So there's different ways to go about it, to get a score. And I suppose the wave itself determines how you approach that. But I think we're watching the type of surfing now and later in the day where people have realised, hey, I don't need the perfect one. I can get a good score with one big turn on a closeout. And if you're down the priority, as we see Cody Young wrap his second turn, comes to the inside, hits the white water, gets the completion, feels like the best wave of the heat so far. There it is, 517.
Setting himself up with a 7.54 heat total. Now, in these early rounds, you're kind of usually looking around 12 points as a goal to be able to making it through. We have seen some of those heat totals a bit lower throughout today, but some that have been much higher. Cody now looking to improve on that 2.37 and continue to grow that heat total next to his name. Nice smooth surfing. Just driving down the line, hitting that end section as well. No kick out clean.
Good surfing. They think good, solid surfing. Made the most of every opportunity.
Jose now up and riding on his backhand out of Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. Comes from Helseris, specifically in J-Bay. And just gets a little bit hung up on his backhand to finish. Sitting on small requirements so far, though, to get that advancing position. And we do have Frederico Moraes fresh out of the water, getting towards the end of the day here with another great heat and a solid performance. Let's hear from him now.
Here with Frederico Moraes from Portugal. Big congratulations moving through into the next round. You had a major turn right there at the end, dude. So talk to me about not only being on the championship tour, but also being in a leadership role right here for Team Portugal. What's it like being the captain of this amazing European team?
It's beautiful. We have a really good young generation coming up. We have Kika, we have Guy, the both Guys, Teresa and Yolanda. All of them fighting for a spot in the Olympics and fighting for a spot on the World Tour. So being able to help in any way I can, it's pretty awesome. And we have a sick little crew here. Everyone gets along super well. We have heaps of fun. And for a 10-day comp, that's what you need, a solid team, and we have that.
Organization is something you guys specialize in, but I would also say that your European and your Portuguese league has actually been very successful in developing a lot of great surfers. What do you attribute that league to and how it's developed a lot of these young surfers that are actually on your team now?
It just gives them a platform and gave myself as well. It's one of my sponsors, Mel. They're awesome and they've been supporting surfing for so long. And with their help, we have this Liga Mel, so it's our national comp, and it's such a sick platform for us just to show up, get some rhythm, pretty good prize money, so it gives them a shot at being able to travel if they don't have sponsors. So it's pretty awesome. It gives them a Portuguese career at least to start, and then hope for an international one.
So you're very professional, and the one thing that I really like about you, you always find a balance between this being a profession and enjoying it. How do you find that balance, and how do you kind of try to maintain it during a calendar year like this?
You just gotta have fun, and I'm lucky that on the World Tour I travel with Ryan and Connor, staying with Cano on the next event, so just have good friends around you, people that have fun, they love surfing, so it just makes it easy for you.
Anything you want to say back home in Portugal?
Yeah, sure. Muito obrigado a todos. Vamos para a frente. Hoje foi dia bom para Portugal. Continuamos e muito obrigado pela força.
Obrigado, Kikas.
Thanks so much, Mitch. And those grassroots movements, they really matter.
That's exactly what we were talking about, isn't it? And the fact that they've got that. You see the nations that rise rise off the back of strong domestic tours. And you can come to these international events and get exposure, but if that's all you do once a year, you're just not getting enough reps. And you need a strong domestic tour to give you the opportunity to compete week in, week out, and you know, succeed, fail, and through those experiences and the ups and downs and the whole thing you go through as a competitor, that's just the foundation that helps you to grow and take you to your dreams.
Down to 11 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. You can see that sun is dropping. There's not quite as much glimmer and glitter on the surface of the ocean anymore. Getting a little bit darker to see on screen, but still plenty of time ahead of us to finish out what we began this morning.
And we were talking about young surfers and what's the most important thing for me is, I think, is recognizing that there's value in the losses as there is in the wins. Because you really only think there's value in the wins, and you're always hunting that, and when the losses happen, it's an emotional nightmare. And I've lived that roller coaster. I've cried many a tear, punched many a thing, and gone through that experience of really wearing and taking on board all of the emotion of those moments. And then you get to a point where you realize it's not really helping you, and you can see the value in the losses and in the success, and you just keep learning and keep going and don't attach to the success or the failure. And that middle road that you can find in there can help you to develop consistency, and that's what those domestic tours give you, is that opportunity.
An opportunity to learn and to, like you said, just start to grow through those losses. Because in surfing specifically, you're one individual in a contest that has, anywhere from 15 people in your division maybe at a small local event to 100 plus in your division at an event like this. Only one person's going to take that win, which means more likely than not you're going home.
Yeah, and we grow up thinking we need to, as we see Connor O'Leary there representing Japan, having a chat with the Grommies and sharing the good vibes.
Groms with a little soccer ball down on the sand. And let's take a look at some live action here. Isaro, we've been waiting for him to get his campaign underway. The 20-year-old out of Panama. Great re-entry. He's got 9 minutes remaining on the clock. A 3.67 is the requirement at the moment.
He gets that. Worth the wait, I would say. And he showed great surfing, great speed. If I'm the judge, I sat there and went, whoa, that was great. So he's in a good place still, even though he's in 4th place at the moment, only sitting on that 217. That's going to definitely help, and every chance he gets that 367, and there he goes, 377, and straight up into 2nd place.
Takes him just ahead of Jose. South Africa down into 3rd, and Jamaica down into 4th. Cody Young now up and riding for Canada. Throws that tail out the back on his opening turn, straight into big rail carve.
Not bad from 3rd priority. That's what I say. That was great to get away from 1st and 2nd priority, create some distance, find that 2nd peak. Does it improve on the 433? In and around that, there's a chance it might improve a little bit, might come just under, but kind of feels like a flat 4 to me, or even, something around there, a little lower maybe even. So it might not improve, but at least you're keeping busy, and the other guys with priority watch, they hear and watch you surf, and they're like, have I got to get moving? Am I making a mistake? Am I sitting in the right place? They start questioning themselves, and that's what you want to do. Get them into their own head, thinking about things rather than, finding their own flow.
One of the games to be played within competitive surfing, especially when there's 4 people in the water, it's shorter heats, you're able to apply that pressure maybe easier, maybe more challenging, but it's seemingly easier than having a 30-35 minute heat where there's 2 people in the water and there's going to be this big back and forth, because likely each surfer is going to get multiple sets within it and have the opportunity to perform in a more relaxed environment.
Yeah, it's definitely more exciting. There's definitely more action to consider, There's that score, 4.47, so it was just slightly above that 4.33. Worth going, improved his position from third priority. Anytime you can get a score that improves your position from third and fourth priority, that's like a semi-knockout blow. That's one that rattles your opponents.
Isaro in that second place position now. Hooks that opening turn, sets it up for a second. Love the way that he just stays so low. Those knees really bent, driving through that turn.
And he did that from third priority as well. So first and second, Jose and Ika, they're going to start questioning themselves at some point here and go, oh, can I wait? Should I keep waiting? There's 6 minutes. I really don't have a score of consequence. And maybe you end up catching the wrong wave and making a mistake. Just like that. I feel like that was the byproduct of the pressure applied by Cody Young and our Panamanian, Zaro. Those guys, they played that part of the heat perfectly from low priority.
Applied the pressure. Jose felt it. He took a slip on that last ball. Now for Ika, will he hold on to that? Will he find the right wave? Such a talented competitor. He's chasing just a 2.62. We've seen him do some great things at the World Surfing Games in the past.
He is a classic looking Jamaican though, with the dreadlocks and the stuff. You look at him and go, man, you are Jamaican. Representing his country and his family, as you said. Rich surfing history down there.
I saw them earlier on, him and some of the teammates just having a chat with some of the local crew down on the beach. And, well, not really the beach actually. The beach is very hard to access from where we're currently at. But the boardwalk here is just thriving today. There are so many people. It's hard to even just get to where you want to go next because there's just so many. There's people on their bikes, on their scooters, rollerblades. They're taking a walk. They're having an ice cream. Beep, beep. There's little cars driving past. You can maybe hear the sirens in the background occasionally. Just little checkups here and there on what's happening around the contest site. There's such a vibe happening outside the doors right now.
The Kiwis would say it's fizzing.
It's fizzing.
It's fizzing,
that's
you know. It's a great one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fizzing. You can see that you crack that soda and it's got that bubble and that fizz, and that's what it's like out there.
It feels like right now one that's actually been shaken a bit.
Yeah.
So when you open it, it doesn't just fizz a little. It really just starts to like that soft
bubbling
explosion.
over, exploding.
It's not like crazy, you know, but it's just enough to be like, oh, how do I catch this? All right, here we go. Ika up and riding on his backhand. Just caught really deep on that wave, unfortunately.
Oh, when you've done that yourself, you've sat there with the priority for 10 minutes, and then you make a mistake with the priority. It just hurts, and it's going to hurt less because there's no elimination at this point in time, but going down to that repechage round is you don't want to do it too early because it's a long way to the end from there, but it is possible and that door's still open. But in this heat, Cody Young, Canada, and our Panamanian surfer have both been right from the start. But then you look at the scores, and a 4.47 and a 4.41 is so doable.
Isaro, grabs the rail, goes for a huge maneuver, trying to take away that leading position, chasing on a 5.67, Barton.
Yeah, worth a try, wasn't it? That's the way to get it on that wave. He wasn't going to get it any other way. And Jose now in second priority. We've still got 3 minutes to go, so plenty of time. Jose looking for the 4.47. Ika looking for the 4.41.
3 minutes on the clock in the hands of the judges now. And Jose up and riding, looking for that 4.47 to get himself back in.
Oh, good start.
Strong turns, nice carve. But that's just grown up surfing most perfect right hand point breaks in the world. Nice little beach breaks and a reef break actually called Kitchen Windows. That is such a fun wave. Right in front of where Jose grew up. So Pelstris specifically, it's the wave the closest to where his actual house would have been, you know, a few minutes walk from his front door growing up. Has such a fun little A-frame peak of lefts and rights off this reef. On a big day, it doesn't, you know, it's not entirely similar to this, but you can see where you have to figure out positioning, got to kind of watch where the crowd's sitting. There's a few similarities to this in the opening sections that can be really solid, and then it can taper off on maybe the worst selection. It can hold a really nice wall all the way to the beach, to the shoreline on the right ones. That's what Jose grew up surfing.
Sounds like a great breeding ground for young surfers.
One of my favorite waves in the world, actually.
Is it really,
yeah.
huh?
Those little underground wave pitch windows.
I've heard of the old kitchen windows.
So good.
Get around that corner and I start to fear starts to get me of the those big men in the grey suits that swim around over
No,
there.
you're still okay at kitchens. You go a little farther around the corner towards the wave that shall not be named of Clapton's, and that's where it starts to get scary.
You just named it.
Well, I just
but
named
that one is what I was thinking too, because it goes the right way for me. Here we go. This
You
is
got a lot of open water there. Ika up and riding on his forehand, carving back into the section, taking it up down the line, pumping, driving, hitting it, chasing a 4.72, and Isaro. His best result for our surfer out of Panama, a quarterfinal finish at the 2021 World Surfing Games. So he's been right there in that kind of group context into finals day. Right now he's got some work in front of him.
Well, they're glad he didn't improve on that. He kept the ask in the fours, because for the heat that they've had to still be in it with a need of a 4 and 20 seconds about to tick on the clock, they're still in it. Judges considering all of those scores. Jose's got something to come in. There was quite a lot of work done on that. He's already in second place, so he may build on that 3.27, put a little more pressure on and up the ante for third and fourth.
Well, the buzzer will now be sounding. No more waves will be ridden, but we are still waiting on 3 scores, and it's for our second, third, and fourth place surfers. Last score in for our fourth place surfer in Ika Wilmot of Jamaica. It's a 3.60. He improves his overall heat total, but it's not enough to get him out of fourth place position. Isaro drops in just the 0.43. He was unable to improve, and Jose, on the strength of his last wave, his previous 2 waves, the 3.27 and the 4.77, remains in that advancing second place position.
Yeah. Pulled it out at the last minute. Congratulations to South Africa.
Well, a huge day. We've got more action to come before we call it quits. Rachel Tilley and Chris Cote will be jumping in the booth right after this.
¿Pa' dónde quieres ir? Que mami yo te llevo. Restaurante Michelin. Estamos en otro level. Porque ahora ando en yate y aviones. Se nos dio, ahora somos ganadores. Hicimos a quemate. Par de millones. En Aventador llegando a las mansiones. Todo comenzó jugando. Ponte ready que ya voy llegando. De una picaco. Todo comenzó jugando.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live boricua.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games live from Puerto Rico. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley, and we're right into it. Round 1, heat 28. Connor O'Leary starting off with a bang. 2 big backside power whips for Team Japan. Right behind him, Iraj McDade representing Team Ireland. Hammers that end section. That's how you want to start a heat. Rachel, wow.
What an exciting start. Absolutely. I feel like we've seen so many different styles of conditions throughout today. We saw surfers looking for that barrel. We saw it get a little bit, as it was dead low tide, a little bit tougher, slower heats. But man, it's looking like it's cleaning up again for that afternoon sunset light. And those were two beautiful opening waves.
Yeah, this is a big matchup right here. Connor O'Leary, Japan, Jonathan Zambrano, Team Ecuador, Giraj McDade, Team Ireland, and from Slovakia, Tomas Zajaček. I tried.
That was good.
Twice. But the good part about these early rounds is we will see all these competitors again, giving us ample opportunity to learn more about each and every surfer competing. What a field we've had throughout this opening round for men and women. We have 2 podiums firing on all cylinders. If you want to see what's happening with the women, just below the screen you can click that podium 2 button. Right now, Jonathan Zambrano has his hands full because we're waiting for 2 potential big numbers from Connor O'Leary and Giraj McDade.
Yeah, that had the potential to be nice, but he just got hung up a little bit too long. And I think, therefore, sometimes when you know you didn't nail that opening ride, you then just opt to get out of it and get back out there. But let's look at these replays. This opening ride of Connor O'Leary, beautiful opening turn right in the pocket, goes straight back from that bottom turn back to the top of the wave, cuts out cleanly, and right behind him you can see Blue. Slightly bigger of a wave. Look at that spray as he puts it on rail. Nice variety with that second wraparound, and finishes it strong. So Blue got 3 turns on that wave, 3 maneuvers, nice and powerful, and this was Green's wave. Gets just a little hung up there. I like the release of the fins, but he didn't get to drive back down the wave and then ended up just opting to cut out. As we see Green back up and riding in live action, hitting the lip. Can he make his way around? Lost a bit of speed, makes it around. Nice little cut back in the pocket. And cuts out. Blue back up and riding. This is a busy heat to start off. Nice opening hit. Coming back around, I really like his variety of maneuvers that he does from maneuver to maneuver.
Connor O'Leary with a quick backup ride here. High heat IQ, coming off some solid results on the North Shore of Oahu. Starting off his championship tour campaign for the WSL, right back in the jersey. Fighting for a spot. Team Japan.
Wow, so that was an amazing start. Everyone having red, green, and blue, now all having 2 waves under their belt. Still waiting for White to open up his campaign. But sometimes that's a bit nerve-wracking too, when you've seen everyone around you just get into this quick rhythm. And you're kind of waiting for your opportunity. Everyone making their way back out now.
14:20 to go. First numbers come through. Connor O'Leary with a 5.67. Excited to see what the judges throw out there for Giraj McDade, an incredibly talented young surfer from Ireland. Well adapted in big barreling left-handers. Also a wicked backhand, as we just saw. That final turn was really cool looking.
I think we're going to see him take the lead of the heat to start out with those 2 opening rides. Connor's were really strong as well, but he probably had, Jared probably had the better of the 2 wave selections and power. And there's that first score being dropped, a 7.83, so the highest single wave score so far, but still another score to drop for him, which will see him being pushed into the lead.
And the second score comes through for O'Leary, 3.83, and look at that, 7.83, Giraj McDade. Dropping hammers, getting big numbers. He's been a rising star, not just in the Irish surf scene, but on the global scene. I think the ISA events have given Giraj kind of a lot of opportunity to shine on a global stage. And all the waves that the ISA goes to really speak to his strengths. And meanwhile, Connor O'Leary, one of the best goofy footers currently competing in the surfing world, just keeps throwing axes at the wall, seeing what sticks. 5.67, his high mark for now.
There's that score that drops for Garage, the 4.33, putting him straight to the lead, putting that pressure on early for Connor and the rest of the field. Connor needing a 6.5, as well as Jonathan.
Garage McDade means McBusiness. Kid is out there on a mission. And not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but imagine if he does get Olympic qualification. Him at Chiahopo, that's a great mix right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at that power in his surfing, the fearlessness, that would be very exciting.
The waves in Ireland, actually, some of the waves that you see on video have a lot in common with Chiahopo.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough.
Yeah, I think that's something that's interesting that we learned from this event specifically, and having so many surfers from so many countries being represented. You really get these little windows of what these surfing cultures are like within these countries, and I love learning about that, learning about what their home breaks are like, what their everyday surf experience is like as compared to the others. It's just, you learn so much and find it really interesting. Speak.
11:15 to go. Quick look here for Jonathan Zambrano. He wants nothing to do with that wave. Good call there. Closes out down the line. Connor O'Leary could be in position here. Giving this one a good look. He's going to not go. So with that, surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to Mitchell Salazar.
Here with Canada's Cody Young. Cody, congratulations. It's been a long day, okay? We're almost at the end. It ain't no Honolulu Bay, but you got it done out there. Decent heat total, but talk to me about the strategy going into it with your coach, Shannon Brown.
Yeah, the waves are actually really fun. Like, you can't ask for much more, competing in an event here. And, yeah, I'm just happy to get a couple waves and make it through the heat. And stoked for all my teammates who all won our heats today. And then got 2 more in the first round tomorrow, so hopefully they get the win as well.
When I saw you this morning, physically, I think you're in the best shape you've ever been in your life. It's just truly incredible. It seems like the off-season has been super good for you. Talk to me about the training and also the amount of waves that you had at home on Maui, too.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I got to give a shout-out to Scott Sanchez and Team MPG. We're in the gym like 4 or 5 days a week. And, yeah, he really pushes me. Obviously, getting in shape physically and also mentally too, so I owe a lot to him.
What about not only the boards that you're riding too, but a lot of the quiver that you guys had to train to bring here too, because it changes quite a bit. The forecast for the rest of the week looks a little tricky, but then it picks up towards the end. What are you riding right now, and what do you have in your quiver?
Yeah, so I'm riding KT surfboards. This is a Crusher 5'11.5" shortboard. Keith has been super influential to me and has just taught me so much about surfboard design, especially this last year. Like a year ago, I didn't really understand how surfboards worked, and he actually took the time to kind of like teach me everything, and I think that makes such a big difference. And yeah, he came about 4 weeks ago, tried some boards, and then I went home, and then he pumped me a couple new ones out in like 5 days. So, went to go do some R&D here, and yeah, I think I got the best boards possible for this event.
Are you mainly talking squashes or a lot of roundtails too?
Yeah, I've been dabbling in both, but I like the squash for most of the waves here. I think you could definitely, here at Margara, you could use a roundtail, but I think maybe this morning would have been nice. It seems like it's come down a little bit, and it's nice to have a release with the squash.
Appreciate your time, Cody. Thanks.
Thank you.
Cody Young, onward and upward. Meanwhile, Connor O'Leary still hammering away at his workbench. One big turn out the back, looking for a solid finish. Doesn't get it. So he's going to have to rely on those 2 opening snaps. Been really busy, just kind of hunting around in the middle part of this wave. Meanwhile, Garage McDade out the back with priority. 2 big numbers, a 7.83 and a 4.33 with 8 minutes to go. Zambrano needs a 6.5. Tomas needs a 9.5. Here goes Zambrano. Guy is a powerful, threatening surfer from Team Ecuador. That's 3 hammers
right in front of Connor too. That always feels good when you
Oh,
get
yeah.
something powerful in front of your competitor.
Look at that, he's fired up. Yeah, 3 turns will do that to a person. Get you motivated.
Yeah, Connor's been staying extremely busy as he's had third priority, and if there haven't been sets, the other 2 who have had first and second have just been sitting out there patient. So Connor's been taking advantage of that. But I feel like with 7 minutes on the clock and Connor looking to replace a 3.83, we still have a score to drop. We'll see if it affects his score line, but it would be probably best that he holds on to a priority now and starts working his way up the ladder, and so he can cement and start pushing his way up into in that first position. And you know, there's staying busy can be really good towards the beginning of the heat, but sometimes towards the back half you then start taking off on waves that you don't really need to be wasting your time. Maybe it's time now to start getting a little bit more selective.
Yeah, he needs to just put him. I mean, can't sit here and tell Connor O'Leary what to do.
Exactly.
He's one of the best, but in the context of this heat, he needs to put himself on a wave as good as Garage's 7.83. It was a little bit bigger, a little longer, and gave him a really nice end section to work with. That's the equation.
Yeah, that's really what it is at this point, is that wave selection, isn't it? I mean, obviously Connor has the incredible ability. We saw that on his 5.67. It wasn't a crazy wave, but his surfing was immaculate on it, so he surfed that score up. Sitting now with second priority, still waiting for that last score to drop, so I'm interested to see if that affects his scoreline.
Well, we'll see what happens. Time has been flying in this heat. 5 minutes and 49 seconds to go.
Looks like it's just a 3-person heat as well. Looks like we're missing our friend Tomas.
We're missing Tomas from Slovakia. Waves are still pumping through. Garage is in that top priority spot. Looks like it could be a 2 or 3 wave set. Had a look, didn't like it. Here goes Zambrano. Comes around that big section, pushing off his tail, throwing tons of spray. Great shot from the drone right there. You can really see the speed that Zambrano's carrying through his turns. He liked it. Will the judges like it as much as Zambrano did? You're gonna have to wait and see. Starts off with a 5.53. That's his high mark. Probably, it feels like it's gonna be right around that number.
Yeah, I mean, only looking for that 4.75. Sometimes it's hard to see on that drone angle, though, where those certain maneuvers were taking place on the wave. So it'll be interesting to see it here on this replay. Coming straight forward, nice in the pocket, releases those fins, lots of spray, and again, a critical hit. And this one, he did really well to manage to stick onto that one. He's happy with it. He's looking really confident and got that under third priority. See, I think these were more of the waves that Connor was hoping to find in that third priority position. That looked really good. Now let's compare that to Garrett's 7.83. See, he really drew that one out. This one had nice variety, and I think the difference that we haven't seen on the others, a little bit of upside down there, but the 3 maneuvers, that opportunity on that wave to have 3 maneuvers of variety. That
And
made
a lot
him
of
go
flow,
into that.
right?
Yes.
A lot of flow in his surfing. Here we go again. Garage McDade, Team Ireland. 2 nice turns.
Wow.
Gets the third. Kind of forces in the fourth, but still rides out clean. Will that be better than the 4.33?
I think so.
A lot of action. I mean, when you see a wave like that and you get excited about it, you know, our
I'm
judges,
excited.
they're surfers, they're human beings. They get excited, not as excited as Rachel and I, but
No, I think that's fair. That's something my dad works with me as my coach, and that's something he has always said to me, is that the surfers want to get excited. They want to give out good scores because they're surfers themselves. So look at this. This is just such clean, crisp surfing. Leaning on that rail, drawing out those lines. Nice and confident, strong, compact, finishes it out.
you know, there's a little bit of the flow element that was taken away with that kind of messy finish. I think he's going to get a solid number, but here's live action Connor O'Leary. He's really taken off on a lot of similar looking waves. I mean, he's ripping them to bits. Even that turn right there. I mean, that was kind of just a placement turn, and it was incredible. He's pushing around a lot of water, but he's in a tough spot right now. Sitting in third place with 2.5 to go. This would be a major upset.
Absolutely.
And we're projecting here because there is still 2.5 minutes to go. Can Connor O'Leary fight back and get himself in one of those top 2 advancing spots?
Well, this needs to be a score for him now in that 5 range. And he's offering that nice variety. It would have been great to see that section right there offer one more opportunity. He did get a 4.6 on that previous wave that we saw, so it did go into a score line, but obviously Jonathan got that 5.63 that we saw in that third priority and whacked it to bits. So it will be interesting to see a 5.49. I don't know if it will be that high, but it's in the judges' hands.
Really on the edge, I feel.
I liked the variety. It's less about his surfing, more about what the wave provided in opportunity.
1:26 to go. Team Japan on edge right now, wondering if Connor O'Leary can pull this one out. He's now sitting in third priority as Garage McDade in the blue jersey representing Team Ireland out the back with that top priority spot. Jonathan Zambrano has been charging hard in this heat, 5.63 at 5.53. He's in second priority, but he is going to use that priority right now. Smaller wave, but does a big turn to start. There's a fight his way around that section. Not much for the second turn, so he hands over priority to Connor O'Leary as we now watch Garage McDade activating his backhand on this right.
Oh my goodness.
So Connor couldn't have asked for anything better than to have Jonathan Zambrano and Garage McDade both get waves, leaving him out the back. Problem is there's only 30 seconds left, and it does not look like there's much on the horizon.
And that last score for Connor only coming in at a 5.1. So in that 5 range, we were saying it might be on the cusp, so it was not quite enough. Didn't change the what he needs, being that 5.49. He does have priority, but
well, that just shows us anything is possible, and expect the unexpected here in ISA competition. Big ups to Garage McDade and Jonathan Zambrano.
That was an exciting heat.
Well, they just unleashed a tiger into the repechage rounds. Watch out, Connor O'Leary.
Oh, this is what he was looking for.
In third place, finds himself in the position now to have to fight his way through those stacked repo heats to try to get back onto the main podium. And if anyone can do it, it's Connor O'Leary.
But like you said, it's not an elimination. There is still a chance. He just has the unfortunate part about the repecharge, or the harder part, the harder challenge, is that you do end up surfing more heats total. So by the time you get to that end, that final, you've surfed a lot more heats than the surfers who have been able to stay in that main event series.
Well, I will say the repechage rounds are the desperation rounds. That's where people are hungry.
Yeah.
They know that's their last chance. Well, Garage McDade went off, posting huge numbers for Team Ireland. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with one more heat on the day. Don't go anywhere. It's the ISA World Surfing Games 2024.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. when you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Quick turnaround, and we are right back. Just in time to watch Miguel Tudela blasting it off the lip, out the back. 20 minutes on the clock. Big heat in the water, potentially last heat of the day. We'll see. We want to get as much as we can out of this swell. Joshua Burke representing Barbados right behind him. Silky, smooth, powerful, very precise, using his rails to awesome effect. We got Tudela Burke going up against Teva Bashua from Morocco and Andrew Rhodes from Fiji. So Peru, Morocco, Barbados, and Fiji in the lineup. Chris Cote with Rachel Tilley here in the booth. Puerto Rico shining all day long. That was a marathon of competition, and we're just getting warmed up. This is only day one.
Yeah, it's been a long day of competition. We're into these final last few heats of the day, but I'm really enjoying these final heats. We're seeing that last heat was really exciting. It looks like the conditions have cleaned up a bit. You know, that kind of nice evening sunset surf where...
Happy hour?
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like it's been happy hour all day. I think happy hour starts in Puerto Rico at 7 a.m.
Well, if you go out onto the promenade right now, you really feel the energy from everyone here watching the event. They are enjoying happy hour, that's for sure.
We've got 4 surfers in the lineup. 2 of these surfers will stay here in the main round, advancing through in first and second place. Third and fourth will go to the repechage round, where we just saw a massive upset. Team Japan has a surfer who is very talented and scary in the repechage or the main. That's Connor O'Leary, who got third place in that last heat. So if that's any indication of how stacked this field is, I mean, the proof is right there. And here we go, Tudela now backing up his 4-point ride to start that right there. Crispy, precise turn.
Oh!
Going for the third, forcing the issue. And it's a no-go situation. I'm a little concerned with Tudela trying turns like that with his knee all wrapped up.
I was just thinking the same thing.
But he's a warrior. I mean, this dude is tough. He's in that 2 to 60 club. He'll ride anything to throw his way. Josh Burke is really fun to watch surf. Such a good, clean style.
Yeah, absolutely. They've all had nice opening rides. No one's really running away with it quite yet, but let's see what Teva does here.
And the comparisons between Teva and Ramzi Boukhim are pretty obvious. Both surfers from Morocco. Strong, powerful goofy footers.
Both goofy footers from the land of rights.
There you go. I mean, you could tell that Teva has definitely surfed a lot with Ramzi. And many of us goofy footers could draw a comparison to Ramzi Boukhim. That would be a high compliment. 16 minutes left here in round 1, heat 29. Potentially the last heat of the day. We'll see. What a glorious afternoon. Looked like the storm clouds were about to come in, but they've held off and provided the surfers just with great conditions all day long. Even at the windiest part of the day, super contestable. We saw big numbers all day long.
Yeah, lots of clean, exciting surfing, different upsets, lots of action from our elite surfers that we see surfing on the professional tours, the WSL tour. We've seen current Olympians, those already qualified, and we have all these other surfers that are not currently qualified in this event this week trying to qualify.
Set coming through with 15 minutes left. Who's in position? Nobody wants this one. There could be a potential ride on the third wave of this set. Pulsing up nicely, but just catches these surfers a little bit out of sorts. So with 14:48 to go, excited to hear what this young Irish surfer has to say. Garage McDade standing by with Mitchell Salazar.
Here with the pride of Ireland, Garage McDade. First of all, congratulations. You put on a master class out there. Your board looks amazing. Can you tell me about the underrated shaper Bradley that you're riding right now?
Cheers, yeah, super fun heat. Yeah, started riding Bradley's there pretty recently, last year, and they're just amazing. Every single board I've got off him has been mental. I'm sure, like, you can see it, guys like Leo and stuff are riding them, so yeah, they're mental, and the boys there are legends. Everybody at Bell Surfing there, the boards are made, it's epic.
Okay, I've known you since 2021, I believe, in El Salvador a few years ago. Since then, get a result in Huntington Beach, get a result last year. But today, I was like, dang, this kid can even surf different kinds of waves, too. Accustomed to a lot of reef breaks in Ireland. Comfort level, was it high up here?
Yeah, for sure. Like, we get plenty of reef breaks and slabs, and yeah, it's pretty similar to a wave at home when it's kind of onshore, like kind of that right wedge ball, and yeah, I'm feeling good and feeling comfortable. It's just lost a bit of weight with a wetsuit, but it feels pretty nice.
A bit different, I would say. Last thing, you're really one of the hopes for Ireland to do well. Maybe not the pressure of wanting to qualify. I know it's a goal of yours, but most importantly, getting surfing more developed over there. Most people from Ireland only try to pursue big waves. What kind of advice would you give to a kid like yourself growing up to try to pursue more competitive surfing from Ireland?
I guess, yeah, it is the thing in Ireland. Everyone knows it for big waves, and I love to try and get some big waves at home too. It's pretty good, and I guess just for people coming up is just keep trying and keep focused, and yeah, keep training, get into, try and surf as much bad waves as possible. That's the problem at home. We have perfect waves, and you just need to keep getting in the bad stuff and the slop to get better at contests, because that's pretty much what contests are in all the time.
Yeah. Congratulations, Garage. See you in the next round, okay?
Epic, thank you.
Great guy right there, Garage McDade, an amazing surfer too. I can't wait to see the rest of his surfing career has in store for us. I mean, he is a threat in any conditions. Yeah. And I love that question line from Mitch. See Joshua Burke now. Big.
Oh.
Inverted
Oh
grab rail reverse right into the lip, and why not?
What did we just watch, Chris?
That was almost one of the sickest turns we would have seen of the day.
As he was setting up for that, that is not what I was expecting that was going to turn into.
And that's how you get those excellent scores, right?
Yeah.
Do the unexpected. Blow the judges' minds. They all know how hard that maneuver would have been if he made it. Most likely would have gone into the mid-nines. I mean, it was so fast, so dynamic, upside down, inverted. But it's a 0 because he didn't make it.
That's true. It's actually it's a 1 point.
Okay.
Exactly. One more point than 0, but doesn't go into a score line.
Points for effort. 11:20 to go here. Tudela in the lead. A medium scoring affair so far. And Andrew, break that cycle. Your Fijian comes off the bottom. Throwing his body into that first turn. Hits the second. Fighting to get around this section to stay on the open face. Andrew Rhodes, Team Fiji. Doing him proud. That's going to be his best score for sure.
That was timed really well, too, from that first maneuver straight into that second maneuver. Really liked the look of that. I think the judges will, too. Let's look at that replay. Taking off the bottom, using that upper body to find that snap, and that is a strong finish with that lip coming down. He met it up there as it halfway and banged the heck out of it. Let's see that replay of blue. Chris, I think you should take that away of explaining what just went on there.
Well, Josh Kerr made that maneuver. Yeah, Josh Kerr made that maneuver famous, calling it a club sand, which is basically an inverted reverse with the grab rail. I mean, highly progressive. It's been done for, about 10 years, but you don't see it often.
Yeah.
It's that hard of a maneuver, and only a handful of surfers in the world can really do it. I mean, Joshua Burke got very close right there. And again, if he would have made that turn, excellent score all day long in any competition at any level. I'd like to see him try it again.
But like you said, highly progressive, and that's one of the key elements in that judging criteria, which is why you're saying that would go straight into the excellent range because it is progressive surfing that the judges are looking for. As we see green up and riding.
Teva, boom, sticks to the power game. Tries to come around that section, attacks, and goes down. But wow, what an opening snap there. So he's got a 4.43. It'll be pretty cool to see what that score is. I mean, he could have eclipsed his opening wave on the strength of one big turn. This was just perfect right here.
Taking off with tons of speed, laying it in. Look at all that spray, coming back down with control, trying to make it through that foam climb. It really was just that single maneuver. Even if he had landed that foam climb, I don't think that would have added much consequence to the scoreline anyways. So like you said, it will be interesting to see where they take that. It was incomplete at the end, which sometimes makes the judges have that little dampener of a finish, but it's all about that big maneuver he had at the start.
No doubt. So as we anticipate that number, 8:33 to go. Andrew Rhodes, his score comes through at 2.60. Give it up for Andrew, doing it for 40-somethings everywhere. 43 years old from Nadi, Fiji. His favorite break is a pretty cool spot. It's called Cloud Break. Not a bad little break there. He is your ISA team captain. His sponsor is Coral Cats Sailing, Fiji.
Awesome.
So if you're ever in Fiji and you want to sail, hit up Andrew Rhodes. Maybe he'll take you out on a Coral Cat sailboat. 8 minutes to go. Teva from Morocco comes through with a 5.27 and a 4.43. He's now in the lead. Tudela with a 5.17 and a 4. Burke with a 4.5 and a 4.27. So still, we're just remaining in the mid-range score zone.
So for that single maneuver, they did award that 5.27. So it's the single highest wave score of this heat. The judges were really rewarding that progression, that power, that flow, and even if he had landed that foam climb, I think we maybe would have seen it in that high fives, but it was really all the meat of that score came from that single maneuver because that was incredible.
The evening draws nearer. Still plenty of action here at the ISA World Surfing Games as Miguel Tudela, one of a very few select Olympic surfers. He wants back. Paris 2024 right around the corner. Going to be fielding 14 Olympians from this event. History will be made by the end of the week. I really feel like even as early as Thursday, Friday, those Olympic dreams will be coming true. Fernando Aguirre is going to be very busy. Apparently he's got some golden tickets to give out. Again, not mad at Josh Burke for trying awesome
I was just going to say the same thing. I'm enjoying watching the progression, but I'm sure his family at home is saying, okay, he only needs a 4.68 at the moment, so get one on just in the bag and then start going for the progression. With 6 minutes to go, that might be his game plan. Maybe he'll commit to the continuing to go big or go home. But with a 4.68, so grabbable.
And Joshua would have liked that. Teva with priority. Bit of a mistake, a little bit too late to the lip there. He goes down. 5 minutes and 44 seconds to go. Here's where time is going to fly. So Josh Burke getting back into the lineup. Andrew Rhodes representing Fiji out the back in that top priority spot. We do have a three-way paddle battle. So our priority judges right on top of it. Hawkeye in the lineup to see who will be in second priority. And it's going to be Teva. That means Josh Burke in third priority. I'm going to look here. Andrew's going to go. So Andrew Rhodes, big pinch free slide, lands like a pancake in the flats and almost gets back up. Full credit to Andrew Rhodes, going for broke right there.
43 years old and absolutely sending it.
Surfing like a Grom.
I love it.
Yeah, that was awesome. He's going to feel that one tomorrow, that's for sure. We're all going to feel that one tomorrow. And Teva, again, a second. Unforced error. So that leaves the door open now for Joshua Burke, who's sitting out the back with priority. You see some frustration from your surfer in green, Teva, representing Morocco.
Now let's look at that wave of Josh again, going for that air, grabbing rail, and obviously coming unstuck. And the Fijian going big. It was that he held it up at that top for a couple extra seconds and then just came down with that lip and
yeah, mad respect for him.
turned into a pancake.
You could just see him clinging with his toes into this wax, trying to make it. I love when you see someone send it like that and really try to ride out from it by any means necessary. Shout out Andrew Rhodes, that was sweet. And sour at the same time.
Well,
that's called a back stinger. That's a stinger.
Yeah.
A back flop from about 8 feet up.
I'd say these last 5 minutes or these last 3 minutes have gone exactly how Josh would have liked them to go, because he's now sitting with first priority. Both Miguel and Teva have not improved their situations. It has improved a little bit. Joshua's requirement is now a 5.21, but nothing out of reach. 3 minutes to go. He needs to now choose carefully and unleash what he can. And a 5.21 will be an easy score for him to achieve. So it's just about, at this point, that wave selection and the waves cooperating. But the ball is in his courts with holding that priority. I'd say if you're Teva right now looking at that score line, that score need of 5.21, you'd be a little bit stressed. Teva's going to try and sell him on some waves, I think.
Yeah, he's put, what are those things called that blow up and put them in the front of the used car lot and they wave their arms?
Oh, yeah.
He's got one of those
used
out.
Car lot.
Yeah, he's trying
blow
to
up.
get all the attention to Josh. Oh, on this one, take this one. That's a heat winner right there. Late drop for Josh Burke. So maybe the sales tactic work. He needs a 5.21. No opportunity for Josh Burke on that opening of that wave, and this wave kind of just shouldering off down the line. He's such a dynamic, powerful surfer with every trick in the book, but if you don't have a ramp to work with, you can't ramp out. Don't think that one's going to be enough. I think Teva may have gone left as well.
So it may have actually been that sales tactic of him going and Josh going, no, I'm going to go right. You are not taking this right. You're not bettering the score line.
Well, it's about supply and demand, right?
Exactly.
He needed a wave in time. There was an infinite supply with this last minute 45 to go. Good news is for Josh Burke that it's still pumping out there. He could potentially get out the back and maybe sneak a wave under Tudela. I don't think Tudela is really worried about Josh Burke.
Yes.
Probably feeling pretty confident up in that top spot. Teva definitely needs to be aware of where the surfer in blue is in the lineup.
That last score coming in as a 3.8 for Josh Burke, so not factoring in. He still needs the 5.21. Just about a minute remaining. Can he make it back out to the lineup and turn around in time to catch wave?
Inside of a minute now. Like Miguel Tudela's right in the mix with priority.
There's Josh. Just about to duck dive. Ooh.
About to have a flying kick.
Time is winding down. Can he turn around on this?
Had to try.
Absolutely. Especially since Teva didn't go on that one, he had to turn around and just give it a go.
Well, it's a battle of 5s and 4s. At the end of it, Tudela did his job. 5.17 and a 4.9. Here we go, Teva. The sales tactics worked.
Rubbing it a bit in there too with that cutback, spraying Joshua.
He's gonna make his way in. And that's going to be it for round 1, heat 29. All surfers are coming in there. That was a wild heat. A lot of mid-range scores there. But those scores don't really matter. The only thing that matters at the end of those heats are the placings. It was Tudela getting the win, Teva in second, Josh Burke, one of the best surfers in the Caribbean, goes down in third place in the repechage round now, along with Andrew Rhodes. And we've got one more heat on the day, heat 30 coming up next. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more action.
Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, te amo pancho. Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho.
Campo Pancho, solo $4.99.
Te amo pancho.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live boricua.
We are living that Boricua lifestyle down here in Puerto Rico at the ISA World Surfing Games 2024. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. This is your last heat of the day from Arecibo. Beautiful part of this world. And let's get right into it. Here is your surfer in blue, Jason Latham, representing American Samoa. Always come through with a spirited team. Big finish from their team leader, Liam Wilson, earlier today. Up to Jason Latham to continue that run. Iago Dominguez, Aaron Strong, Lucas McMahon, Finland, American Samoa, Great Britain, Spain represented in the final heat of day 1. And it's good because the more heats we get through here in these early rounds, then we give ourselves a bit of luxury towards the end of the window to potentially pick the best and brightest spots of the day. I'm Chris Cote. I've been with Rachel Tilley all day, and I've been having a blast. Rachel, so far so good on day 1. It's been awesome.
Yes, it has. It's been really exciting, and you could see that sun just over the hill making its way down. We're utilizing every last bit of sun as we see Iago up and riding.
So Dominguez from Spain making full use of this wave. See the golden light?
Yep,
Just
it's golden
perfectly
hour.
illuminating these surfers. Full credit to our judges. They have been on fire all day long. I haven't heard one peep of a complaint. Nobody's been talking about the judging, and that's a good thing.
Yeah,
that
in
means
the
their
best way.
numbers have been spot on throughout the entire day at both podiums.
Yeah, well, you say both podiums. We're here in heat 30 of the men's. We're also running heat 30 of the women's at podium 2. So 60 heats completed in total after these finish.
Great Britain represented here by Aaron Strong. The name fits the surfing. He looks very powerful. I like when that happens. Here's Lucas McMahon. I believe the sole representative of Team Finland here. So 15:50 to go. And while we've had an incredible run of surfing today, tomorrow is going to be just as radical. We're going to start the day with a guy named John Florence. You ever heard of him?
I have.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, not bad, not bad. That will be drawing the crowds. I know it's so packed right now. but we will be seeing everyone here early tomorrow morning to watch that. As we see Dominguez just get unstuck, trying to release the fins there. Slides out a little bit. Yeah, an exciting last few heats. So first round is 36 heats. So we have to run heats 31 to 36 tomorrow morning to complete this round one of the men's. Still a lot of big names sitting in those last final heats of the rounds yet to be served.
14:50 to go. First scores are coming through. 5.63 for Yago Dominguez. He did a lot of work on that wave. Team Spain's got to be stoked with the way he started off. Waiting for the numbers to come through for Aaron Strong as well as Lucas McMahon. Lucas McMahon in white representing Finland by way of Seaside Reef. He is a certified lot troll. Surfs down there at Seaside. Good friend Ellie Timperi, who also represents Finland, who's not here this year, but also comes from a long line of lot trolls, including Jake Marshall, Rob Machado, Dave Sherman. So a lot of great surfers coming from that area. And 2.93. Now Lucas starts his heat. So 14 minutes to go here. Surfers waiting for the next set to come through. Gives us the opportunity to learn a little bit more about Miguel Tudela, who is with Mitchell Salazar.
Here with Miguel Tudela. Miguel, first of all, big congratulations. You still have a bionic knee on you, by the way. But most importantly, you've kept a great core group together from Team Peru. It's been lasting close to a decade now. You're at the forefront of that. The opportunity that you have to not only lead this team to another potential gold medal as a team, but also qualify for the Olympics. What kind of opportunities do you see in the future for yourself?
Yeah, it's been good. This same team has been charging the ISA for a long time, and we've been trying to do our best. Alonso, Luke, and me been on the team for the last, I think, 4 or 5 ISAs, and on the girls, the new coming girls, Sol and Arena, adapted really good the last couple of years, and I feel, and Daniel, of course, but I don't know. It's a great team. We have a good a couple coaches. We have Gabriel, Carlos Mario. Now we have Richard, Aaron, and all the crew. Cristobal is here. I barely made it for the event, and it was just a close call, but I needed to give it a chance, and I'm just really happy my knee is holding, and it will hold all the way to Paris.
I met you in 2011 in Punta Hermosa. You made the final there, and you were actually world champion as a team at that event too. Since then, what do you think has been the major change in your surfing career so far?
Actually, before Peru that year, I didn't even make past the 4th round of rapid charge on the ISA, and on that one I went all the way to the final. So I think the confidence changed on that event, and I started doing good on the QS, started doing good on a couple results, and I tried to do my best every day I train, and that's it. Just keep the good mojo and good vibes, and try to train and just do everything I can 100%, and at the end jump in the water and just try to surf my best.
You also have the distinction of being 5 for 5 in terms of the QS in South America. Not even a single Brazilian has that kind of record. What kind of performances do you think we can expect from yourself, Luca, the rest of the team, especially a lot of the ladies who have a lot to prove too?
I think we're warriors. We always do our best out there, and we live our heart in the ocean, so we're just gonna charge it all the way, and till the horn sounds, we're just gonna try to push the scores and do our best and never give up, and I think that's what you're gonna expect. You're gonna see from us for the next couple of years, and I know there's a couple Peruvians that are gonna be on the tour for the next couple of years and qualify, so I just have good faith on that, and just keep training. That's the only way.
Defending gold medals as a team, anything you want to say back home to El Peru?
Agradecerle a todo el mundo, a mi esposa, que ha sido mi soporte estas últimas semanas, han sido bien difíciles, a mi familia, a mis sponsors y a toda la gente de Perú, gracias por apoyarnos. El equipo ha tenido un gran día, todos hemos pasado primeros y nada, arrancamos el ISA y vamos a defender ese título.
Gracias, Miguel.
Solid surfing there from Miguel Tudela. As always, he is super consistent. And he's been doing it at a high level for quite some time and will continue to do it at a high level for a long time coming. Extremely fit young man right there. Expect big things here in Puerto Rico from Miguel Tudela. We're now inside of 11 minutes. Iago Dominguez has the lead with a 5.67 and a 4.83. Aaron Strong from Great Britain in second. Jason Latham hanging on in third. And Lucas McMahon just with a 2.93. Room to grow for your lone representative from Team Finland. Chris Cote with Rachel Tilley for the final 10 minutes and 15 seconds of a long, awesome day of surfing. What a great spot for a surf contest.
Yeah, it's been a true pleasure to be watching all day. A beautiful wave we've had here today, beautiful conditions, but not just at this wave, at the podium 2 where the women have been surfing, and then just if you're out on the beach, or sometimes we see from the drone view, you see just waves all along the coast. So to be here in Puerto Rico is so special. I know everyone is very excited to be here for the ISA 2024 World Surfing Games.
Here we go, Aaron Strong, Team Great Britain.
Oh.
Going for the power slide. Goes down.
Well, that's the commitment and the critical surfing the judges are looking for. Obviously, he would have been intending to complete that, but that's great intention. 9 minutes to go. There's plenty of time remaining. He's sitting in second position, but he would be actually looking to replace both of those scores in order to make himself sitting a little bit more comfortable and make that requirement for Jason higher than that 4.64.
This is kind of starting to feel a little bit like that last heat where we saw a lot of mid-range scores. Nobody really with the opportunity to bust out into the 8s and 9s, but there's still time and a lot of talent in this lineup. I like when you say something like that and then something like this happens. On demand, a wave comes through. It's Lucas McMahon in position. Trying to get around the section. It runs away from him. Just a little too deep there, out of position. Gonna hand priority over to the rest of the field. Iago Dominguez now in the red in that top priority spot.
Yeah, you can see Iago just turning his head around and checking how Lucas's wave turned out and if it closed out. As you're sitting out there and watching your fellow competitors take off on waves, I mean, I don't tend to actually sit and watch from the outside, but it is good to see where they've ended up. Just keep an eye on, you know, if that was a set that they were taking off on, how it ended up pulling away. And then you can know for future when you're looking to use your priority, whether you actually want to use it on a wave that looks similar out the back. So you're constantly learning, especially on day 1, heat 1, in round 1. Not heat 1, but the surfers' first heats, heat 30 of the day. Trying to just get your feet in the wax and continue to learn and get comfortable being out in New Jersey at the start of what will be a big week ahead.
Speaking of big week, big party is about to go down. I see my uncle in there. Wait for us. We got 7 minutes, 10 seconds to go till the business is done and the party begins. One thing that I know about Puerto Rico, even after only being here for about 26 hours, they love a good party. I've felt it since 7 a.m.
You'll find a fun fiesta, that's for sure. Music will start shortly at the conclusion of this heat.
Did you bring your dancing shoes, Rachel?
I did not.
You dance in those shoes. 6:30 to go. Iago Dominguez in control right now in that top priority spot and in the lead. Lucas McMahon comes through with a 2.93 paired with a 0.50. Jason Latham, he's a 4.64 to get into one of those top 2 spots. Prepare yourselves for what is going to be an epic highlights package directly after this heat. And also, we're going to give you a little bit of a preview as to what's going to happen tomorrow morning. Some big names hit the water. Got Brian Toth, local hero, John Florence. So much yet to come here at the ISA World Surfing Games.
Iago using his priority there, and that's that conversation we were having before. Lucas used his first priority and had that same shutdown situation happen on that set, and Iago was kind of looking behind And ideally learning from other competitors' mistakes, but unfortunately took off on one, closed out in front of him. And he'll be making his way back out, but it's Jason now with first priority and Aaron with second priority.
Getting down to the wire here, nearing that 5-minute mark. And it's going to be Jason Latham from American Samoa fading left. Trying to fit a snap in there. Wave just lets him down a little bit.
The lefts have been the less popular options for today. However, we have seen some really impactful scores come from lefts throughout the day. Far and few between, but impactful nonetheless.
Yeah, I feel like the tide's been pushing up for the past few hours, making things a little bit more shouldery on a lot of these waves. Some of the bigger scores we've seen have come really on the strength of that end closeout section.
Yeah.
Almost like contradictory to what you would want in a free surf. You want the wave to close out so you can do at least one big impactful turn at the finish. The judges are looking for 4:26 to go.
None of our surfers really running away with it. I mean, the highest single wave score being that 5.67. Like you said, we saw that in the last heat too, just kind of a battle of the 3, 4s, and 5s. But with that being said, it really leaves it up to anyone's game right up to the end.
Here comes a peak. Who's in position? Nobody. It's a fun looking wave right there. Maybe not a big scoring wave, but fun looking. And here we have Aaron Strong using his first priority spot. Comes around this section right up into the lip. Nicely placed there. Like the Go-Go set. Goes head over heels into oblivion right there. You can tell he was really fighting for every point he could get. Sometimes when you push too hard, that's what happens. First turn was pretty nice. Might improve on that 2.67. We'll see. But now we're down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, with no short of sun. Look, it's starting to get a little bit dark to see. We're maximizing this day in total. That wave coming in as a 2.73 for Aaron, so improves the scoreline just by a hair. His previous wave that he replaced was that 2.67, so didn't affect the requirement by that much for Lucas, looking for a 3.48 as he takes off on his backhand.
Here we go. Lot Trolls represent Lucas McMahon. Tussling with the whitewater. Can he stay on his feet? Just gets blasted. You can see the look on his face. No!
He completed that turn that he had done, but then was kind of stuck in between the convergence of those two whitewashes and didn't have enough speed coming down through it.
Stuck between a rock and a hard place right there.
That's exactly right.
In the whitewater, and this place is pretty powerful. More often than not, when you're in that position, you're getting taken out. So Lucas McMahon hoping that one turn was enough for a 3.48. Questionable.
It looks like it comes in as a 2.33, so going...
Question answered.
Question answered. Going into a scoreline, but not affecting his requirement. Aaron would be... His heart would be beating fast right now. It's always really nerve-wracking when the person who only needs a small score takes off on a wave and you see spray coming out the back. Going, oh no.
Only a surfer knows the feeling.
Only a competitor knows that feeling. That's not a good one.
Yeah, it makes it worse too if you hear the beach erupt.
I've had that. In both scenarios, it's good when it comes
when it's
your
you.
way. When you get that score, not good when you're pulling your hair out, sitting out in the lineup. Aaron going left.
Fading left. Backside setup turn. Now he goes vertical. All right, he's trying to seal the deal here. He may have done that and more. Would need a 6.83 to take over that top spot, but either way, that was a strong defensive maneuver and offensive maneuver because he blasted that second turn. I think the judges are going to love that one.
Those are those lefts we were talking about too. That stood up a little bit more than some of those rights that tending to shoulder off.
Yeah, that was literally lights out surfing for Aaron Strong. You see now Jason Latham, one last effort there with 35 seconds left. Trying to get around this section to get a 4.70. One good turn there, slides the fins a little bit there. So representing American Samoa well there, Jason Latham. Now Lucas McMahon's out the back in that top priority spot. Will it wave come in time? 15 seconds left.
That will feel good for Aaron, absolutely. Just fighting to replace that 2.73 and that 3.67 throughout the entire heat and fumbling a little bit. He can leave that heat going, okay, I had a strong one under my belt. I finally battled against uphill, found my footing.
A shadowy figure streaking down the line in the dark.
Completely in the dark. Wow.
Surfer in red. Okay.
That was a solid finish. What a stamp to the end of the day, the end of the final heat of the day.
Yeah, hopefully their coaches are on the beach with a flashlight pointing out that little keyhole so they can get in safe.
That's a great point.
But right, why not run it down to the wire? You know, bird in hand, right? Swell on hand, keep it going, run it again.
Beautiful conditions that these surfers absolutely lit up, took advantage of.
Well, a great start and a strong finish for day one here at the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. Getting through 30 heats, men's and women's competition. Chris Cote, Rachel Tilley, it's been our pleasure to present you day one of this epic contest. Tons of nations represented so well throughout the entire day. Of course, the highlights package is going to be amazing. It's going to make you want to surf wherever you are in the world. And guess what? We've got about 7 days left of this contest, so you are going to be inspired, and this whole thing's going to make you want to come to Puerto Rico, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and John kicking off first heat of tomorrow morning. So
set your alarms.
It is exciting, so much more action to come. It's been a pleasure today.
I can't wait. I can't wait. We're going to leave you with a highlights package and a schedule of events coming up tomorrow, so check this out. Set your alarm. Big day happening in Puerto Rico tomorrow at the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. We'll see you mañana.